Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 412. Only 88 more until episode 500. My name is Colin Moriarty. Joined as always by my son Chris Reagan, showing off his guns today. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. It's a nice sunny day. Got some food. Feel well rested. I don't know. Hard to complain.
Must be nice.
Yeah. It must be nice. It's not true for you?
No. Yeah, nice to see you. You look good. You look buff.
This is it's weird now because I remember when I was training for the boxing thing. I just remember being like it was way crazier. So now it's like I'm fine. Thank God. I still got like a good metabolism, but far cry from
you were really
from where I was like 138 or something, and now I'm like 122. All of it's gone.
I could eat you.
It's gone.
I could eat you for lunch.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I really could. We'll do that on stream instead of the 100 nugget challenge. Can Colin eat Chris whole like an iguana? Do iguanas eat things whole? I don't even know. Good to see you, Chris. Dustin Furman, executive producer. How are you today, my friend? Good to see you.
I'm just fine. My grandma had a pet iguana when I was a kid. His name was Howard, and he ate raw beaten eggs. That's all I have interesting to say for today.
That's not eggs.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, she would just like put some eggs in the thing, beat him up, and then he would like lap it up like he's a cat.
Interesting.
So, but that's one of those memories that like it's so far back in my mind. Like I can remember like his like enclosure, his cage, and I remember seeing him like flap around or whatever in the living room. But it's almost like, did it really happen? It's one of that old of memories.
Right. Yeah.
My grandma had a weird way of naming her pets. She had Howard the iguana. She had a cat named John, and a dog named Butch.
That's crazy.
So,
a cat named John is insane.
Oh, and she also had a cat named Betty. So they all had like very normal non-pet names.
I like that. I like human names for animals. I think it's funny.
John the cat. Thinking back now, I'm like, that actually is pretty cool. John the cat.
Little drive. Micah's parents have a cat named Billy.
Billy. Wow.
Which I think is a fun name for it.
That's cute.
But I think the animal names, like I've always had, I always wanted to utilize that to not have a human name or a fictional human name. Chun-Li, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sylvester, which is a human name, but it's Sylvester the cat's obviously
it's an insane human name. To be
fair. It is. Yeah. Sylvester. Syl, I guess, is Sylvester in The Sopranos, right? What did you say?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Well, it's Silvio, right?
Silvio. That's what it is. Silvio. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. But like Sylvester,
right.
Sylvester's like, I don't know, man. Is there a famous Sylvester?
Sylvester Stallone.
Oh, I guess so.
That's the only one I can think of, to be fair.
Yeah, let me say like famous.
He's literally the only fucking one.
Sylvesters.
Is there Looney Tunes?
Sylvester McCoy, a Scottish actor best known for playing the Seventh Doctor in the classic Doctor Who series.
Oh.
Sly Stone.
Yeah.
Sylvester the cat's on here.
Sylvester the cat. That's what I was thinking of.
Pope Sylvester I, an early 4th century bishop of Rome, who served as Pope during the legitimization of Christianity in the Roman Empire.
Oh.
So you have to go back about 1,600 years.
Yeah. Now we have the Pope doing the 6'7" meme.
Oh, man. I wanted an American Pope so bad, and I thought it was so fun when we got an American Pope, and now I'm like, oh boy, we should have just gotten some fucking African Pope and been done with it.
It's a real monkey's paw situation, huh? With that,
I don't think he knew what he was doing in that clip. I feel like man, he could have been duped. He could have been doing something heinous, which I guess you could argue he was.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the Catholics believe the Pope is like borderline godlike.
He's like the emissary.
He's the closest.
Yeah, he's like an intermediary. Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. Then I don't know if he should be doing
all
6-7.
doing all that.
Yeah, I don't know if he should be doing all that.
Then again, it wasn't too long ago, we had a pope who was in the Hitler Youth. So in some
That's
way,
fair.
this is a
bit of a conundrum.
I remember that so well with that guy. He was a pope for only a little while, that guy, but he was like, everyone's like, yeah, this guy was a Nazi, but he was a kid, so he was kind of forced into it. I'm like, yeah, all right. I mean, that's fair enough.
Okay, that's a. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I obviously, you're a kid. You know, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. It's like, what's that little kid from? Is it Shirley Temple who did like the blackface?
Yeah, as a
She was,
little
like,
girl.
6.
Yeah.
She was like, I mean, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, you don't.
But at the same time, it's so easy. I don't know. From my perspective, I've never once been conscripted into the Hitler Youth.
Right.
My air conditioner just went off. I'm just gonna turn it off.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to freeze.
Yeah, please. Oh boy, should we wait for him to come back or?
I don't know. I feel like he left at the perfect lull. So now, like, what do we do?
Yeah.
What do we do without Chris? There he is. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
there he is.
goodness.
We didn't know what to
like-
do because we were like, well, we're kind of like at a natural endpoint to continue the conversation. So we're just going to wait.
Yeah. Sorry, it just turned
No, it's
on,
okay.
and I was like, I am not gonna, especially in a tank top, dude. Like my air conditioner goes down to like 68 degrees sometimes, and I'm just like, I'm not freezing for the rest of this.
It's like what they say about the hotel air conditioner. And it is true. It's like, like where you wake up in the morning and you can't even get out of bed to shut it off because it's like you're suddenly in the Antarctic, the Thing station from 1982 or whatever. And you're like, you can't fucking move. Ugh.
Yeah.
It might be a little cold though. It's been 95 degrees for 5 days straight here.
Wow.
Obviously it's gone into the 70s at night, but it's supposed to rain now for like a week. So hopefully that it comes true because it's dry as a bone here, Jerry. Dry as a bone. All right. What are we doing here? Sacred Symbols, PlayStation Podcast. We go live each and every week, and we're pleased to be here with you. Thank you for your support over on patreon.com/laststandmedia. I don't know if do you guys use Google Docs? Well, you're using it now, but do you use it typically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes.
I'm in Google Docs all the time. They changed the icons. Have you noticed this?
I noticed it on Gmail.
Yeah, right.
But
And
not
I'm
Google
like,
Docs.
it just looks like, I'm like, what? It's subtle. You know, in your little tabs.
Yeah.
But I'm like, what is that? It's and I keep looking. I'm like, oh, I got to pull up it's just different. I don't like when it's like when Spotify changed their logo a week ago. And I'm like, why'd you do that?
It was their birthday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Spotify thing bothered me more. I'm not seeing anything even on Gmail that's different.
Yeah. It looks a little more like in line with like liquid glass.
Yeah, it's a cleaner look. I see exactly what you mean.
Maybe I just don't have it yet or something. That's weird.
But stop changing things for no reason. I'm sick of it. Even Google can't help themselves. Although apparently they're going to turn the whole search engine into like an AI thing now.
Yeah, great. Awesome. Love it.
That was inevitable. It's time for people have been talking about DuckDuckGo and stuff, and it's time for people to just start using other things. I mean, the funny thing is that we refuse to use anything else. So like people are like, man, Amazon's fucking evil, you know? And then everyone's like, it's like, oh, where'd you get this? Oh, I got it in 4 hours on Amazon. And I'm like, yeah, like you, at some point you got to make a move if it's that bad, you know, but no one wants to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to continue to use the evil companies in their products as well because they're so good. Google Docs. I remember moving over to Google Docs late in my IGN career, and I was really upset about it. And like many things, it ended up being a really great, like really good, because we used to write in Word, and then we would send things to each other. And then we got this new review editor, Dan Stapleton, who's still there, and he's like, "No, everyone's going to use Google Docs now." And I'm like hell, I am. So I started just using Word and then uploading it as a docx or whatever to Google Docs. But then I was like, yeah, Google Docs is great. Like, why would you ever pay for Word?
Yeah.
This is like a killer of a thing that Google did. It cost them nothing to do it. Yeah. To just fuck with Microsoft.
I wish there were certain things about like the organization of Google Docs that could be like fixed. Like it's kind of crazy to me that it's still just like here's a front page of a bunch of bullshit. And it's like, I really can't make folders for this. And if I can, it's like often like some other weird window that's like, it has to be a module. There's things like that I'm just like, I'm kind of astonished that it still kind of sucks in that regard. But I mean, it's convenient enough. And the offline mode too is really nice.
Yeah, the
work on
offline
stuff
mode's
without
cool as well.
internet.
And being able to absorb things from the outside and being able to spit things out in the proper file type. It just works really well.
Yeah.
I mean, Google's a great company. I just they're just also evil. So it's a hard thing to balance out. Remember their whole thing was like do no evil or something like that.
Yeah,
and then they stopped saying that. That was like that's no longer our motto. And I'm like, what?
I was about to bring that up. I was like, yeah, remember when they stopped promising to not be evil? Bodes really
That's
well.
classic American capitalism. Love that.
Very good.
Well, that's it. I don't even want to do this show right now. But we have to do it. I'm only kidding. I'm happy to do the show. I've been looking forward to it all week. Dustin, I watched your stream yesterday. You said you were looking forward to it as well.
Oh, this show?
Your stream.
Yeah. I was saying I was looking forward to this episode. I mean, it's highly anticipated. I know you have a lot of things to say. I have some things to say. Chris certainly will have things to say. And it's there's a lot of anticipation among the audience for this episode, which I believe you said this on Twitter, Colin. We are going to be free for all.
Yep,
on Friday.
I think what we'll do is this. If you're down, we'll publish it right away on Patreon because it's such a big thing. We can just put it up on Patreon immediately, and then tomorrow on Friday at noon when the show would have gone live, we'll put it live for everyone. That way we can, feed the demand of the paying customer.
Sure.
That's already here for us. I'm not saying no one will even know, so we're not going to get new subscribers because it's like, why would you think that the show would go live that early? And then on Friday, we'll make it live for everyone because I think it's important. I also, and we'll talk about everything that happened, but I told Sony that we would go live with it on Friday, and I wanted to prepare them for the things that we were going to say, which I was able to do because I think that that's what's fair. Because we're kind of working together in a way to try to fix the problem that's happening, or at least that's the way I read it. They probably are like, please leave us alone. So I want to, because I was saying that to Micah yesterday, I was like, we could just publish it right away everywhere, but I feel like that would be unfair because I did tell Sony, you had till noon on Friday. That's when I'm going to kind of go out because they're getting questions and bombarded with shit already, and so right. They've been incredibly helpful to me, as I'm going to talk about in a little while. And so I want to, honor that not a deal. I didn't make a deal, but I said that to them. So,
right. Well, did something happen?
Yeah.
I was thinking that.
We'll get to it. It's a little
weird. Someone listening has no idea.
What did you say?
Someone that's listening has no idea.
Oh yeah, they have no idea that Sacred Symbols almost ended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Was about that close. I will get to that, but Sacred Symbols wasn't really going to end. I think the show would have taken a really dark complexion moving forward, though. I will say that. I will tell you that much.
That's awesome.
All right. Patreon.com/lastdaymedia for early ad-free access. We couldn't do without you guys, and we appreciate you so much. Bunch of perks over there, not only for Sacred Symbols, early for ad-free access to this show, but all the shows in our network. So our Nintendo show, Punching Up, Defining Duke, the Xbox podcast, Summon Sign, the Gameplay podcast, etc. Discord access, RSS feeds. You can use Spotify to connect to the shows. The best thing you want to do if you're on Patreon and you don't want to deal with Patreon is to just send everything to your podcast service of choice using the RSS feed. You can do that. Sacred Symbols Plus, our supplement to the show each and every week. Interviews, deep dives, game discussions. Had a great conversation with Alyssa Mercante, controversial in quotes person, and fellow Long Islander. We had about a 2-hour conversation. We were only supposed to go for 1 hour, but we had good rapport. And so the conversation went almost twice as long. And Guilty Fingers wrote in and said, ahoy, as a lot of people wrote in about this and said, ahoy, hoy. Just watched your conversation with Alyssa. This kind of content is exactly why I'm happy to pay my 5 buckaroos every month. Don't say buckaroos. I don't like that. I hope she felt comfortable enough to maybe come back in the future for more content and discussion. Keep it up. That's the way I left it with her towards the end of the show, is like, when I like someone on the show, and this has happened before, this happened with, what's a good example? Jason Plansky. This happened with Jez. This happened with Jaffe. People where I'm like, come back and do a normal content. Like come back and talk about a game with us on a spoiler cast or review discussion, whatever. The problem with her is she's very much a games as a service player. She plays some single player stuff, as I understand, but she like loves, Overwatch, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but like Fortnite. And I know she's really into Marvel Rivals. And so it's like, we don't really cover shit like that. But I think we can find we did a marathon and we did with Helldivers. So I assume we can find a place. And so, yeah, she'll be back, I'm sure. And I really want to thank I was really nervous about that episode, not from the content, but I just want people to be nice to our guests.
Right.
And everyone was really nice to her. Now, when it went live for everyone, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Right. But our people are, I can't control that.
Yeah. You can't control psychos.
Right. I think people were like, you didn't press her enough. And I'm like, you don't watch my interviews very much because that's not what I really ever do. I want people to say what they want to say. I'll push back when I can and challenge. You give people rope. Sometimes you can do really amazing things with it. Sometimes you hang yourself with it. But you got to start I don't think what people understand is that like you just get more. Let me back up. I've been doing this for a long time. You interview people in a way where they talk. You understand what I'm saying? Like you don't go into these, and I'm not fucking Piers Morgan, and I like Piers Morgan, but I'm not like trying to get you. I've never once tried. I don't think once in my entire career ever had a gotcha question. Like I'm on 60 Minutes or some shit.
Right.
And I'm like, and then I like tap my, says right here that, and I'm like, well, I just don't do that. You got to have a foundation and hope to have another conversation and another conversation. And that's how Jaffe and I have done it for years now. And she herself said on the show, which I thought was interesting. She's like, I'd love to get into it with you about representation. And I was like, yes, we'll do that. Now that we've gotten all this shit out of the way, that can be another conversation. And I was thinking of you when she said that, Chris, because the conversation went in a different direction. I wasn't able to do it, but I wrote in my notes, Mafia, because I was like, you would find interesting that my co-host Chris Raygun nailed me last year. I don't know if you remember this.
Oh yeah.
With Old Country, when I was like, yeah, I really liked the Sicilian vibe of it. It felt kind of at home. And you were like, yeah, it's like representation. And I was like, to be fair. So I was going to bring that up, but we weren't, so I think there's too much binary.
Right. Yeah.
One of the things that I really respected that she said, because I feel the same way about myself, is that you're not always at your proudest. Like just straight up, like you're not always reacting right to things. You're not always saying the right things. You create like this aura around yourself that's inaccurate. Speaking to her for 5 minutes made it clear that she's smart, interesting, and has something to say. And that's more than 90% of the people in the space. So yeah. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, it was a good episode. I listened to I had it on in the background while I was cleaning my entire apartment.
Oh, thank you.
But it was really like I was like surprised at how you guys had a really good back and forth. Sometimes you could tell like there's like chemistry with people, and sometimes there isn't. Like I've definitely been in conversation with people where it's like, oh, I don't get along with this. Like this is like definitely like running the clock. But that seemed like really, really well paced. It was good.
Yeah, I was telling this to Michael after. I'm like, she's a Long Islander, and there's something about that. Like there, like about like the, and I think she felt the same about me. Where like it's just kind of a way of talking, and we were able to break the ice with something like that about being from Long Island, about our parents both working, public service. Her parents are cops in New York City. My dad was a firefighter in New York City. So we had all these connections, and then right into the conversation. And I think that kind of thing is great to have that kind of what you might call social lubricant. Although I don't really like that word very much.
No.
Yeah.
God, this new fucking Google Docs icon, man.
Really hung up on that.
Yeah, I can't get over it. All right. So thank you so much for the kind words on there. Other recent Sacred Symbols Plus episodes. We're going to do Saros and Pragmata soon. We were going to do Saros tomorrow and publish that next week, but my week has been burned to the ground. I need more time to get notes together. So we'll record that next week. I'm sitting down with the Uncharted 4, the guy who did the Uncharted 4 real story or original story thing next week as well.
Oh, cool.
So we're going to have a stack of things going, which is going to be fun. Other recent episodes, kind of deconstructing what we would do with PlayStation 6 and all the rest. So we appreciate you guys over there. Sacred Symbols Plus on patreon.com/laststandmedia. And then Sacred Streaming continues. We did Pragmata before everything went down. Ironically,
legendary stream.
A very ironic. Yeah, it's an ironic game to play as well. We've done a bunch of marathon stuff. Obviously, I platinumed Saint Slayer, my most recent game, in one sitting. Played Vampire Crawlers. I don't know what we're going to do this coming week, but I was thinking for the next week. Well, Adam Kelm wrote in and said, "Greeting, gents. Since Sony was gracious enough to give an extended lead time for the next state of play," which is interesting. We'll talk about that later. Can we get a predictions Sacred Symbols Plus episode just like the old days? Now that they usually only announce it 2 to 3 days ahead, we've been missing out on the wild speculation along with punishments for not being first. Keep up the good work and hold your PSN accounts close and safe in these troubling times. Adam, thank you for writing in. Because Sacred Symbols Plus is so crowded right now, I think the move is, so it's on the 2nd, right? The state of play. So the first would be a Monday because it's Tuesday, which is interesting too. So we'll just do a predictions episode. Should Chris and Brad, well, we could do it without Brad, but if he's not available, but if should Chris be available, we can do that the first on Sacred Streaming. Stay out of the way of this barrage of content that's just going to push everything back on Sacred Symbols Plus and have the best of both worlds. So I think we'll do that. Please look forward to it. And then merch, laststandmedia.store. Micah just sent out a bunch of stuff recently. T-shirts, sweatshirts, stickers, remaining copies of Hypnotize. People have been asking about Saint Slayer's physical version. Our intention is to do one. Nothing finalized yet, but I think it will happen. All right. Let's get into topics of discussion, stretch our legs a little bit, and then we'll get into everything that I know you guys want to hear about. But we have to do things the right way or not at all. It's like when I mow the lawn. I notice, like, for instance, my neighbor occasionally, he mows the lawn, but he doesn't weed whack. And I'm like, well, why bother?
That's me.
You got to get that weed whacker out. You got to do it.
I hate tying it up, like stringing it up.
It's the worst. I hate it. I hate that too. Well, because like you eventually get to that point where you have to replace it. Like, you know, you like it shoots out because like the roll is, and I'm like, God damn it.
Last time I mowed my lawn and I was weed whacking and I was pretty close to being done. And then it flew out and I'm like, well, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it for today. Like that little bit's not getting done. I'm not doing it.
I've been in that position, and because I'm so OCD, I've like gotten scissors.
Oh,
and like, I'm going to finish like this thing like this way.
Yeah. That's fair.
So we got to do it the right. We got to do Sacred Symbols the right way or not at all. And we begin here. Boss 10 George wrote in and said, gentlemen, by the time this episode airs, my family and I will be trapped in a car. I added like an extra syllable to family there. I don't know what that was all about. My family and I will be trapped in a car for a 6-hour road trip to visit my in-laws. Naturally, I'll be forcing my wife and kids to listen to this podcast for the entire drive. Please inform my young, impressionable children, Grace and Leo, what a good father they have. Also, let my wife, Allie, it's my sister's name, know that she truly selected the finest possible life partner from the available pool of candidates. May you all have a relaxing Memorial Day weekend. I don't know if I can do that. I mean, did she make the best choice? Are you the best father to Grace and Leo?
She's married to somebody who's forcing an entire car full of people to listen to a podcast that they don't normally listen to. So
yeah,
not a great start.
Little boy, little girl, woman. Respect the man.
Hey, woman. That's what I've been doing. I call Mike a woman all the time, but like it's losing syllables. I'm like, well, come over here.
Yeah. It's like the trucker diet guy. Chris, surely you know the trucker diet guy.
I do.
I was telling Colin about him. Like he's like, gotta get some peanut butter cracker. Like he can't even say crackers. There's no enunciation. Oh man, yeah.
Come on over here.
This is a heinous audio experience.
I know it is.
They get it into like surround sound too, depending on like the type of car they got.
They're all crying now.
Little boy, you want to hear griping about the PlayStation Network for 3 hours?
Yeah.
I can't think. Oh my God. I can't even imagine. Like, I thinking about my, like being that young and being in the car with my dad and he's listening to like the equivalent of like, I don't know, if I was like 8 or whatever, and like he's listening to 3 hours of like baseball commentary. That's not even like a baseball game. I would be losing my fucking mind.
Yeah, it would be awful. It is interesting in a way. Like sometimes I hear Michael listens to a lot of interesting like stuff that I would never listen to. Like she's really into like grilling and smoking and all that kind of stuff. So she listens to these podcasts. They're huge. Like some of these guys are like mad. Like they have their own spices, their own rubs, and they win competitions, and it's cool. So I listen to it every once in a while. I'm like, yeah, this is not my shit, but it's so interesting that there's something for everyone. Like these guys are getting into like charcoal for like 4 hours, and I'm like, cool, not for me. But that's the internet, baby.
I guess what confuses me is like, how much could there be to say about you? Is there new grilling? You know, there's new games,
right?
New, all the time, right. But like, is there new grill? Like, it's like there's a new grate or something.
New kind of meat. that
Yeah,
we're
there's like
a new cut.
We're doing a new kind of cut.
There's speculation on a new cut of meat.
Yeah,
for an hour.
We
It's
got
been
frog
leaked.
shoulders.
Notorious meat leaker.
do
Do they have leakers in there? That's interesting.
Charcoal leaker.
Charcoal leaker. His name's like Kingsford fan or something, and he like no one really knows who he is. Seems like he might be an insider.
Weber's coming out with a new grill. It was leaked on 4chan.
Someone leaked the grill on 4chan. Indeed. Grace, Leo, and Allie, I hope you're enjoying the show. Wait, hold on a sec.
Well,
did that come through?
Yes, and I'll make sure of that it did come through, but I'll amplify that.
And Sony, I know you're listening as well. I hope you enjoyed that too.
Crazy. Insane. What
fucking
the fuck
stinks.
are we doing?
It stinks.
You did this to yourself.
Good Lord. King of Chickens wrote in and said, hey guys, I know this is going to be the top question on everyone's mind to ask, so I'll just get it out of the way. Please ask Chris, who is reverse Jesus?
Sony's listening to this.
I mean, to be fair, they listen to it every week, but I feel like they're going to be especially interested in this episode. So yeah, go ahead and tell them who reverse Jesus. Guys, use the timestamp.
Timestamping way ahead.
Yeah, use the timestamps. Sony, use the little Sony.
Herman, use those timestamps.
Herman, little boy, use them timestamps.
Who is reverse Jesus? We were doing a Star Tank episode. Kingston's in Hawaii celebrating his engagement. So he's gone for I think a couple other days. So it was me and Derek holding down the fort. And we were just we were just riffing, and we were just talking about like what if there was just instead of the Antichrist, what if there was just a reverse Jesus who was hated by everybody except one guy. You know, and like he was like, I don't know, taped to an X, and he was like
taped to an X,
put in a cave, and after the third day he's still there. I don't know. We were just like riffing, and it became like a really dumb, like 40-minute conversation about the lore of reverse Jesus.
He had a bunch of bread and fish, but he turned it into nothing.
Yeah. He turned everybody's wine into water, and everybody's like, reverse Jesus. It was fun. That. It was fun. I particularly like reverse Moses coming down with the 0 suggestions on Mount Sinai.
Figure it out.
Yeah. he comes and takes what they've written and then brings it back up.
Right, exactly. It's way better. No, yeah, I don't know. This is the type of show it is. It's just nonsense. I didn't expect to be asked about it on this show.
Go listen to Star Tank.
Garbage.
Twice a week, right? You guys do it?
Yeah, we do it twice. We usually do it in person, but Kingston's gone. We'll be back. I think early next week. He should be back. So.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by PrizePicks, where responsible players can make their sports viewing just a little more interesting. Learn more now on the PrizePicks app, where you can use the code SACRED to sign up. All sports enthusiasts know that each part of the annual calendar brings with it something special and unique. And right now, we're somewhere quite interesting. Deep into hockey playoffs, with the baseball season really getting going, and for basketball fans, the NBA Finals are nearly upon us too. It's that last part that's perhaps most important right now, because PrizePicks is a preferred partner of the National Basketball Association, and the Do It Live 2026 NBA Finals sweepstakes are currently underway. Picking live squares with at least one NBA player during the duration of the playoffs can net you a trip for 2 to the finals, which is pretty dope. But if you're not a basketball fan, fear not. In addition to hockey and baseball, golf, tennis, and esports are just a few other seasonal targets for you in PrizePicks fantasy-style game, where you pick individual players from any of the sports and leagues in their purview, and try to successfully tag each with a more or less designation. Think a pitcher throwing more than 7 strikeouts, a point guard grabbing fewer than 3 steals, or a goalie letting in more than 2 goals. You get the idea. The mix-and-match nature of PrizePicks is what really makes it stand apart. You can have daily teams full of players from all of the different leagues and sports. And since it's daily fantasy, you always have a chance to reset and try again. Simple to play and available in all 50 states, PrizePicks has a number of ways to participate. From Flex Play, which allows you to still win even if you miss a pick, while Power Play allows you to double down, raise the ceiling, but also lower your floor. How you do it is up to you, but remember, it all revolves around stat projections, and what sports fan doesn't love that? Download the PrizePicks app today and use the code SACRED to sign up. That's SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code SACRED to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks, a preferred partner of the NBA. Jeff pronounced G off, because maybe it is. I don't know this time. Greetings to my little sexy sacred nuggets.
Yeah, shut up. Don't say that.
No.
What are the children of wealthy families? I like this question. I'm very curious to see what you guys think of this. This is a serious question. What are the children of wealthy families supposed to do with their money? If they live quietly, they are criticized as being unproductive. If they start a business and fail, they are accused of squandering their wealth. If they succeed, they are labeled Nepo babies who only won because daddy paid for the trophy. Personally, I prefer it when the wealthy use their resources to give back, much like the affluent patrons who funded artists after the Middle Ages, sparking the Renaissance. Without the Medici family, much of the world's greatest art and science simply wouldn't exist. In today's world, if a Nepo baby like Megan Ellison wants to start a company like Annapurna to bring new art to the market, why is that a source of criticism? Many of the games and movies she helped greenlight were massive risks that traditional Hollywood studios or risk-averse game publishers would have passed on. Social media harbors a resentment that creates a catch-22 with no path these people choose that will free them from public cynicism. I'm sure they are crying into their money Woody Harrelson style, but I find this pervasive attitude exhausting. What say you, Colin? Well, I want to get on with all this. This is an interesting one.
Yeah.
I feel like you're right, actually. And I never really thought about it quite in those terms. You can't win. Maybe that's the cost of wealth, but it's not really fair either because you were born into it. You didn't ask to be born in, and you were maybe lucky to be born into it. Certainly you're lucky to be born into it. This goes into the question of, let me even ask you guys this. Chris, if you had like an enormous amount of money and then you had a child, would you give would you give all of the money? Like, would you take care of that child forever and give them a ton of money? Because like even as an adult, because my answer to that question for me would be yes. I feel like that's like the whole game. It should be some level of reasonable nepotism. You know, like you do right by your own people. You know? Yeah,
I mean, within reason. You know, like I think I would still want I do think there is a scrappiness that is required, right? On some level, even if it's not like, even if from like a millionaire, billionaire perspective, it's not real in the sense because you kind of maybe know that maybe at a certain point you get to like 21 years old and you kind of like, I think realistically I'm going to be fine. But there does need to be like some kind of, I don't think you can have that from the very beginning. You can't just be given everything when you're like 5. Yeah, because then you're just going to be the most insufferable person.
Right. Be put in a trust until you're an adult for sure. That's the big thing to me, though, is that a lot of people, the reason I ask is because you always hear these stories of like, I don't know, famous person X is like, when he's 18, he's cut off. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. What a fucking dickhead. Are you crazy? I think Jim Carrey might have said that about his kids or something. And I'm like, what? Like, you're not going to like give your shit to your kids? What is the purpose of hoarding all of it? That kind of bothers me, actually. Like, you're going to send them out. Like, they could just have an easier life and you're sending them out. And they'll be like, well, I had to do it. And I'm like, yeah, but you did it. It's like, it would be like my family coming from Italy, you know, or your family coming from Puerto Rico. And then they're like, all right, that when they die, they're like, everyone back.
Right.
You got to come back again. Go back to Sicily, get on the boat, go through Ellis Island like I did it, live in a fucking tenement house. It's like, no, like you did that. Yeah. So that I didn't have to do it. It doesn't make any sense. You know, that's why I wanted to ask.
Yeah. I feel like the level of what you give to your kids is probably, when you're in that position of extreme wealth, is probably determine on how responsible you think they'll be with it. Like, maybe, let's say in the case where someone's like, I'm cutting them off at 18, maybe all they've done is party and be a lazy asshole for the last 7 years. And it's like, if I give you access to all this wealth, what's going to happen to it. Right. So, but a lot of times with these wealthy, you know, people that have kids, not always, there's certainly examples of people that went off the rails, but a lot of times they are also successful, like go to Harvard type people. So it really just depends on the upbringing of what they can handle. Yeah. Some of them might need that awakening, that rude awakening of what life is like without money in order to gain responsibility.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I think there's a fundamental Like, I don't trust people who haven't worked service or retail or like they've not had that experience, because you can tell. Like, I've met people who don't have that experience, and it's like I don't even know. There's like something that you can like register immediately. It's like, oh my God, you don't know how to treat people. You don't understand how people treat strangers. It's fascinating, and I do think like, I mean, I was lucky, I guess, in some way, because I only worked retail for a little while before I managed to like somehow make a lot of money on my own. But I worked retail. I've seen firsthand, like, just like the way that people treat people, and I think you need that. I think you need to experience that yourself.
Everyone needs to experience someone snapping at you because they want something, and then leave a bad tip for no reason.
Yeah, and then you're wrong.
Yeah,
like no matter what, because like the customer's always right or whatever. It's like nonsense. But I don't know. As far as like the question of like, you know, the Ellison or whatever, like the Nepo baby stuff, like you can't free yourself from public cynicism in any way. And the way that I think about it is like, think about the people who aren't free from public cynicism, who don't have a ton of money to fall back on, and like, you know, don't have like that safety net. So like, I think it's fine. Like, you can put a lot of money behind something. And I think it's cool that like some rich people will patron the arts like that. I think it's great. But like, I mean, just, I don't know, deal with the cynicism. Like, what do you mean? We're all dealing with the cynicism. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I agree with you that I never worked retail. I did work service, and like at a deli. People were fucking.
You grunt work with people, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I was gonna say was like, imagine doing that on Long Island, dealing with like me, you know, cynical, loud, annoyed people, friendly and boisterous. But you get guys like I bring up Bagel Boss. I brought up Bagel Boss on the conversation with Alyssa, and she knew what I was talking about, because that's such a Long Island, iconic Long Island thing. Do you guys know Bagel Boss?
Yeah. He's. I think so. Is he that like short guy from the?
Yeah, he's like the short guy that like freaks out, and then he freaked out in the deli, and then people found a YouTube channel of like him freaking out at like at the 7-Eleven, at like, dude, it's so like, he is. When Dagan, that all happened when I was in Philadelphia at Dagan's recording Knockback, and Dagan and I were like fucking over the moon about like how funny we thought that like that shit was. I was like, oh my God, because we saw it, and I'm like, that's like 5 seconds in, I'm like, that's got to be Long Island.
Did he
like before anyone
die?
knew what it was? I think he might have died. Like, did Bagel Boss die?
Do you think it says Bagel Boss on his tombstone?
No, but no, I hope so. Bagel Boss guy Chris Morgan is still alive, though he has largely faded from the public eye after facing severe health setbacks.
Oh, I think I saw something like he had a stroke.
Yeah, he had a stroke
or something.
He had a stroke. That's what it says.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
That's what the new AI Gemini Google.com tells me. So,
God help us. But I don't know, man. But yeah, like I like the question though. Like because that is like an interesting kind of the whole where does money come from? The Nepo baby thing I get though. Like, I don't blame somebody for being a Nepo baby. It's like, yeah, take every advantage you can. But also there is something about it. Like, there's a new movie out, Obsession, made by some YouTube people. And it's apparently very, very good. And I was really looking forward to see it. And then I saw a video of him like doing he's like a 26-year-old YouTuber, and or like TikToker, I guess, specifically, more specifically. And he was doing an interview where he was just talking to his dad, and his dad was a screenwriter. And I remember being like, oh. Well, I'm significantly less impressed, but I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm looking forward to seeing it anyway. But it is kind of one of those things. It does kind of dock a few points off for me. I was just like, oh, it's not that impressive then. Like, no shit.
It's funny too with just talking about experience, and it like I try to treat everyone with respect regardless. But my real learning, everyone has these jobs to teach them. You work a really hard job as a waiter, or you work whatever. The job for me was just being a groundskeeper at Northeastern, being with like real blue collar dudes for 5 years while I was there. And it sucked. I mean, it was a cool job. I made actually pretty good money considering the time. I was making like $10 an hour in 2002, which is for an 18-year-old pretty great. But I've talked about it in the past. Like, I would walk around and pick up garbage. I'd change like garbage. Like, I would get in a fucking stinky golf cart and go around and change like every garbage can on the Northeastern, throw these things in the dumpsters and do all that kind of stuff, and be called at 4 a.m. to like shovel snow, and you get time and a half, which was kind of cool. But that kind of like, you just learn the blue collar way about how these guys, the full-time guys, we had an apartment actually where we would all meet for lunch, and we kind of like hang out when it rained on campus, and these guys' bodies are breaking down, they're working all the time because they're hourly, and family drama, and it's just, I don't know, it just puts in a lot of perspective how lucky I've always been, actually. So
yeah,
that's not lost on me. That's never ever been lost on me. My dad was a firefighter. I could do that, but I'd be a fucking awful firefighter. But I don't have to risk my life like that. And that's actually goes back into what we were saying, is like, people do things to make things better for the next generation, and so on and so forth. And that's why I'm trying to give a good life to Rush. Mm-hmm. And Trouble, of course. All right, let's see. Shard of Odium wrote in and said, Colin, you're often referred to as Cobra Commander. If that's the case, who would that make Chris and Dustin in Cobra? I'd like you guys to tell me out there, because there are a lot of good options. There are cool options. I don't know do you want cool options? Like, would Dustin be Storm Shadow? Or would like they be Dreadnoks? Like, is Chris Torch and Dustin Buzzer? I don't know. Are you guys just Vipers? Like, just kind of anonymous?
I want to be a Transformer. They had crossover, right?
Yeah, they do. We're going to talk about Hasbro and Transformers a little later, actually.
I want to be Soundwave.
Soundwave.
I always thought Soundwave was cool. I like how he had the tapes.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that toy was cool. Yeah,
right.
Dagan was a big
Who am I in
Transformers
Cobra?
guy.
Soundwave.
Cobra Soundwave. Yeah, they might they do make those things, kind of things sometimes, where there would probably be a Cobra Soundwave. I always like the name. I was never really a Transformers guy. Dagan's a big Transformers guy. Like, what do they call it? G1, or like the metal Transformers.
Oh yeah.
That was his shit. I always liked the name Starscream. I always thought that was the fucking dopest name. I'm like, what a great name.
This is a good name.
Yeah. So I don't know. I want you guys out there to tell me, because I think there are a lot of options, and we got to really verify, do we want a cool option for them, or do we want to embarrass them, and make them into the shitty Cobra characters? So you guys tell me.
Yeah. I don't know a single thing about G.I. Joe at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I was thinking too, like G.I. Joe, you guys could be G.I. Joe as the good guys as well. And that would actually maybe be even a little easier.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't want to be, everyone, well, not everyone. Cog started calling me Cobra Commander, which is where that comes from. Cobra Commander's great. I've never been a huge fan of Cobra Commander. Like, he's not my guy. I like a bunch of the more rank and file dudes I think are more interesting. Metalhead, as I always say, that's my guy. And that's the dude that I would dress up as. I said before, like, I would, if I went to Joe Fest which is every year in Georgia, and I dressed up as I dressed up as, I would pay someone in, like, one of these like very professional cosplay designers to make me a Metalhead costume. Be fucking sick. Because he has like a little beard and goatee, so I can just shave this stuff off, and then he wears missiles all over his body. That's like his whole thing. And he has
safe.
And he puts like a goggle in front of his face, and he says "bang." That's what he says, and then
that is this is such a crazy. What an insane design.
Oh, you looked him up?
Yeah, Metalhead. He's got like some of the action figures make him look like fucking Billy Mays in a crazy suit.
Yeah. I loved that character as a kid, just because I got the toy and the new one. I don't know if you search for it and saw the new one. Like, the new one is so cool. I actually
new.
Yeah, I have him right here. He doesn't have his missiles in, but like there he is. That's Metalhead.
Oh yeah, look at him. Wow, that's crazy.
And it's cool, like that all the missiles like on his legs.
Yeah.
And like he's got like the shoulder mounted missiles. It's so you can see a little boy loving that toy.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
So, and he's a doofus as well in the cartoon and in the comics. So it's also fun. You guys tell me. Shard of Odium, thank you for writing. And finally, Luke Bernard wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, I'm writing in response to an inquiry from Tommy Bacon last week. I too suffer through living with a woman obsessed with letting in natural light. I love her dearly, but my God, nothing poisons a gaming session like sunlight. I totally agree. However, I've been able to strike a compromise with her. Anytime I'm home and ready to game, I can shut the blackout curtains, but she is then allowed to poison our air with the stench of the only thing women love more than natural light, burning candles. I suffer through each gaming session not knowing what smell is real and what is pumpkin spice fall morning, but hey, at least I can see the screen. Tommy, if you're listening, perhaps it's time you struck a bargain of your own. Yeah, it's all about bargaining. What can you guys do for each other? I really like this letter, Luke. You're setting the right cadence. You're setting the right example for young Grace and Leo who are listening to the show by no choice of their own. All right, it's time for us to finally talk about things. Let's get into it. The great hack. It wasn't really a hack, but here's what happened. For people that are unaware, we'll set the stage and then we'll talk about everything surrounding it. Monday afternoon, Eastern, Dustin and I were streaming as we usually do on YouTube. And we were streaming, ironically, Pragmata, which is a game about hacking. So I do wonder if there was a real sense of irony there. I wonder if they were, I would hope so. Because why would you want to squander a situation like that? You know?
Yeah.
By the way, can you guys hear the noise coming outside my house?
No.
Okay, good. Because like someone's using like a saw outside and it's really loud.
Oh, I hear it slightly, but it's fine.
No?
I can hear it.
Oh, okay,
it's gone now. It's gone now.
So we were playing and we were going and then we were just doing like super chats or whatever. And at that point, I basically got booted out of my PSN account. My email got flooded. What is that called? Email bombing?
Email bomb.
So I got like flooded with all of this stuff in my email, I suppose to distract from the real emails from Sony that I would be getting when this would be happening. So I got a bunch of emails from things I've never signed up for, like AliExpress and stuff like that. Easy enough to deal with, to relegate to junk or whatever and just block those email addresses. But at that point, simultaneously, I got a text message saying that my two-factor authentication was shut off on PlayStation Network. And lo and behold, I lost my account on PSN. Now, to allay fears, I got it back 3 hours later, which is like by Sony and PlayStation standards, light speed. And it's because of my connections to Sony, no doubt. And I want to acknowledge that, and we'll acknowledge that more. So my account was boosted from me, and a lot of people were wondering, like, well, how did this happen and why and all the rest? And the reality is that it's a fairly complicated situation in a way, though there are simple explanations as well. I don't even really know where to begin. I have a whole list of things to talk about that I wrote down. Where do I even begin? I'm Dustin. Where do we even start?
Well, to add a little flavor to the situation, so Colin left the stream because he was like, I got to figure this out. So I had my Garth moment where he's live on air by himself. Oh, no, I was fine. I was totally fine. So what was funny about that was I probably kept the stream going for another 30 minutes or so, just finishing out the super chats and hanging out. We were having a great time. And if I'd like to go back and watch that stream, not only for the moment when Colin got hacked, but right towards the end, there's a moment where I look down at my phone because I'm like, oh, I'm going to check to see if Colin said anything and I can update you guys. And I look down and I've received a message on my PlayStation account from Long Island Viper that says, "You're next." So at that moment, I was like, all right, guys, we're going to wrap up the stream now. And I didn't say anything on the stream because I was like, I'm going to wrap this up, whatever. And so I very quickly tried to, at this point, we had no idea what was going on. So it's like, do I change my password, make sure my two-factor is good or whatever. So despite that threat, I've not been hacked. I don't know if it's from lack of trying, if they weren't able to get in through some of the means that we're going to detail here shortly on how this quote unquote hack works. It's more of a vulnerability in the system, I think is a better way to put it. So, but I think, Colin, what would be interesting, I think what the audience would most want to know is like, walk us through what happened after you got off air, because I know you detailed that in the tweet. Like, who were you calling? Where did you have success? What did all that look like?
Yeah, so I was at my desk. I got off the stream and I'm like, all right, this is a problem. This is a problem. I'll get into a little bit. And I this is so complex to talk about in a way because there are things I can't talk about. Not because anyone really asked me not to talk about it, but because I think it is probably wisest to protect certain people involved in this and make it easier to solve the problems. So what I will say is that someone warned me that this was going to happen. And a lot of people, and I put that picture out actually from a Patreon DM that Dustin, you've seen this. I've been talking to this person for a long time now about this shit. I'm not going to say the nature of who this person is. Sony, I've in my conversations, we'll get on everything I've talked about with Sony, but Sony, anything that I'm not going to tell you here, I've told Sony. The reason is because we want to be helpful, and we'll get into that. But I just want to protect certain people's how they have access to this information and who they are and all the rest. I just think that, and some people have requested that. So I ask people to kind of understand that it's kind of not materially important, to be honest, but it gives us a lot of insight into things. So number one is that like, I was like, all right, I got to figure out like PlayStation support. Right. So I Google PlayStation support and it's impossible to find a number. Like, thank God we were talking, making fun of Google AI, but it's like, thank God you could just Google like, what is the fucking phone number? Because you go to PlayStation search and it's like, oh, what are you having a problem with? And then you click all these things and it's like anything to not call a number, anything to just typical customer service, like anything to not call a number, anything to not talk to someone, to not get resolution. And then the seconds and minutes are kind of ticking away where I'm like, we got to get on this because, you know, the ultimate goal here is to sell the account. As we'll get into. And it's bizarre that that's even possible, to be perfectly honest with you. And I don't mean like in the moment, but like that's just allowed to happen. And then it's just like, yeah, the account's sold and we can't do anything about it. It's like, the fuck are you talking about? And that's going to be a lot of this conversation too, is like, what do you mean you don't know what to do? What do you mean you can't do anything about it? What do you mean this is final? Like that's really where we're getting to. So I eventually find a number and call them. It's an overseas call center that I get in touch with. Not surprisingly, that's just typical American late capitalism. We don't want to pay anyone in our country to do anything. So we have to call some Indonesian call center paying its people $5 a day. It's wonderful. And they of course are really passionate about their job. They definitely care. And they're really invested heavily in the client experience. So I call this place up, and to be fair, the guy I talked to is perfectly nice. And I say that in the tweet. He's perfectly nice. I know he's a low-level dude. He can't do anything, you know? But I tell them what's happening, and we go on and on. They ask for like some verifying information. This is important, by the way. They ask for like serial numbers of consoles, you know, other like basic identifying information. And they're basically like, all right, they gave me a at the end of the 15-minute conversation or whatever, they were like, there's nothing we can really do for you. And we're going to put you in some sort of queue. We'll call you back, or I believe he said we'll email or call back within a week. Okay. So that is kind of like set, right? So that's like one angle of it. So I try to go like through the normal course of action. I try to explain to them, by the way, and the guy goes away for about 5 or 7 minutes when I do this to like go talk to his manager. Presumably, maybe he just put me on hold and pretended. But I'm like, I tried to reason with him, and I think he understood. He was nice, and I was like, I didn't get phished. Because the one thing he said to me, which was interesting, I'm like, does this happen a lot? And he's like, actually, it kind of does with like people on Fortnite or 2K getting like scanning QR codes and doing things, and then they get their shit boosted. And I think he thought that was a similar situation. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I know this is not your fault. I'm trying to tell you that like, I'm a member of the media. I'm like a prominent PlayStation content creator and I'm not asking for special treatment because of that. What I'm trying to say is I'm explaining to you, this is a different vector than what I think you think is happening. Like, I think you think when I tell you that I didn't click a bad link or I didn't get phished, I think you think I'm lying to you, you know? And I'm just telling you, and that's an important thing to say at the top, is I always play up like I don't like technology. I don't know anything about technology. And I don't really know very much about technology, but I'm not stupid. I've been on the internet for 33 years. I've been on computers since the early 90s. There are certain things I know. And one of the things, you know, especially in this century, don't click on links from weird places. Don't put your password into fields you don't understand. Look for the little padlock, right? Examine. Gmail is really good about this. Like, is this an authentic email? Look at where the emails come from. I always look at that shit. I don't think that in that respect I've ever gotten got. And there's nothing wrong with getting got that way. I got in a different way, as we'll talk about. But I wanted to be clear. I was trying to be clear to them, like, there are ways where it would be more your fault. And even then, you should be treated with care and respect as a customer. But I was trying to explain that to them. I'm like, I really think you need to do more because like this is like this. So they went away and he came back and he's like, we literally do not have the permission in the system. From leaks, Sony apparently uses this internal system called Parsec, which they've made themselves. That's like a conduit to PSN. And he was saying that he went to talk to his manager and he's like, we like literally don't have the power to do anything because these things have all been changed too many times in recent, like, you know, like the emails have been changed, the 2FA has been shut off, like all these things. So it's like, we actually are locked out. And I believe them. So he's like, you have to enter a queue. They have to do like an investigation. We'll get back in touch with you via phone or email within a week. So at that point, I'm like freaking out. I'm like, all right, like the jig is going to be up by a week. It's going to be over. Either they're going to fuck around with my account, they'll get it banned or whatever, which we'll talk about that too. Or they'll sell it or whatever. So at that point, I am like, all right, I gotta use my connections. Like there's just no shame in it at this point. So I do two things. I email a high-ranking PR person that I've always been very friendly with, who's always been very helpful to me, who's been at Sony since the 90s, I want to say. And so I got conversation going with her, and I won't say her name here. She doesn't like being out front. Because remember, we actually talked about her in a video, Dustin, and she was like, "Can you please?"
Oh yeah.
Because then people are like, they go to find these people, I think, and like see if they
become
can
a target,
right? But I thanked her personally or whatever. I even told her on the phone, I'm like, I'm going to send you like an arrangement or something. Like, you've been so incredibly helpful. Like, what do people send? Like baskets of like fruit and like, nuts and jams and shit, like something nice for her because she was really, really helpful. So I emailed her, and with an email urgent, like my account got hacked. I also call Greg Miller. My mind goes to like, all right, who do I know and what can I do? I thought about all my connections to the first party. Now that's important in a minute. But I was like, all right, I can get in touch with this person who I know can help me at Sony and get things moving. High ranking person, knows everyone. Who knows everyone though? Like in my experience, like who is the mayor of the games industry? And it's Greg. And it goes all the way back to the beginning of his time in journalism, but certainly when he did Up at Noon, and he would always have people, he just knows everybody. And I knew he would know someone. So I call him, he's recording. So he texts me back and he's like, I can't talk right now. First of all, it must have been like, why the fuck is, like what is this? So he's like, all right, what's the email attached to the account or whatever? And he sends his shit over to like his connection. I have no idea who he talked to. So that's where things sit. The person I reach out to at Sony then calls me. And because she has my number, but I was like, call me at this number. And she was like, is this really you? Which I really respect and appreciate, because like I could have been compromised. And I'm like, yeah. And I told her things that only we would know or whatever. Right. And she's like, okay. Plus we can recognize each other's voices. So she like gets some information from me. We talk on the phone for a little while, accelerates it towards internal PR that can get in touch with like the tech people in San Mateo, like engineering, fraud, and all that kind of shit. So that's like one tether that's going. That's the tether that ultimately solves my problem, and it does it quickly. But that's going. I don't know who Greg reached out to, and it might have worked, but I don't know where that tether ends up, right? So that's kind of like not a dead end. Greg did what he could. I don't really know. I promised that I would say also about the first parties. So the funny thing about this is I'm getting text messages from people in the industry as if I died, like someone died. Which I really respect and appreciate, being like, I can't believe this happened to you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. But people from multiple first party studios that I'm friendly with, and it's not Naughty Dog and it's not Neil. So I want to be clear about that. Although it would have been awesome. I wasn't going to bother Neil with this. That was kind of a break glass in case of emergency thing where I'm like, I guess I can get really in touch with like certain people if I really want to be like, please, like it's very urgent. Neil, stop directing Intergalactic. I need you to get me my PSN account back. But a couple people at different studios reach out to me, including one person at a studio that Sony owns that's very high ranking. And he was like, I've forwarded this to SIE. Like, we're going to get this solved. All right, so that's like where things sit. This is all within like an hour. Now, here's where things get dicey. I get a phone call from the Sony number. I answer it. It's a dude on the other end. Seems like, again, like vaguely ethnic, not American, right? And he's like, all right, I'm following up on our call that you had earlier in the day. Now, to me, this didn't seem untoward because I'm like, okay, they said that was going to take a week. Someone got in people's ear, blah, 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 up the chain. This is a problem for someone that of some level of prominence. It seems like it's not the usual course of how people get their accounts boosted. Maybe we can help them. So it wasn't unusual for me. I was like, oh, they're actually like, this is all working between all the first party people talking, Greg's contact, the PR person talking, like upping it to fraud and to engineering and everything. Like things are moving. So I was like, okay. So I talked to this guy. He doesn't really give me any information. He tells me he's like, all right, well, we're settling in. It's going to take about 3 weeks for us to like solve this problem as you enter the queue. And this person asked me, he didn't ask me any serious, like super serious questions, but he asked me certain questions. He was like, well, what is the original email account on the, he actually asked me I should be clear. He asked me a lot of similar questions that they had just asked me. So it's like, what is the like, what are the serial numbers on a couple of your consoles? Like, what's the original email address? Where was it made? Like that kind of thing. And I gave that information to him, but nothing like credit card information or anything like that, like anything truly identifiable. And then the connection, so I tweet about that. The connection that Dustin and I have been corresponding with, or I've been corresponding with, and Dustin under Dustin's purview for months, reaches out to me and says, you just talked to the hacker. And I'm like, what? And I call this guy and he's like, dude, they spoofed the number. He's like, they're not even really interested in your information. They're trying to create trust. And then they'll call you back again later. But like, he's like, you just talked to the hacker. Like you didn't talk to Sony. And I'm like, but it's from the number. And like the guy knew the questions. He's like, yeah, these guys are professionals at this. So at that point I get pretty freaked out because I'm like, wait a minute. He's like, and he was right. And I should have known this. He's like, didn't they give you a reference number? And I'm like, yes. He's like, anyone calls you, ask for the reference number. So I was like, fuck. So I gave this guy some identifiable information, nothing too crazy, like my email address. I think you could find that, where I live, my birthday. But the one thing that I gave this guy that and we'll talk about this a little bit later, is the serial codes from 2 of my consoles. Now, I've probably connected my PSN literally to, especially when I was in media and we had a bunch of consoles, probably 50 plus consoles, but those are on there. So I was like, fuck. So this is all going. About an hour later, I get another phone call. This one is from a California number. I answer it. It's an American guy, American accent, talking to him. What's funny here is ultimately this guy ends up being a very helpful person, a managerial level person in like, I guess like PSN management or whatever. And it's funny because I'm like, all right, dude. He's like, I'm calling you to help out with your situation. And I'm like, okay, I think got tricked by someone who spoofed your number. So can you give me the reference number? And he was like, and at first he's like, yeah. And he's like typing. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I'm like getting got again. He's like, all right, yeah, I got it here. And he says it. And I'm like, okay, so we're good. This guy whose name I will not use as well is the second person, the other person I talked to at Sony, who was extremely helpful. Friendly, asked the right questions, and seemed to know what was going on. Now, this person had what seemed to me to be a bespoke high-level access to PSN, the person I was talking to now. He shut the account down. So he basically was like, I'm locking everyone out of the account for now. So he just like did whatever he did. It's like, it's a joke in a lot of movies, but I always think of Meet the Parents in the airport where like the woman is just typing the entire time.
Yeah.
And it's like, what could you possibly be typing? Is that kind of thing. He's probably typing notes, doing his thing. So extremely friendly, extremely helpful, locks the account down. At this point, I start getting phone calls from that Sony 1-800 number again, because the dude realizes they're getting bounced out of the account. And they are used to people getting bounced out of the account because they set dead man switches, which I'm going to get into in a minute, but they don't usually lose them this quickly. So I think at that point they weren't really prepared to, or he or whatever wasn't really prepared to lose the account. So they start calling me and leaving me voicemails, like being like, we're calling the help or whatever. Then I got a text message saying, I'll give you the account back. I never responded to this text message. So they lock the person out and they change some settings behind the scenes and I get my account back. It actually takes a couple hours. So there was like a moment of like letting steam out of the pot. I was trying to explain this, and I think I said this to Dustin actually, is like, I'd much rather the account be in no one's hands. Right? Like, so like once I knew that they didn't have access to the account, they couldn't fuck with it anymore, my stress level went down significantly. Because I'm like, all right, I'd rather just lose it forever than someone else have it. But at least it's like locked out. And then the guy's like, because they changed so much shit, it might take like a few hours for everything to work through because we've put your new email address on there. Like I have a bunch of other email addresses. So I just was like, all right, you just use this email address and stuff. And they were like, okay. And the stuff wasn't going through. Like I wasn't getting the email. So they're like, get in touch with us in a couple hours. Let's let it straighten out a little bit. Because it's probably catching up. Ends up not working. So I get back in touch with the guy again, very friendly, very helpful. He's like, all right, I'll try it again. He does it. I get the email to this other address and boom, I click the link and I have access to the account again and it's over. I brought up earlier a dead man switch. Here's what these guys do when they steal PSN accounts is they have access to, they know different people and have access to different accounts. And also they'll do this to random people. They'll start sending inappropriate like racial epithets or like other things that get you banned, often permanently on PlayStation Network, but they won't do anything with them. If they lose the account and aren't able to sell it, they then start reporting those DMs. And PlayStation Network shuts your shit down automatically if you use like, an inappropriate word or whatever until someone can look at it. And so right after I got my account back, I went on PSN and I was permanently banned. Right. So, and it said like your account is permanently, like when you log in, your account is permanently banned. So I knew this was going to happen and I get back with the guy and he's like, yeah, all right. I think I could sense from him that he understood what was happening, that they've dealt with this before. And I don't want to get into the things we were talking about on the phone. I want to respect that. But I will say that like when I said like, I suspect I'm going to get banned because they do this dead man switch side of thing, he sighed. That's like something I remember about it because he's like, he knew, and so he's like, all right, he unbanned me quickly. And he's like, you're not going to like, he's like this is all fixed. My account basically has like flags on it now. And apparently like nothing, what I was told is like nothing can happen to my account unless like a manager level person overrides like all the lock, like a lot, like, so in other words, like even if you call the call center, like even their managers shouldn't be able to mess with it at this point. And I was especially nervous about that because like my console, I don't know if he was recording me or writing things down or just like playing a confidence game, but like having given him the console serial numbers, I'm like, these could be identifiable and sufficient. People have gotten back into their PSN account with those numbers. So I needed to make sure that things were like locked down, especially because I was tricked by this spoofed number. So the guy was like very helpful and he was just like, yeah, like everything's fine now. He's like, if there are any other problems, reach out to me directly. Here's my information. So I have like these direct tethers already to Sony, people in the first party. Plus now I have this other guy, a new friend of mine that I made that I'm also going to send a jam arrangement to probably at some point in San Mateo. Jam and honeys and crackers, whatever you send people. Maybe I should send him like a beautiful rose bouquet. That's cute. And he was like, so I have these connections. So suddenly I'm like, all right, I have these bespoke sort of solutions and everything's fine. But the problem is that this is not fine for almost anyone else. When people say like most people don't have these connections or these advantages, I would say like almost no one has them. And I'm not saying it's because I'm special. I'm saying like how many people could really like, what are there like a few hundred people in games media in the YouTube space, whatever, like in the entire world that could really like run things up the flagpole at Sony and get things done. If I was a normal person, my account would have been lost to the wind. I would maybe be able to get it back eventually, but it would have been totally compromised. They would have either fucked with the trophies or whatever they would have done or stolen, used your credit card. Or there's a million different things you can do. And again, not wanting to reveal, this is where I think you come back in, Dustin, because one of the interesting facets of this, and this is one of the things I was explaining to Sony in my conversations with them, is like our audience started activating in a really interesting way. I don't know if we want to use individual names of people in the audience, right? I don't know if they've been public about this, but there are IT and OPSEC people of some repute, let's say, in our audience that started going after this stuff for us. We didn't ask them to. I haven't even personally communicated with these people. I know they've been communicating with Micah and Dustin and others, and they've discovered enormous amounts of information. I am not going to get into a lot of that stuff here. I assure you that everything that we and I have learned about this has been and will continue to be forwarded to Sony. Because again, and this is what I was saying to them on the phone, to my one connection there, that I've known for a long time, where I'm like, I know we have a little, I've always had a friendly rapport with her. It's nothing like that. But I'm like, sometimes I hate a game, or sometimes we have a tough interview, or sometimes we don't see eye to eye, and we get a little cross or whatever over the years. It's like, I want you to know I want to be helpful and useful. I'm not coming after you guys. I don't want any problems with you guys. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I think you guys have a massive problem on your hands. And that's what we're going to get into because of all the things we've learned. So here's the thing. Here's what happened. And I guess this is an important thing too. All a person needs to get into your PSN account is your email address, a mundane piece of information, like the day you bought a game, and a susceptible or understanding customer service rep in one of these overseas centers. That's it. I want to reiterate that. Your email address, something like when you bought a game, a transaction, or some other easily identifiable piece of information, and they'll give you access to someone's PSN account.
Can I butt in here, Colin?
Please.
This is not something that we know in theory. Colin was mentioning some of the people that have been looking into us, some of our audience members and people that I know and trust. I have information of a person that was able to, quote unquote, successfully hack or get into not only their own account with this information, but also a family member's account that, of course, gave consent to do it. So 2 successful attempts that they were able to force their way into account via this method. So it is not a theory. This is possible, and we know it firsthand.
Yeah, and I told Sony that. And because I know what you're talking about and who you're saying. And I'm like, yeah, so like there was like, it's happening now. And here's the thing that I think people don't understand, because everyone has an opinion on this, which I appreciate. And I appreciate people's feedback, but it's like, oh, set up 2-factor authentication, get a pass key. And I'm like, I don't think you understand. Your password doesn't even matter. I want to reiterate that. Like, your password doesn't matter. Your 2-factor authentication doesn't matter. Your pass key doesn't matter in these situations. They will override it on their end, and they will give access to some so this is the big thing I want to tell people out there. And this is the crazy thing. And this is what fucking sucks about modernity and the modern internet as it stands. Email addresses were meant to be shared. They are meant to be shared. They are ways to correspond with each other. They aren't these bespoke things that should be hidden away and hashtagged as a way to get in. It's nonsense. And yet, if you know the email address attached to a PSN name, as Dustin just said, because someone in our community did it twice yesterday, you can wedge your way into almost anything on the PSN. And that is a crazy, crazy level of insecurity for individual PlayStation accounts. Ironically, keeping your email address in this fashion and like what's going on here, keeping your email address secret is the most important thing you can do. If without the email address, it is presumed that you really can't proceed. So I want to reiterate, your password doesn't matter in this situation. Your two-factor authentication does not matter. And your passkey does not matter. Now, I can't speak to the passkey thing specifically because I didn't have a passkey. I had two-factor authentication. But why would it be any different with that?
Right. A distinction too, Colin, is that this was not email two-factor. This was text.
Right. Exactly.
Oh.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. Now, we're going to get into like what I think and we can all get into like what we think the solutions are to this. There has to be solutions to get people into their accounts. No doubt. It can't be this. And this has to stop. Now, one of the things I was going to say at the top and I want to say now is I have a deep level of contrition about this. This is a problem that's been going on behind the scenes for years. And you hear about it in dribs and drabs, and it really goes back to the PS3 era. In fact, the more I was thinking about it, the more I was like being itched in my head of like, there was a time where people were suggesting like change your email addresses on PSN because people were getting in during the PS3 era. And then eventually I was like, I think eventually people assumed that problem was fixed. And so people went back to like the convenience of having things on an email address. Like you would use your email address instead of keeping it secret. Like a weird thing. I'm sorry. Like I am overwhelmed by the amount of things people say and send to me on a weekly basis. I mean, Dustin knows, like people send me so much shit. Look into this. What is this? What's going? And I can't keep up with nearly all of it. And this is something that has been brought to my attention over the years. And we reported on it and we talked about it, but I was generally overwhelmed and disinterested. And I could have been helpful before it affected me. I wasn't. And I'm sorry. And I am not responsible for the things that are happening, obviously. But perhaps I could have pushed harder for a resolution instead of it classically affecting me and then me getting involved. And I understand the irony of that. And you're right. I mean, you're right. I got kicked in the fucking head. And then I suddenly was worried about the boot. And yeah, I mean, I just want to throw that out there that like people saying people tried to tell you, you're right. People, but you have to, I hope you understand from my perspective, to be fair to myself, that people try to tell me a lot of things. So it's you know what I mean? I'm not not even trying to be funny in the sense that like people say a lot of things. And a lot of it is nonsense. And a lot of it is uninteresting but like, I knew that this was a problem. I knew this was happening to people. I just didn't realize, I guess I just didn't compute, pardon the pun, how comically simple it is. Now, people are like, all right, so they had your email address. What else did they use? And it's like, well, what people think, and this is where like, Mikey can tell you, I got really upset about this because I was like, first of all, I've slept like 10 hours in the last like 3 days. But also because I've been like obsessed with like trying to figure this out, you know, and like learning about it and writing about it and talking to people on the phone and emailing and corresponding. What it seems like they might have done. Let me back up. Sammy from Push Square, our friend, reached out to me. And by the way, thank you to the outlets that covered this. Push Square, Kotaku. People were really harsh on Kotaku because they didn't use my name in the headline. I'm like, the headline is prominent PlayStation podcaster was like, what column were? It's like, guys, it's fine. It's fine. Like, we don't have to be mad at Kotaku for everything.
Yeah.
A few others have written, Insider Gaming wrote about it, and I appreciate that. But Sammy had alerted me to like, he's like, did you ever tweet out at any time a transaction number? And I'm like, probably. Like at some point in going back to Vita and PS3, people used to do that all the time. Remember, take a screenshot of your email or take a screenshot of and just put it up because it's like, who gives a shit? Like, really, like, who cares? Like, really think about that, right? Like, who cares about like when you bought a game or anything like that? So I was thinking like, yeah, I probably put up some thing. And then people had started sending, I guess, to Michael, like, no, it's these things. And a couple of times in arguments, I posted like credit card statements of PlayStation purchases to be like, no, I buy my own games. And Micah was telling me like, oh, these things exist. And I'm like, oh, okay, I think I know what you're talking about. And I was kind of going on, I'm like, I'll get to that. Maybe we should delete those at some point, whatever. And I kind of just forgot about it. And then she's like, did you look at these yet? And I'm like, no, let me see. Let's send me a link. Like, what are you talking about? And I had this vision in my mind of like these statements with all this information on it. And she showed me, she's like, this is what people think the vector was in. And it was a list of dates and prices. And I was like, I was like, are you I was like, not at her, but I was like, are you, because in my mind, I'm like, oh, I must have left like some number, something on here. And I'm like, what? This is it? This is the kind of shit you find on a Walmart receipt. You know, like, and what I was saying to her was, I was like, this is literally akin. I was like, you know, when you go on like the 10 items or less a line and someone's like, oh, I'm buying a little something. And then they're like, okay, here's your receipt. And it's like, oh no, you can keep it.
Yeah.
Thank you. How many times have you seen that happen, right? You go to a restaurant, everyone leaves their fucking receipts signed with all sorts of information on it. And those are irrelevant and everyone knows it. You can go into Target and find a Target receipt. It's going to have everything. It's going to have the person's name, the last 4 digits of the credit card number. It might even have like your Target ID for like all the stuff. And under these conditions, I should be able to call Target.com to get access to your Target credit card. Yeah, here's the last 4 digits of the number, email address, and I just bought these things recently. You go to a restaurant and you could start just like, if you needed a pattern and you're like a waiter at a restaurant and people leave their receipts behind, you could just take a few of those and then call Visa one day and be like, yeah, the last 4 digits of the number is this. And actually you could even theoretically have the whole number because you work there, and then say like, yeah, and this, and this, and I want it into the card. Like that would be how easy it was. I think there's like, so I was actually infuriated when I saw that because I thought that I like actually had some identifiable information. And I'm like, dude, prices and dates of purchases, you could figure that out by looking at someone's trophies. Do you understand that? Like you don't even need the receipt. Like you can go and say like, oh, did this person play Resident Evil Requiem the day it came out? They must have bought it. And then you say like, yeah, I bought Resident Evil Requiem on this date. And here's my email address. And they give you access to the account. So I feel like there's a lot of victim blaming going on with not only this, but with other people that have done it as well, where I'm like, I completely refuse to believe that a series of a ledger that shows dates and prices, it should be, everyone's like, why would you ever publish that? I'm like, what?
It's insane that would be considered private information.
I'm like, because again, Chris, like, it's so funny because when Mike was telling me that, I'm like, I'm so fucking stupid. I left some hash and like some hashtag in there, like some number sequence, like things. But even then, that shouldn't be useful because you could find that anytime. But then I'm like, I'm not even sure. It could have been those things. I could have bought a game on PSN when we were streaming. It could be anything. And if it's the things that the people are saying it is, I'm like, so you got into my account with my email address and transactions from 3 years ago? Like, is anyone computing how insane this is? It's like why when you get credit card statements in the mail, like someone can boost your credit card statement, but they can't do anything with it. It'll have all of your information on it. But like, there's not enough. But for this, it would be plenty. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So should I have done that? In hindsight, I wish I didn't. Do I know that was the vector by it? It probably was, but I don't know. Because I probably have posted a bunch of things. It's impossible to know because who gives a shit? Like like that's the whole point. It's like, and that is insanity to me. That's sufficient enough. So email address plus trivial receipt information equals complete access. So again, now, a lot of people are nervous about this, and I was explaining this to Sony as well. I'm like, people talking about moving to Steam. People are like taking their credit card information out. They don't trust you. And it's a big problem. And I don't know why you don't get that it's a big problem and that everyone is vulnerable. Everyone is vulnerable to this. It's in dealing, like in learning what our IT and infosec guys have learned about this situation in just a couple of days, it made it pretty clear to me that people can find pretty much anything about you that they want, period. So you need to do so much better. Now, people were asking, like, what do I think the solution is if you lose access to your account? And I'm like, well, there's multiple things. First of all, and I want to reiterate this, even the most blunderous person that lost their account by fumbling like a fucking clown and clicking on QR, using QR codes and clicking on bad links and all this kind of stuff, they should have a right to get their account back. So too should the person that had their account stolen, like I did, really through no fault of my own. The first thing is just to say, like, even if it's sufficient to give certain information, why would that override two-factor authentication?
Yeah, it's
like, so in other words, I've been on the phone with X, Y, or Z where it's like, oh, I need to change something. I'm like, all right, you're going to get a code to your phone. Like that kind of thing. So like, why would that circumvent that? That's my biggest question. So that's number one, is like, okay, change things, but you don't even ask for the person's password. Now, I'm not sure that should be being talked about, and it might be hashed on their end anyway. But like, you're just skipping all of these steps. Like, your password could literally be QWERTY. And it's like, well, it doesn't matter. Or you can have like Google can choose the most hashtagged bullshit password you've ever seen in your life that only a quantum computer can break. It doesn't matter. It's nuts. So people were saying that, and I'm like, you could also do something, God forbid, I mean, this would be hard, but maybe you do something hard is to say like, okay, we need like a notarized affidavit in like your email. Here's a mailing address. Send us this, and this. Please give us 2 to 4 weeks. Please note in the meantime, we will shut down this account so no one has access to it. Why can't you just do something like that? Why? It's just so strange. But Dustin did this, like the money symbol.
Yeah, the money.
But I'm like,
money,
this is what's interesting. And this is the thing I tried to impress with Sony, and they understand this. I'm like, they are going after your most prominent, highest spending, oldest customers. You want to talk about money? So I wanted to put a few things in there about the targets of this.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
There are 3 types of targets. There are people like me. And by the way, there are like prominent PlayStation or games industry people. I've learned, and I don't know if you've talked about this, Dustin, behind the scenes too, of people would know that this has happened to where they've not said it publicly.
I did hear that.
And so it's not just me that this has happened to, by the way. And I'll tell you guys offline, but because I don't want to say people's business, but it's like that happened to that person. But they kind of kept it quiet, and it took them apparently months to fix the problem, which is crazy. So they go after 3 types of people like me. So like people that are prominent and easy targets. They go after people that are trophy hunters. Both the number 1 and number 2 all-time trophy leaders have both had their accounts stolen and not given back. I want to reiterate that. The people with the number 1 and number 2 most trophies in the entire world both had their shit boosted, and Sony didn't do anything.
That's crazy.
The third type is the most interesting type. And these are the people that I've been talking to. People with rare, low character names. I know this sounds weird, but this is what people are after.
Oh, what, like John?
Yeah.
Or something?
So people that were, and this is what I was trying to explain to PSN. I'm like, people at Sony, I'm like, think logically about this. I vaguely remember that you could log in. I don't know if this is true or not, but I vaguely remember that Dustin, you might remember the summer before PS3 came out, I think you could squat on your PSN name. So, but regardless, let's say it was November 2006 when you really made your PSN name. I'm like, these are your people that were there so early and so enthusiastic that they got ABC.
Right.
They got Ocean or Rock or like just crazy names. I'm like, do you understand that you had to have been there like the first second to get these names? These are your people. And you have left them out to dry. So these people get their names, their accounts stolen for multiple reasons. They want the name, and they want what would presumably be a digital games catalog going back to 2006. So like potentially tens of thousands of dollars of games. And no matter what group or silo you fall into, you kind of experience a similar problem, which is Sony doesn't seem to give a shit. And at some point, they are like, we can't help you anymore.
Because of the deadlock.
Right, exactly.
That's a big part of that.
Right. And I'm like, this is unacceptable. And that's why I want to say that I have two goals. And this is what I said on Twitter. There's the whole thing of like, who did it? I was using this reference with people I was talking to at Sony where I'm like, and other people, I was having meetings with other people too, where I was like, do you guys know about the whole Kia thing about how Kias are easy to boost? Do you guys know anything about this?
Yeah. A little bit.
Car
I've heard
boys.
this before, yeah.
Right, exactly. Like there's something about Kias and I think Hyundai's.
Kia boys. That's it.
Where like they're easy to steal. And I'm like, okay. Or they probably fixed it by now. But it's like, okay. You can go after the people stealing the cars. And that's interesting and useful and maybe you can do that. But what you really have to do is make sure the car can't get stolen anymore. And then you worry about everything else. I don't want to use like a political example. It's just the only example I can think of is like, it's like immigration. If you have to stop the inflow before you deal with what's here. Otherwise, you just have this roving sieve of water, right? Coming and going. So it's, I'm not even really sure where to go. It's like, I just can't believe that people are left out to dry like this. And one of the major things, so back to what I was saying was, I'm not even worried about who did it. It's interesting. People are looking into that. Sony on their side is certainly investigating things. Our people in our community have found a lot of interesting things based on the information we've given them as well. But I have two goals. The first is we have to convince Sony to stop this from happening. The so-called closing of the border, right? In my clumsy analogy. Make sure that just stop this, right? Like you have to stop this. You can't allow this to go on like this. And then the second thing is reunifying people with their stolen accounts, because that's the thing that makes my heart so heavy, because I felt it.
Mm-hmm.
And my whole, I was like laughing with Sony on the phone where I'm like, I know it sounds so lame, but like my whole life's kind of wrapped up in that account. It's not a joke to me. I've had this PSN account since 2006. Actually, this particular account since 2008. And when trophies came out and I started like earning trophies. And I was saying this to people too, is like, and we'll get into a little bit of this, is like, I want to be honest about all things. And what I will say is that I didn't think once about my library. I know that that's like a rare thing. Like, and people will be like, what are you talking about? Like, that's all that matters. And I'm like, I'm not going to play any of these games again. I don't really give a shit. I want to keep them. I should own them forever as a license, and I don't want to lose them. It's nice to have them. I'll go back to some of them. But what I was thinking about was like my trophies and my saves. Like unique things about timestamps and experiences and where you were and all that. And it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And my heart is so heavy. I've talked extensively with people that have had their accounts stolen. How it happened, why, and I'm keeping these people's names private, and some of them have been incredibly helpful. And I want to put some of these people in touch with Sony as well. But my second goal after they shut it down is to say, like, it's like, let's get these people their accounts back, because that's the thing that really bothers me. So people are, maybe we should have explained this too, is like, well, what is the goal of stealing these accounts? And it's like, well, sometimes it's to fuck with you, but often it's to sell. And that's the fucking craziest part of all. Right? I mean, really think about that. That's what Mike and I were talking about this. I'm like, just think about this. An account is boosted from one of your customers, sold on the black market to someone else who now logs into this account for years. Years. Sony doesn't even shut it down. They're just like, yeah, it's over now. That guy owns that account now. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? You have the controls in front of you. Shut it down. Shut the account down. At least kick the people out of it. Like, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? These are your customers. How can you just throw them away like that? Because that's the thing that I was trying to impress on them too, and I think that they do understand is like, a person who has bought 4 games and has 1,000 trophies might not give it too much of a shit. They also haven't given you very much. So like you let them loose, fine. You're going to let the guy loose with 20,000 trophies and $10,000 worth of games or $20,000 or $30,000 worth of games. Who do you think you are? And then you'll point at something like the EULA and say like, well, it says here, we can shut you down for any reason we want. We can remove the licenses for any reason we want. And this is that reason, I guess. And I'm like, no, absolutely not. I don't care what it says. The EULA says that you can't have class action suits against them, and yet we just talked about a class action suit Sony lost. So certainly there's ways around that. It should never come anywhere close to that because this should be the thing that is the most secure. And the one thing I also said was, and I think we could all say that, I mean, I've said they're selling a handheld PlayStation 6 that is digital only next generation. We've had things like the PSP Go, we've had things like PlayStation TV, but this is the first truly digital only device. You have to get it together, and I am going to beat this drum. Like, there is no other way around it. So stop this from happening. That's our first goal. We have to convince Sony, and I'm working hard. I'm on the phone. I am making myself available. I am using everything I can to say, like, you got to do something about this. And the second thing is you got to unify the people who lost their accounts with their accounts. The answer cannot be you lost your account through no fault of your own, or you lost the account through phishing, or whatever. Your account got stolen. Too bad. Start again. Goodbye to your games. Goodbye to your trophies. Goodbye to your saves. Sorry, we have to take the next call at our Indonesian call center. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? It's got to change. Mm-hmm. This is a fucking shit show. So that's it. I mean, that's basically, I think, I'm looking at my notes. I don't think this is, in my opinion, and maybe it's dramatic, the most important thing they have to do right now. Because it is all about the security of the PlayStation Network. The PlayStation Network is already looked at, frankly, as a joke. It always has been. By the way, as we're going to talk about later, they're raising your prices again.
Yeah.
So they can maybe continue to pay people $5 a day in Indonesia that don't give a fuck. Now, the other thing, there are 2 other things that people wanted to know is like, who did it? And to me, I'm like, I won't go into that. Right? Like, again, I don't think it's that important, actually. But these people these people openly sell these accounts on places like Instagram and Telegram. They have open conversations about what they're doing, who they're targeting, how they're doing it. And the other question people are asking is, because I said this in one of my things, is like, are there people on the inside? And this is something that was asked in my conversations with Sony as well. Like, why do you think this? And I'm like, well, I don't know. And I would suspect that it wasn't an insider involved in this. But what I do know, based on my research, if these things are real, and I think they are, is that there are definitely people on the inside that have leaked the interface, what it looks like, what you can see. There are screenshots and videos of it. There are also people that steal accounts that claim that they have inside connections to Sony, and that's how they get a lot of the shit. Bottom line, you can't have the keys to the castle in the hands of underpaid people in the third world that can be easily bribed. If you're making, this is what we talk about on Twitter, right? The reason Twitter slop has gotten so bad internationally is because, like, when we look at Twitter and we're like, oh, I can post a bunch and make $300 a month. Who gives a shit? Mm-hmm. In India, $300 a month is an enormous amount of money. And so they'll post all day for that money in USD. So think about that. And it's like a guy in Indonesia and they're like, we'll give you $100. We'll give you $500 because they're selling these accounts for thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
There was even an ad that one of the guys put on Instagram openly saying, like, I'm looking to hire an American speaking woman. and I will pay a lot of money because they know they can spoof the numbers. They'll use that to call people, get the information. This is a sophisticated situation. You got to shut it down. It's not going to be that hard. And the big thing is like, well, how will people get access to their accounts? I want to reiterate, you have a right to get access to your account if you get locked out of it. It's got to be substantially more difficult to get access to it at some point. And as I'll just reiterate, it's got to have something to do with your ID and a notarized affidavit, like that kind of shit. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Like and it sucks that happens, and it sucks that you have to do that, but just like do it. Just something where it's like, let's see who you are and make sure it's someone in your home country. So if this is and they, as I understand also, they target mostly American accounts because our laws are so lax about data. So in Europe, you have the right to ask PlayStation, as I understand, for any data they have on you. And we've talked about this before, right, Chris, about how every once in a while the over, what would you call it? The red tape capitalism of Europe occasionally comes up with a nice little diamond. One of them was the universal plug for everything, right? Like making Apple use USB, right? Like that's from Europe suing Apple. And this is another one of those things where it's like, so they don't even go after European accounts because I think there's too many breadcrumbs. Instead, it seems like they go after old American accounts. And when they sell them, they brag about it. It'll say like American flag 06 name, American flag 07 name.
It's fucking crazy, dude.
And I'm just telling you, Sony doesn't give a shit. Now, and it's one of the things where it's like, I want to be clear about this. The people I'm talking to are wonderful and have nothing to do with this. It is a story about where the buck stops, as we often talk about on our show. And at some point, someone's got to say, we have to do something. We have to do something. And it goes back into my contrition and my apologies of being like, I'm sorry it had to happen to someone of my quote unquote stature for me to get animated. You'd think when Sony lost their 2 most prolific trophy hunters and told them that they were shit out of luck. What do you fucking, like that guy Hakoum, that was like the major trophy hunter that lost his account, has theoretically bought almost every game. I mean, think about that. Think about the amount of money that guy has spent. You should be groveling for that sort of fucking client. You release these numbers saying like, oh my God, we made $500 on every customer during the PS4 era. I'm like, I spent $500 a quarter.
So a question, Colin, about this that I was thinking, and obviously we're not going to have any proof, and I don't know what you want to say specifically, but what I find so disturbing about this, which there's many disturbing things, maybe not the most, but a disturbing thing is just that it's clear to me, or it seems true, I don't know, I don't want to be speaking out of turn, that Sony knows about this problem and has chosen not to do anything. I don't know if it's a situation where they're like, well, the moment we acknowledge the problem, it becomes a story and it makes us look bad. And so we're just going to continue to sweep these people under the rug. And if that's the case, I don't know if that's the case, that fucking sucks. And you're exactly right, Colin, that this is something we were discussing on my stream last night. It's like, I wouldn't wish this on anybody. And I particularly wouldn't wish it on one of my friends, you. But in this case, you're kind of the best person for this to happen to hopefully enact some kind of change. Because if, again, I'm using a lot of ifs, if it's the case that Sony knew and was like, okay, well, we know this is a problem, but we don't want the bad PR from it, let's just sweep it under the rug. Now they cannot ignore this. Hopefully.
There are others that have written about it. Like there's a French journalist who had this happen to him. Did you read that story that was going around? Like because it happened to him last year, I think. The shitty thing is that it happened to him around Christmas. And so he had no recourse for like a long time. And it's happened to other, like you're right. Like I understand that I am ultimately powerless. Like Sony can just, as has happened in the past, just cut me off, stop talking to me, and move on. But I don't think that's going to happen. And I am fairly insistent that I'm not letting this go. I don't know how much power I have to fix anything, but Micah didn't understand because she's never seen Schindler's List. I'm like, I'm going to be like the Schindler. I'm going to have this little list of like, of 4 character PSN names. And I'm going to go around and try to I want to be useful. And those who criticize me and say like, you didn't care till it happened to you, you're right. And now the second best thing I can do to show my character, since the first best thing to do, which was to have been try to do something about it before it happened to me, was my best choice is to stick with it. And I'm going to. The pressure has to come from all of us though, and respectfully. None of this nonsense, right? But press the issue. Ask the websites you read, can you write about this? Ask your podcast, podcast hosts or the YouTubers or the streamers. Like, let's start getting this going. Let's make it, if we can, into something that can no longer be ignored. Things that can, and this is one of the things I had said is like, I understand that these are the kinds of things like I don't want anything I had to say to have ramifications on your business. And I don't think it ultimately would, but these are the kinds of things that like, should Bloomberg write about it, that could hurt your stock. By the way, the PSN's radically insecure. It hits a little different when it comes from the Washington Post or the New York Times or whatever. And it's like, let's not let it get to that point. Let's just nip this in the bud. You have to do this. And you have to do this, especially in preparation for PlayStation 6. And if you think I won't be beating this fucking drum, if it's not fixed leading in the PlayStation 6, where they're going to be asking you by the millions and tens of millions to invest in a handheld that will have no disk drive, it's not happening. Like, this is going to, like, it's got to be done. And if it means that it's just way harder to get back into your account and there are different protocols, but that's the thing that blows my mind, is that like a person's account can be stolen from under them. Sony will eventually tell you that they can't help you anymore, even though they absolutely can. They just don't want to. Then that account will be sold to someone, and someone with complete impunity will play with that account and nothing will happen. How can that fucking be?
How can this be?
How could this be? Like, you're in charge, Sony. You're in charge. Now, I want to say 2 other things, and I wrote this on my notes because I should have said this to be fair at the top, but I'll say it at the bottom. Valve's Steam accounts get stolen. Nintendo accounts get stolen. Xbox accounts get stolen. It happens, as I understand, way differently and way more seldom. And it's often easier to reverse those problems at those places too. So I don't want to make it seem like only PSN accounts get hacked. Everyone has a problem in some way. But this is a unique problem in its ease and how it's done, and then how impossible it is to get it undone. That's unique to Sony. The second thing that I want to say is and this is one of the things that I think I was over-reliant on when we talked about it earlier, is that obviously there are bad actors. There are people that lie about their accounts. There are people that do things that they should have gotten banned for. There are people that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to speak to those people. What I'm saying, and I know that those people also use the rules and leverage of this libertarian utopia that they've made on PSN, apparently, where you can just do whatever the fuck you want. It's like, I know that those people exist. That's not what I'm talking about. And that's not most people. Most people are honest brokers that simply want to rely on what they're buying on the PSN and their access to all of that in time immemorial. And I've said in the past that I believe PSN will exist in decades from now, and I do believe that. The question is your account going to exist? And the hope is that, yeah, I hope so. So I want to, again, 2 steps. Stop this from happening. Let's fix this with your customers that you've lost. Fix it. Fix it. You can fix it. I know you can fix it. I know that there is no such thing as a truly permanent ban. I know that there is no such thing as, like, I was saying this to Mike, I'm like, what they're basically saying to people is akin to like, the computer tells me I just can't do anything else. I'm sorry. It's like, what do you, the fuck do you mean? It's all there. You just changed my email address. I'm pretty sure, and shut off my 2-factor authentication. I'm fairly sure you can unban this person. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty certain.
So annoying. It's so you know it. Imagine if there really was no way. If there really was no way, what kind of system is that? You've built a system where it's just like, oh well, you're banned, and there's like literally nothing you can do. That's insane.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry.
You would never build a system. You would never build a system like that, ever.
It's if you believe the leaks of the parsec system that they use or whatever to deal with PSN account names, the banning is literally a series of checkboxes. Have you guys seen this before? Where it's like one box is like, it's like temporary ban with like a time under it. The next box is like permanent ban. The next box is like a green, like clear or whatever. And it's like, just click the box.
Right.
Just click the fucking box. What are we doing? And by the way, I don't know this for sure, but I believe that you can even do more. Like, I believe that like you can take trophies away. I believe that like if someone, because that's one of the things too, is like, as I said, one of the things they do too to get, if they don't like you, to get your account banned, is they'll buy a shit ton of like cheap games and then get a shit ton of platinum trophies. This is annoying to people like me, obviously, but it also tells the system that you're cheating, and it bans your account for that. And I'm like, so my account got banned. My account got stolen through no fault of my own. They spoofed the trophies. It convinced you to ban the trophy, and they're like, yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, we can't help you anymore.
Yeah,
I'm like, but I'm the victim of in that situation. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? It is an unthinkable situation to put your user base in. And so it's a tale of it's two tales, right? It's like, really, people the individuals at Sony have always been great, and they are very helpful, and they've been incredibly kind to me. They've asked all the right questions. They've taken notes. They've started looking at all that stuff's great. But at the same time, like, certainly someone at Sony has to be responsible and is like, we're going to do something about this. And I wonder when that's going to happen. And we have to bring pressure to make it happen, so that, because no one understands more than me what just happened and how lucky I was. Because if I was a normal person, that account would be gone. Gone. Mm-hmm. And I might get it back in the future, but it's going to be heavily compromised and all of the rest. So that's it. I mean, that's all I have to say. Do you guys have anything else you want to throw in there?
Here's a question. So obviously you mentioned like keeping the pressure on, asking people to write about this, YouTubers to cover it, stuff like that. But should PlayStation users take any action with their account? Like, for example, I mean, I'm in a different space because I was directly threatened by the hacker. But like, I immediately removed all of my payment options from PlayStation. And what's interesting is that not everyone, but other people on our staff have all done that. And I've even seen our listeners be like, yeah, I went and removed all my payment options from the PlayStation network. And it's like, it's hard because it's like everyone is at risk, but not everyone is a target. But at the same time, it's like, does Sony have data? It's like, oh, suddenly like people are removing the likelihood of them making a purchase is much less because they can't impulse purchase something.
Right.
Like, should I go and buy PlayStation cards, like gift cards, to make my purchases until I know that I'm safe? Because like, I'm technically not safe right now. Nothing's happened, but there is no guarantee that something could happen to me, especially as we're bringing more light to it. Like, I understand it's a possibility. At the very least, though, they're not going to get the ability to buy a bunch of shit on my account.
Yeah. Right. Like I think people's worries, I don't want to say what people should be worried about. I don't think the credit card stuff is even that important, because for two reasons, in my opinion. One is they can't see it. So like if you go into PSN and look at it, you can see the last 4 digits, which you can see on a fucking receipt. This is what I was saying earlier, right? So yeah. And the second thing is that you can just charge that stuff back. If like worse came to worse, like there's no way like that. a Visa or a MasterCard, then that now charging back gets your PSN account banned too. But apparently those can be undone. There's like a whole, even Sony has like a website about how to get that ban undone if you've had a chargeback in the past. So yeah, that's something worth worrying about and thinking about. The bigger question is literally just losing access to everything you already have. And you were asking like, what can people do? It's as I said earlier, because this isn't really hacking, obviously your password and your 2FA matter in that regard, but that's not the vector, right?
Right.
With what we're doing here, the reality is changing your email address into something that is not used anywhere else, like a literally one-off email address only for your PSN, is frankly probably the best way to secure your account. From the social engineering aspect, your password doesn't matter and your two-factor authentication doesn't matter. So
crazy.
And people were like, oh, I enjoyed people reading people. They must have got access to your email. They must have, I'm like, I'm thinking you're way overthinking this, dude. I'm just telling you, you're way overthinking it. First of all, if you got access to my email, I would assume you would have much more interest in the email than the PSN account. So no, nothing like, it is what it is, but it's got to be fixed, and it is an awful situation, and I feel bad. There was one, it's funny too, like there is one wrinkle that there are a few wrinkles. We'll get into these later, maybe, I don't know, but I wanted to thank everyone for like their kind words. Some people were like, oh, I wish you lost your account forever. Like they wanted to see me suffer. But most people were really kind. And I thought it was funny that some people were messaging with the hacker on PSN. So I don't think, so I, there are a few things to say about this. One is, be careful. Like, I appreciate you guys coming to bat for me, but some people have said things inappropriate things to this guy where I think they got in trouble. Like where if you go into the messages, it says like removed by PlayStation support and all that kind of stuff. I saw one guy call him the F word, for instance. Like the F slur.
Right.
And the second thing is that there was one person who DM'd with the hacker in quotes, who was like asking if he can get my account banned or whatever and all the rest. And then we figured out who that person was. He was a Patreon member. And then I emailed him and he emailed me back this snarky thing. And based on his, I don't know who's involved and who isn't. I really just don't know. But based on the nature of his conversation, like what he said to the guy and like, and they're back and forth, and then what he said to me in the email, I'm like, I'm not entirely positive you're not in on this. So nonetheless, so instead of outing that person, I'm just going to be forwarding that information along, and we'll see what happens with it. I don't know for sure, but I'm like, I wonder. Sadly, there are people amongst us that might have been involved in this, or certainly were cheerleading it. And so that's interesting as well. I think that's it, though. I mean, we have a bunch of inquiries. I don't know how many of these we can really even need to get through, but is there anything else you want to say? Chris, I'm sorry. I've been talking forever. You have not spoken for like an hour.
No, I mean, I wasn't compromised, and I also, I just didn't experience it. I feel like you guys were really dealing with the brunt of it, communicating and whatnot. So, like, I don't know if I have really anything to say other than, dude, like, this is, I mean, you mentioned earlier about like some of the red tape in Europe that makes it difficult to go after those accounts, and it's just like, yeah, man, I mean, the red tape in Europe's not fun, but the flip side of it is that you get red tape as well. You have some red tape as an individual over there in ways that you really don't over here. And there's like, I don't know, I lament just the sheer amount of leeway that is given to anybody or any corporate entity that just has enough money to just kind of be like, we don't care about the customer, like whatever. It's not a big deal that like your biggest trophy hunters are gone, and and like that to me is crazy. Like that's new information to me. I didn't know any of that. So like to me that like some of the top two accounts with the most trophies just lost it, and they had no recourse, despite the fact that they're obviously like some of the biggest customers and like.
Can you imagine doing that to them? Can you imagine doing that to them? Like, can you imagine a world, Chris, where Sony's like, listen, guys. Hakoum, the biggest trophy hunter in the world, lost his account. Let's get someone on the phone with him and let's get this fixed. That's literally all it takes. Like, that's literally all it takes.
Yeah, but there's no incentive to do that somehow. because it's not like, oh, that, well, whatever. It's not. Our time is better spent hiring $5 an hour help in Indonesia. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know, man. It's disappointing, and it's one of the many reasons why I just feel like everything's just objectively worse now. People talk about like nostalgia poisoning or whatever. It's like, I'm sure that's real, but like, it's just, this is way worse. This is way shittier than it used to be. And yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm a little disappointed that it got resolved so quickly, because we could have had a hell of an episode today, even.
Oh my god!
You know what I mean? Like, the timing of it, I feel like could have been better for content. You know what I mean? Like, if it happened on a Wednesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
you're right.
So from that perspective, I'm kind of like, I'm glad you got it back, obviously. But like,
yeah, it was the worst. It was the worst few hours of my life.
That would have been such a banger episode, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh my god.
We have some inquiries about that. We should get into some of these, I guess.
Yeah, the first question's perfect.
Jordan Campos wrote in and said, "Hello, my supple young lads. This week is more of a comment than this week. I have more of a comment than a question. But can we take a moment of silence of what could have been the best series of content Sacred Symbols could have ever produced on its own? I'm glad to hear Colin had his PSN account restored within a very reasonable time period, but I'm also jolted as I imagine the content in my head. I see the amazing turn of events that could have inspired legendary levels of lore, merch, spin-off series, and God knows what else. We could have had a fake funeral in Colin's backyard where he rushed up in a suit and buried Colin's PSN account. We could have had Colin join Defining Duke for a series of parody podcasts where he bends the knee to Xbox, or maybe a Colin becomes a PC gamer series. Frankly, I would have just loved to see a live stream of Colin freaking out and trying every protocol possible to restore his PSN. But above all, I want to implore everyone, but mainly Colin, that we are always here for you. I've realized that I've never even really been a PlayStation gamer. I tune into Sacred Symbols for my boy Colin and the great and amazing crew he has curated around him. Colin, I know I speak for many when I say we're here for the journey. Time after time, we've seen you not only bounce back, but soar back after what could have been perceived as a downfall or setback. Remember that we, your viewers, enjoy every aspect of this show, the ups, the downs, and the boring in between. This would have just been another roller coaster we would have enjoyed every second alongside you. Glad everything worked out, but never forget you're more than your PSN account, and it's only one piece of what makes this whole thing what it is. Godspeed. I think this was a startling reminder. I'm just being honest with you guys, like a reminder of like, I am too wrapped up in this. And
in what way?
I felt like I was losing a piece of myself. Like when I was like, when I was really thinking, I'm like, this might be it. Like it literally might be over now for me. And as far as like, not as a human, I'm saying like professionally, it's like, what, this was the major thing is like, how could I continue to do this show when the company, like we don't work for Sony, obviously, but it's like, as a customer, it's like, you're just going to throw me away. That's it. Now they did the exact opposite, and I appreciate that. But it's like that's where my head was. I was like, well, what do I do? I mean, like, what do I do? I've been covering PlayStation. I've been with PlayStation since the mid-90s. I've been covering it for 20 years. What do I do? And is it really all wrapped up in this digital presence and your trophies and your games and all these things? And it's like, yeah. And I try to kind of be honest with that about that, knowing it comes off as a little corny to some people, where I really have no shame about that. It's like, yeah, this is my hobby. This is my job. This is my life. This is my passion. This is what I've dedicated my whole life to. It's a horrifying situation to be in, to see like, well, maybe that can just be taken away from you through no fault of your own, through social engineering and a corporation that, if I was just a more normal person, probably wouldn't have given a fuck. And I have to acknowledge and understand and accept that. And I appreciate like that people are pointing out. And I know. And now to Jordan's point, it's like, I appreciate your sentiment. I don't think you realize the state I was in. So, and I am so glad it was solved so quickly, just to like that pit in my stomach kind of went away quickly, but like the stress of the situation, the interest in the situation. And this is the big thing. And what I was saying to Micah was, we can't back away. It would be very easy for me to say like, I got my account back, moving on. Like my account, they put a flag on my account. Only managers can even mess with my account. I've talked directly to like high ranking people at Sony. They know what's going on. We're good. But that's not the play.
Right.
It can't be the play. We have to use this. And I have to be contrite enough to know that I could have done something before this. So this is me being grateful for my reality and trying to make it up. And I really do. I know in talking to people, I know how much, like, it sounds sad. Like, people are like, dude, I was depressed for a month when my, like, you know, some guy that had his account stolen, a 4-character account from the beginning of PSN. He was like, dude, I'm married. I have kids. I was like in a complete funk. Like, I was totally depressed. Like, I got something stolen from me. Someone else is using my name. Someone else is using my account. Sony won't help me. They don't care what I have to say. They won't get, like, ugh.
It's crazy.
And so what I really want to do is I want to help them.
Yeah.
And I believe we can. We just got to keep the pressure up. But ultimately, it's out of my hands. But I'm going to do what I can.
It's good. I think I do think it's like it's important to acknowledge that, like, and you've acknowledged this, by the way, and I think this is true not just for you. I think this is true for most people, where I think these types of things, it's a good time to look. It's a good time to examine. Like, there's a lot of things that happen that people don't care about until it happens to them. I think this is broad. This is true of, like, literally everybody. But it's just a good moment of just kind of like, okay, you gotta. It's a good grounding moment where it's just like, maybe things are kind of, like, important, even if they don't feel that way to us because they're not, like, directly impactful or whatever. And that's just, like, something that I think we all should keep in mind. Because I've, by the way, I'm not singling you out. This happens to me all the time. Where it's just like, whatever. And then I'm in the center of something. It's like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's a staunch reminder, dude. And yeah. I don't want to make it seem like I'm jumping on a grenade where it's like, dude, it's not like this was the only thing people were sending to me. Again, as I said earlier, like, I have to show a lot of discretion about the things that people say to me. I just made a bad decision. And that's it. Now, It might not have mattered. Like, the thing is, it's like when the guy warned me that this was going to happen to me, and my response to him was like, if this is what's going to happen, the crazy thing is that there's nothing I can do. I have a complicated password. I have 2FA. If they're going to just do it,
they're going to do it. Yeah.
And by the way, like, the whole serial number thing even got me crazy, where I'm like, think about that. Like, you buy a console on Facebook. It has the old account on that, like, the person sold it to. You have the serial number of the thing, and then you can call Sony and be like, oh, here's the I'm trying to get into this account. Here's the email login that's on the machine already. Oh, and here's the serial number of the machine. That's it. That seems like it would be. I bet you that, like, I don't know that the stealing like that happens every day, but those kinds of transactions happen every day, constantly. People selling consoles, buying consoles. Now, often people format them, but many times they don't. They don't even know how to do it. They don't even know to do it. Can you imagine? Like, you can go be staying at someone's house, watching someone's house, go into their PlayStation and steal their account. That's why, like, when people are making excuses, like, you shouldn't have done this, you shouldn't have done that, I'm like, think about what you're saying. Really think about it. Think about the purposes of passwords and actual things that only you really could know, as opposed to the things that could be perceived by others. And things that could be perceived by others, even not easily, probably shouldn't be the differentiator between access to things and not having access to things. That's just that's the thing that's really startling to me.
And there's nothing about the information, again, that should be. There's no reasonable expectation that that type of thing is so private as to be an enactable vector into truly private information. People were saying it's like, oh, you shouldn't have, like, shared an email address. It's like, like you said earlier, it's like they're supposed to be shared. It's like you shouldn't have walked your dog on the morning of the Chernobyl explosion. Like, you don't know that some fucking moron is flipping switches in a Soviet bunker. You know, like, it's completely unreasonable that walking your dog where you live would expose you to like 5,000 newtons of radiation. Like, there's no, like, it's, I don't know. It bothers the hell out of me that's like, that was some of the response. It was just like, oh, you shouldn't have shared your email. It's like,
yeah, or like, you shouldn't share like the statement. And I'm like, that's why when I was like, maybe they're right. And then but that's why I was like so infuriated when I looked at it. And I'm like, this is it.
Well, they're
Like,
literally.
Yeah.
They're right literally in the sense that in this stupid world, that was somehow enough. But like, there's no sane world where that should be enough.
Right, exactly. Because that goes back to what I was saying is like that, dude, like you could get your shit hijacked so easily. Like there are mail carriers carrying your credit card statement to your mailbox right now.
Right.
There's way more information on that than anything I've ever shown anyone in my life. And people just throw them away. They don't even open them. You know, it's so unthinkable. And I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. So anyway, Magnanimous Colin wrote in, and he is certainly dead, and said, I am sure you are going to be getting a ton of write-ins, I'm sorry, about what happened on Monday. Unfortunately, here's another one. Seeing you getting hacked in real time and following your tweets later on that day really got me concerned for myself. I made my entire account private, among many various other changes to protect my account. You had a major advantage when it came to the situation, and I am glad you recognized that. For the masses, though, we would basically be robbed of our entire library because PlayStation Help is useless and someone out there is the biggest cunt on planet Earth. All of this really got to me that day, and maybe Dustin is right. Perhaps our library is not as safe as we would like to believe. Maybe going physical is the only way to truly protect yourself. Has this changed your stance on anything? How do you think we can make Sony listen? Love the show. Keep being awesome. The funny and ironic thing, and so for most people, what you're saying is, I would say like, yes, kind of. Not everything's available physically, but like if what you cared about the most was that access to all of the games you've ever purchased, which is completely reasonable and normal to want that, then like, yeah, that is a protective thing. But imagine that like you would still lose your account. Under that circumstance, like all the saves for all those games are gone, all your trophies for all those games are gone, like all your friends list, all of your experience on that thing, that's still gone. I understand that I am in a unique position. I am one in probably 100 people where I'm like, that is not my biggest concern when I lost my account. It just wasn't.
Yeah.
I know that most people feel differently. And I get it. I think not all of you are fucking psychopaths. I totally understand that. He did touch on something that I thought was interesting too, which is it's like these people are going after individuals and robbing them of their joy, robbing them of their fun. This is their hobby. This is like potentially for decades what they've done. And I don't think it's cool that people go after companies and stuff like that either and hack them or whatever, but it's kind of different, right? Like you're literally like hurting people for no reason. And you know you can do it, and it's like a science to them. And yeah. I find that level of predation sickening. It reminds me a little bit of, I love Kip Boga, who's a great, I don't watch his streams, but I watch his YouTube videos, but he's a streamer where he cons like the con artist or whatever. And he's so funny and he's so good at it.
Oh yeah. I think I've seen these things.
And it's like there are people out there with no conscience. Like sociopathic, like absolutely no conscience. And those are the kinds of people you're dealing with when this happens. Like they don't give a fuck. They don't have a soft spot in their entire body. They don't care about your joy. They don't care about your money. They don't care about the continuity in your life. They don't care about what this does to you or how it affects you. They don't give a fuck. And he deals with much more serious things than this, but this is serious to the people whom it affects as well. And I was just thinking about that. It's like, yeah, it's true, like scum of the earth DBS, like no doubt. What's
really sick about it to me is that like the detachment of it, because it's internet oriented. It's like just through emails and through like, XYZ, like completely detached. It's one thing. If you're stealing from somebody's house, you know what I mean? You got to break it. You're breaking in. You're walking past like, family photos. You're like, but they're just like, whatever. Done. Thousands of dollars. And
all in the name of not working a real job. Which is
yeah.
And that's what's so I've said this, but I know I've said this before on the show, is I'm so fascinated by these kinds of people because they clearly are capable of doing something else. You can't be incapable and do shit like this. That's the shit that bothers me.
Yeah, it takes a lot of preparation.
It's barnacle behavior, but it's like you don't have to be a barnacle.
Barnacle.
Like you're a much more sophisticated sea creature than that. You choose to be that. That's the most painful part. You can't really be stupid and do shit like this. That's kind of you have to kind of accept that people know what they're doing. And I just don't have that in my heart. Dustin said it earlier. Like I literally wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. Yeah. I know that sounds crazy, but like knowing what it meant to me and knowing how it hurt me and affected me, it's like, I wouldn't wish that on anyone, man. I really wouldn't.
Yeah. I think in going back to what some of the questions said about your digital versus physical library, I think just part of the problem is that the security, and this may not just be the case for Sony, but we talked about other companies as well. And it's not even necessarily just video games, is that the security for PlayStation Network clearly has not evolved to be at par to what people are spending on it. You know, right. Where like, okay, maybe early on where people were just buying like PlayStation minis and some PS1 classics, you know, we're still talking about a sizable amount of money, but like now in this day and age where people like the person who wrote in has their entire library, we're talking about thousands and thousands of dollars that is not secure. And I totally understand, Colin, that you don't like, wasn't your primary concern. I think it is worth pointing out though, that like you can afford to rebuy any game that you would want to go back and play if you lost your account.
Yeah, that's true. 100%.
And so a lot of people, like, if this happened to them, they are losing everything. And that's like, even for someone like me, where a majority of my collection is physical, I don't want to be like, I'm safe, like, gotcha, boys. Cause it's like, dude, nobody has a pure physical library anymore. It's just simply not possible with so many games now. So, and also like the thing about the trophies too, is that like, that's going to depend person to person. Like if I lost all my trophies, I'd be pretty annoyed, but it's like, whatever. I'd be fine starting a new account. It would be the purchases. It's like, dude, I don't want to go back and rebuy anything. Or if I lost all my, like if, I guess equivalent is like if my house burned down and I lost all my physical library, I guess that is a counter argument. It's like, those are also tangible items that could be lost that would be saved if they were digital. But so the point I guess I'm trying to make overall is just that Sony security needs to be in line with what people are spending now. And especially if they're expecting that, they want you to have everything locked up, all of that investment in your account. And eventually, as Colin said, they are going to release a handheld that presumably, we don't know for sure, but presumably is going to be digital only with no way to use physical games. It's like, okay, well, you need to make sure that people's investment of literally tens of thousands of dollars over the years needs to be secure.
It's also crazy to me. It's like, and I understand this is like 15 years ago, but like Sony, but like the PSN already has had a history of like front-facing, very popular complete failures in security. Like that PSN hack in 2011 was crazy.
It was crazy.
And you like, it really is still to this day, like kind of like it is insane. People who are like maybe like newer to the audience, or like not even necessarily to us as an audience, but like the PlayStation ecosystem as an audience, like that was like 3 straight weeks. I think
it was more. Was it a month or more than that?
It was like bare minimum 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, it was. And no, it was comical. It was like ridiculous.
And that is like unbelievable. And so when they switched over to PS4 and they were like, you know, we're gonna charge for access to the PSN. In some ways, there was an argument there. Where it's like, well, that kind of thing never happened on 360, and they've been charging from the beginning. So maybe that money goes to something,
right? And
maybe there's a value proposition there in spending that money. That's arguable, debatable, depending on the person, whatever. But you can't have that front facing of a failure, that big of a thing, no matter how long ago it was, and then this far down the line, you are ostensibly still the least secure among the major accounts or among the major like players. You know, like yeah. I've never had an issue with my Xbox account. Never had an issue with my Steam account. And I've had those accounts way longer than my PlayStation account. Now, granted, I haven't had issues with my PlayStation account yet, but like knowing that that's a crazy, that vector, knowing that it's that easy is crazy. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't know what you do about that. Like they've got to. It's not something that they can't address in my opinion.
I think it's worth adding too. I think maybe you said this, Colin, in our staff chat, not secret information, but like it's not Sony doesn't have security issues with just PlayStation.
No.
Right.
Clearly, between the Sony Pictures hack, the Insomniac hack, what else did I forget was Crunchyroll. Like,
so I mean, obviously something's up with them, because that's what I was saying. Is like you just don't hear this about a lot of companies. Like you just don't hear it's like Amazon got hacked again, or it's like like you either have to invest. You're obviously not investing enough in this, and it's not a huge surprise that it wasn't secure, because they really didn't understand what they were doing with PlayStation Network. In the beginning, It was kind of a thing where they're like, they looked at Xbox Live on the original Xbox, and I think they realized at some point they're like, we got to get something go. And they had the modem for PS2 and all the rest, but like this entire idea of a network, like an actual system, not a game by game Dreamcast style, like you're connecting to the 2K server, now you're connecting to the Power Stone server, now and I just don't think they've ever been caught up. Like that's my whole theory of the case. And it's like, you're an electronics company, dude. Yeah. Like you got to, and it's funny, like it is true. It's like, these are big things that are happening. Like the Sony Pictures hack was a fucking disaster for them. I don't know if you guys remember that. Like it was crazy.
I mean, the Insomniac hack is insane. Yeah. Like all of it is like, how are you less secure than fucking Ashley Madison? What do you mean?
And how do you not know that you're going to be a target? Most of these companies are self-aware enough to know like we're going to be targeted. Like people want this information. They want to fuck with us. Like you have to be vigilant. We have to be aggressive. And what's so funny about this too is Chris, I was thinking about this specifically with you, is Sony has ironically purchased a company in Bungie, which we're going to talk about later, where these guys are so hardcore that they literally sue their cheaters like into the ground, like for monetary damages in the hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. Like they bought this company that is mega aggressive about protecting their walls and their barrier around their company. And they're absorbed by this company that doesn't seem to give a shit that the bubble is burst on every little angle of the sphere around them. And the Crunchyroll thing is the most recent thing. I don't recall Crunchyroll. Maybe they did, but I don't recall Crunchyroll getting hacked before Sony bought them.
Yeah.
So anyway, a few more things here. James York wrote in and said, hey, CDC, quick one, given the recent PSN hack, if Sony could guarantee the safety of your account through more thorough data collection, such as uploading an image of your face and or ID, would you do it? These types of verifications are pretty despised and not trusted, but will it be the only way to protect ourselves from scammers and hackers? I think Sony said they already have to do it in the EU, and probably it will happen in the US in the foreseeable future. Would you give your personal data to Sony to protect your account? Or do you feel it's an even greater risk, seeing as how they let this happen in the first place? Stay safe, protect yourself from the Ritual Network, and keep those tinfoil caps snugly on your heads. I was wondering if it was the Ritual Network. At first.
I'm going to get Colin Moriarty's trophies.
There's a deep sense of despair with this question, because the answer is like, yeah, that is the solution. But would you trust Sony with that data?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like it would be, I think it would be, I've said this before, like I think you should be able to, like, there are companies out there that have my ID and all that stuff, and I don't worry about it. Like, I do worry about Sony having that's what's so funny about like biometrics and stuff, where it's like, yeah, do you really want them to have it though? Like, yeah, it keeps you really secure, but what if the whole thing gets hacked and then that shit's just leaked anyway, and then like your whole ID is out there? So it's a complete catch-22, like a total catch-22. That would keep things safe if they were like, listen, we're really like investing billions of dollars into fixing these problems, and like we are dead ass serious about this and all the rest. And it's like, that's different, but I don't think they're that serious about it. The obituary of Kane wrote in and said, Colin, let's say you hypothetically lost your PSN account permanently. What would you do? Would you burn your graduation certificate and regress back to being a Nintendo gamer? Would you become an Xbox fanboy and go into pictures of Asha Sharma and font changes? Jesus Christ. Maybe become a full-time gardener and host a Green Thumb podcast. Jokes aside, as we all know, you're a PlayStation gamer at heart. You host the world's #1 PlayStation podcast after all, and the show must go on. Plus, you surely wouldn't be able to resist the allure of intergalactic Judas and the like. Do you think you'd take a break from games for a while until the anger and frustration subsided? Do you think you'd still focus on so much on trophies if you had to start from scratch? Absolutely not. Regardless, we're all relieved you were able to get your account back. I think it's safe to say we as a community were all angry for you. It's funny because I was going through it where I was like, all right, so like, what does it look like? And what I was even thinking like, could there be content around like getting all your trophies back? And I'm like, that would take forever. Like,
oh God.
Yeah. I did the math, like loose math, and I've spent something like 20,000 hours on PlayStation since trophies launch. That's something like, I think, let's see, 20,000 hours divided by 24. Yeah, so it's like 2.3 years. So no,
of playtime.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's like an almost impossible thing to do again. And but I did think about like what I would do, and what I think I would do is I probably would have just gotten a really nice PC and gone on Steam. I don't want to say I would never have touched a PlayStation console again, but I think that I would just not. What I thought would, like, it's where my mind ultimately went, because I told Dustin, I'm like, I think I said something like verbatim, like, I'm being honest with you, it's going to be very hard for me to continue if this isn't solved. But the show must have gone on, and we would have kept it in, but it would have just been like, I'm not playing on PlayStation. If that happens to me, we can continue to keep the show going. I guess maybe I would buy one for Intergalactic when it came out or something like that. But I'm like, I'm not playing it. Like you said, Judas, I played Judas on PC. Yeah. Like there's no way, there's no universe where I would spend money on the amount of money I spend on a company if they didn't fix this problem. But the reality is that the concierge style service that I got, which I'm really appreciative of from really nice and friendly people that were very thorough and helpful, that's just not the advantage other people have. And I understand that. So right. Yeah, I think that's what would have happened is like I would have just gone to Steam. I probably would have just bought a new PC at an exorbitant price and been like, well, at least they seem to give a shit. And most of the games are here anyway. So, you know, it really, the trophy thing would be really difficult for me. I think people maybe realize, because they've listened to the show for a long time, how deeply OCD I am. And that would be very difficult for me to let go of.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy thing. It's interesting to me because like I saw that it happened and I was like, I was so sure you were going to get your account. You know what I mean? Like it was never even a doubt in my mind. I was like, oh, it's like, well, he's safe. He's probably safer than anybody. Like you, well, not anybody. Obviously, there's people at Sony probably were obviously way safer. But like I was not worried about it at all because I was just like, it's Colin Moriarty. He's going to get his account back.
I think something worth pointing out, because that is true, Chris, but some of the information we got is that things happened because they happened so quickly. That's why Colin's account has kept its purity.
Oh, with the speed, right?
If things had not happened sooner, we'd be having a very different episode.
Right. Well, that's
my understanding. I mean, Colin mentioned that some of the weird trophy stuff that people can do, like the hacking of the trophies.
Yeah,
that was on the table.
Yeah, I don't want to get crazy. That's like where I'm trying not to get too deep into things. It's like,
right.
There's so much more to this that we know, and the people that need to know. But
good.
But it's that's part of it. And that's what's happened to more prominent people. And that's what one of the people that I heard about is like that happened to them. They did get their account back, but they did the trophy thing to them. It did fuck up their shit. It got them banned. And
it's crazy that that's even possible, dude. Like it's still crazy to me that like that any of that is, and that it's unreversible or whatever. Like it just building. So you're saying like there's like trophies that were like either deleted or something, and there was no way to reverse that?
So what the people do is like, they'll go into all of these games and like ping, like a flip, taco jump or whatever, and then they'll just play them like in quick succession. And so they'll add them all permanently to your list, but then like these timestamps, I think, ping PSN because they're so close, unnaturally close to each other. They think you're cheating. Or you're playing on a modded console, and then they might even ban your console for that, actually. So
it's just insane.
So it's it literally, when you like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, none of this makes any sense. Like this could be so easily stopped, even if you had to go and play whack-a-mole, you can do it. Like, obviously,
Right.
there's 150 million people on PSN. At any time, this is happening to probably thousands of people. But like, you gotta do something about it, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you don't get about this. The other thing with PSN is they want you to buy digital games. They make more money when you buy digital games. And now it's up to, according to their recent fiscal year report, up to 85% of sales are digital. Fix the fucking system.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Let's see. Finally, I did want to read this, and maybe I should have read this earlier too. People do have good experiences with Sony. Kenneth Bridge of Spirits wrote in. I love that name. Says, hey, Sacred Studs. Colin, I read about your terrible time with getting your account back, so I thought I would share my actually good experience. A few years ago, as a brand new dad, overly tired and not paying attention, I fell for a phishing scam. I know yours was zero fault of your own, but I felt like an 80-year-old at that moment. Embarrassed but desperate to get my account back, I went through the chat support with PlayStation. While I don't remember who it was, he was an absolute angel. He changed the email back, removed the scammers 2FA, and I was back in business all in my 30-minute lunch break. I'm sorry to those that have had terrible experiences, but when you get someone that actually gives a shit, it can make all the difference. Good luck to those that have had their accounts wrongfully taken. I hope your situation helps raise awareness and elicits action on PlayStation's part, though I think we know not to hold our breath for that. Thank you for all that you do. Yeah, I did want to note, and I heard from some people too being like, it worked fine for me, and I believe that. I believe you. And I think that's great. It's not like that for a lot of people. And we got to make sure that everyone is getting a consistent experience. So I don't expect everyone's going to get the experience I had from the quality level and the access, but I don't think you should expect to be ignored and kicked to the curb. Period.
Right.
You are the customer. They need to remember that. And I'm the customer too. I mean, I'm not one of the typical media people. I pay for everything I play. I am also the customer, and I am easily, there is zero doubt in my mind, I am in the top 1% and probably in the top 0.5 or 0.1% of purchasers of games. Right? Like, you have to assume that. I buy everything. I play like 30 or 40 games a year. You know, like, there's no way people are buying one game a year, maybe. Didn't they say 60% of people don't even buy full price games at all? We just went over that a few, like, guys, open your eyes to the type of person that keeps us afloat. So, all right, we leave it there. All right, there's a bunch of other news to get through this week, and we'll go through it here and talk. Great deal, a lot of PlayStation news. Begins with an FYI, which is that Sony has announced that there will be a state of play on Tuesday, June 2nd. We talked a little bit about this earlier in the show, and I think our plan, that's a Tuesday, like I said, so Mondays we stream. I think we will do our prediction stream that Monday, June 1st. So I think that will be a nice little fun run. And then we'll stream the show on June 2nd, and whoever is available for that can join in. You're still around then, right, Dustin?
Yeah, it was funny. I celebrated because I was like, thank God it's not on a Thursday. That makes my life so much easier. Then I realized Holly had 3 appointments that Tuesday, but we've worked it out. I will be home before 1 o'clock for that.
This is more important than whatever's going on over there right now.
Yeah. Well, it's a good, there's a different reality where, like, we have an ultrasound that day and it's like, I can't, but that's the one in the morning.
What if you have the ultrasound and you're like, what's on that baby's hand? And there's little adamantium claws coming out.
Oh,
a little marketing for Wolverine.
Could I stream it from the ultrasound? Like, I'm like there and you can see him in the background. Like,
did I break you, Chris?
It's just so, like, it's
just the stupidest thing you've ever heard in your life. Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is just, like, it doesn't even feel unlikely. It seems like someone would take that money to do that. You know what I mean?
Certainly.
We're so shameless.
Someone would do it. We joke about it, but someone would do it.
Someone would do it. That baby can do his own C-section.
Oh yeah, with the claws.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
He'll be gentle.
He knows what to do. All right, so state of play Tuesday, June 2nd. It'll be more than 60 minutes, they say. They've confirmed that it will begin with Wolverine, so that's pretty exciting. I think there are some assumptions that we might see God of War as well, or God of whatever it's going to be called. There were some rumors that there's even more than that. I think, as always, we should keep our expectations highly tempered. PlayStation Spectral Super Retardation wrote in and said, hey, CDC, PlayStation has just announced a 60-minute state of play 2 whole weeks in advance. This is unusual and reads to me as high confidence. Any predictions? I have a feeling this will be the big one, and I'm fucking horny for more intergalactic info. I'll post my PSN transaction receipts on Twitter and listen. Please don't do that. Yeah, Intergalactic. I mean, that would be kind of cool. I feel like it's not time yet. If they're not going to release it, I mean, that would be fucking awesome if it was in there. But my mind is not even there for some reason. My hope is that they stay away from the games as a service stuff. Again, not because I don't think they should be in that space. We've covered this endlessly, because I just think it's a distraction. You don't want to give anyone, like For Loop being there, something. It's like just let people focus on this stuff. I also think the 2 weeks ahead of time, the lengthy, though not unprecedented length of it, E3 vibes. I mean, it is early June. Yeah, it might be kind of like what their intention is in a way. Chris, what are you expecting?
Yeah, well, the timing of it's interesting. So June 2nd, I don't know if I necessarily expect a ton of live service stuff, but I expect, just based on the timing of it, I would imagine that there's probably going to be some Marathon Season 2 stuff in there, maybe. The timing just seems conspicuous because Season 2, I think, begins 3 days after that. So it'd be a good opportunity, especially just get a marketing beat, which we've specifically been talking about, how like it's odd that Marathon doesn't have marketing beats. Like that would be a good place to do it, especially considering these seasonal resets are considered officially or unofficially like the times to jump in for new players or lapsed or returning players. So I would imagine seeing some of that. I know, obviously, Wolverine. I'm not that excited to see Wolverine, to be honest. I'm already kind of sold on it. I don't know if I want to see that much more of it. It's reminding me of like when Spider-Man 2 was starting to ramp up its advertising, and you just couldn't fucking get away from it, and it felt like you saw the whole game. Or was that the first Spider-Man? It might have been both. But as far as what I'm expecting, I'm not expecting Intergalactic. I'm not expecting Fairgames. I don't know.
We're going to talk about Fairgames in a little bit.
Yeah,
they ain't called Fairgames anymore.
Oh yeah. Well, oh boy. We're I don't know. I kind of like that. I don't know. It's there's a lot of plates spinning, presumably. I don't know what the timing is for a lot of studios. I would imagine Santa Monica is probably about ready to show something, right?
Yeah, it's going to be their God of War, the Faye game. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe something second party.
Second party.
I do believe I've long said that I think PS5 will end with a bang, and I think it's time to get that going. I mean, I think showing Intergalactic would be awesome. I just think that's such a huge distraction right now. I think you got to do that a little later.
Yeah.
If you're not releasing until next year, which you're not, then just I would say get through Wolverine at least, and then you don't really need to show it. I would say even the Game Awards would be a great place to show it. But
yeah, I would say like just based on the cadence of, we saw Intergalactic a while ago. It's still kind of a ways off. We saw Wolverine a hell of a long while ago, and then we saw it again a little while ago, and it seems like we're approaching that era, that point in time where Wolverine's about to be center stage. Now, based on the time frame of like when a game is announced and when a game is unveiled and when a game is shown fully and then when a game comes out, it feels like based on that timeline, it's too early for another Intergalactic, but it seems right around time where they might unveil something from Santa Monica for release in like, I don't know, you figure like 28. Just based on, the existing timeline. Hopefully they've learned that a quicker timeline is better, but I just don't think that that's really something that they're going to be championing all that much.
Dustin, what are your thoughts? Anything you're looking forward to?
I do think that the details around the state of play are very interesting, the 2-week lead up. But in addition, on this blog post, you will be able to go see this state of play in theaters, particularly select Alamo draft houses, specifically in like Los Angeles, San Francisco.
The plural is Alamo draft heist.
Yeah, houses.
Nice.
So that's a little interesting. Now, I specifically used this cup today.
Oh,
my PlayStation E3 Experience 2016
Look at that
cup that I got from going to one of these theater things. It wasn't Alamo back then. They just did it like a bunch more places, but I believe they also did it up like 2016, 17, and 18, if I remember correctly. So it has been quite a while since they've done this. And I think you're right, Colin. And we should always temper our expectations for state of play. And honestly, a showcase also, whatever they decide to call it. But with that being said, It feels different. Something about it feels a little different. And so, yeah, like Wolverine, I'm in the same spot as Chris. Like, I don't really care. I care about the game. I don't care about seeing it again right now. Potentially this God of War Faye game. I kind of am 50-50 on Intergalactic. Like, I could see them kind of wanting to start getting it going.
The thing, though, with that, Dustin, is that I agree with you. It's totally within the realm of possibility. But the next time they show it, they have got to show gameplay. And I just wonder if it's like that's his distraction. That will be like all anyone talks about. You know, they cannot show a trailer.
They can't. Right? Yeah, they can't do like a CG or like a cinematic.
They cannot do that. In my opinion, that would be such a bad move.
Yeah, even an in-engine fly through or something like that would be too minimal.
I mean, we saw multiple Last of Us Part 2 trailers before we saw gameplay.
That's true, but I don't think that the level of skepticism around that game has anything on this game. Sure. And I think that like they're not going to do themselves any favors by not shutting people up.
Yeah.
And I think they'll shut people up when they see it. You know, so now you maybe want to do that now.
You figure, we'll figure that's a November next year, right? Like that's
the game. Yeah, I would think that would be their big, like the big launch era game. I mean, it might even be a PS6 game. It'll be on both, but it could very well be. You know,
I do.
That'd
think
be pretty cool, actually. If that was a PS5, PS6 game, that would be pretty sick.
I'm honestly more excited about the possibilities of third party in this state of play.
Yeah,
I think we could see a Onimusha date on this with Capcom.
What about Judas?
Judas would be amazing, but I can't even say it out loud. I can't get. It feels like Square Enix has been the director. It's like every time he opens his mouth, he's like, "Oh, we're doing this." Like he wants to talk about it. Now, Square Enix and Sony, maybe not necessarily on the best terms, but maybe Final Fantasy Remake Part 3 is a possibility.
That'd be pretty sick. Sure. Pretty sick.
I think that at the very least, while we should always temper our expectations, I think this will have at least a few good ones.
Yeah, I think so too. The level of confidence of announcing it so early is unusual, and that's why I think it's just got E3 vibes to it.
Yeah, it's the length, the announcement time in between, and the time of year that kind of has me feeling like, oh, this might be a really good one. So my expectations are kind of high, actually. I think they should be, to be honest.
Well, and as we identified, you know, last time, it's like we had a showcase under the State of Play moniker, so you really never know what you're going to get now. And there is something exciting about that. In other words, they folded down everything into this one moniker, and it could be a deep dive into fucking Saros, or it could be this amazing 90-minute presentation that shows you a bunch of first-party things and anything in between. So we will see. But State of Play is on June 2nd, a Tuesday. It's at 5 Eastern. Expect us to go live with our stream on our YouTube channel. I would say 4 or 4:30.
Yeah.
And we'll do Sacred streaming the day before June 1st at 1 p.m. Eastern, where we'll do our predictions. And there'll probably be leaks by then, so we'll probably have a better idea of what's actually happening. All right, next up is news from reporter Jason Schreier confirming his earlier reporting from March, in which he said that Sony is no longer going to be putting its single-player games on PC. In early March, he noted that at that time, that while Marathon and Marvel Tokon would be continuing naturally to embrace multi-platform, really PC releases, Ghost of Yote, which came out last fall, and Saros, which just came out, were both planned for PC, but those ports had been pulled. And he reported that then in March, and there was some skepticism, but he tweeted out, he blew, what is it, on Blue Sky, what is that called? He skeeted.
You blew yourself.
He blew out. Says, scoop. PlayStation Studio Business CEO Herman Hulst told staff in a town hall Monday morning that the company's narrative single-player games will now be PlayStation exclusive. Confirming Bloomberg's reporting from earlier this year, he links to the original report that I just cited. So we have that confirmed. I don't know why people were so skeptical of this. You can feel how you want about Jason Schreier, but like he's not wrong. I don't know why people would ever think, like I can't think of one article, like one thing he got wrong. So when there was skepticism around this, I'm like, I'm not so sure why you're so skeptical about it. So yeah, they are indeed pulling their games from PC. Well, not pulling them, but they're going to stop releasing their single player games on PC. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. Dustin, what do you think?
I'm disappointed, but I understand. I'm disappointed because I would have loved to see a situation where it was healthy for the PlayStation console. It was, and the PC release was able to help support those teams. They would get, good sales, and it would kind of just be a good situation for everybody involved. But as we've touched on throughout, really the years at this point that PlayStation has been publishing their games on PC, is that there has been a significant lack there's been diminishing returns on the PlayStation PC ports. And it makes sense that it's like, why are we even doing this? Why would we lessen the strength of the console for this, if this is the kind of money that we're going to make from it? So I'm disappointed because I think it was cool that PC players could get in on it. Potentially a lot of them that were never going to buy a PlayStation ever. But as I said before, I get it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I think Andrew Feisner's inquiry gets into a little bit of what I think here. He says, "Hey lads, now that it's official, Sony will no longer do PC ports for their single player titles. Do you believe this call was made with enough information? All of their releases of these types of games were months and years post PS5 launch, as opposed to launch for the live service ones. I think they could have tried once to do day and date, but I suppose that's letting the genie free out of the bottle, Aladdin style. Wasn't really a good idea with a soon PS Plus drop for Horizon. So what do I know? What say you as I try to find more information for games instead of trying to sound smart on a write-in?" Andrew, thank you for writing in. I wonder, I always use this Icarus reference of like flying too close to the sun and the wax wings, right? It's like they never really wanted to get too close. They never really knew. It's to the point like they never really tried. And I think they might be afraid of what they found out in a way, or at least what it suggests about the susceptibility of PlayStation. And they want to now reinforce the walls instead. So I totally agree, actually, that they never really knew. We talk about Game Pass and how like Xbox deployed this idea and now they know. Now, it was an expensive idea and it was ultimately a bad idea, but they know. This is like one of those things where I'm like, I don't think you'll ever really know because you never really did it right, in quotes. But I also understand what they're trying to do. Chris, what do you think about this?
I think the realities of economics and just the way things have changed taste wise and the way people's purchasing habits have changed. I think they're looking, and I've said this before, but like I just feel like they're looking at a very different world now, and they're looking at a place where they're making a next-gen console that nobody seems to be that excited about. There doesn't seem to be a lot of reason to get into it, especially if you're just going to be posting your games on PC. And so, like, I don't know. Like, I think they look at it and they look at what Xbox did to their brand and in many ways diluting it by publishing elsewhere, not just on PC, but Xbox as well. I argue the PC thing is just as valid. I know a lot of people who didn't buy an Xbox because they could just play on PC. And the money that they were making on PC wasn't that great in comparison. And I think they look at a situation where it's just like, listen, we need a good reason for people to jump into our next machine. And if we have this other thing that people can do instead, that we're making pennies on the dollar comparison wise, like why are we doing that? Why not just make a case for our next machine? Why not make a case for our ecosystem? That has literally never steered us wrong. That's literally always been the way this has worked. And we're seeing on the other side with Xbox that it's just ignoring that doesn't work either. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's probably the smart decision for them. Selfishly, I'm bummed out about it because I like the agnostic nature of things. I like everything to be available everywhere. I think selfishly, from like a consumer perspective, that's really fun and really cool. And it's fun to it's fun to mod the shit out of God of War. You know, it's funny. And I like that level of flexibility and freedom. But from their perspective, it makes complete sense to me. Like if I were over there and I looked at the forecast and like just like the level of bubbling up excitement for the next generation, which I don't know, we're in the trenches and I don't fucking see it at all.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know anybody in my life at all that is like really pumped about the next machine at all.
Yeah, that's
And,
what I
like,
was saying
by
on
this-
Moore's Law. Like, I don't see that either.
And by this point in a console's life cycle, you would expect to see that. At least more so than you would right now. Now, obviously, it could be the case that like once we see this thing and once it's tangible and real, then that'll be exciting, and then people will be all about it. That's entirely possible. But just I think they have enough data to look at from behind the scenes and be like, all right, listen, we've got to reinforce that this is an ecosystem that people need to be to play the best shit, and I can't fault them for it, really. Although I selfishly wish they would keep, being in PC as a space for me, because I think it's cool.
Yeah, it just goes into like, it's like you're saying, like the money wasn't that impressive, but it's not going to be that impressive because like they really did want to have their cake and eat it too, and that's a little surprising to me. I thought they kind of should have understood better what was necessary. If that makes any sense. Like you got to kind of play the game, or you'll never really know. Like once I think they thought there wouldn't be diminishing returns. And I think that that's reasonable, but I don't believe it worked out very well. In other words, I think they saw the early sales of Days Gone or Zero Dawn and stuff, and they were like, this is going to work great,
Right.
And it didn't. I mean, like, and I bet you every project except for maybe a couple were profitable on PC, but they're like, yeah, at what unknown cost? And what's interesting about the original reporting from Jason, what I was reading last night, was he was saying, and this is what I love about like corporate backroom, like fly on the wall shit we always talk about, is he was like, there is a like a group of people internally that are making this argument. Like it's always interesting to think like who are the different groups and little city states inside, and like what are the arguments that they make and why, and how does that all play out, and who makes, well, I think we know who makes the decisions, but how are those? I would love to be privy to those conversations, dude. It would be so fascinating.
Well, I just think I agree. I think the conversation, even like right now on the Xbox side, is like you're seeing all this stuff. Asha Sharma is saying all the right things and really doing all the right things too, but they did a new logo and everybody's freaking out. It's like, oh my god, it's green again.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
And look, I appreciate it. Like I like it. I think it looks great. But like, I mean, what is it like? Ultimately, if you're not going to, if your next generation machine is also just going to be like everything's on PC, like and on PlayStation, what is the point?
Right.
Like I don't. And I'm not saying that as a fan of exclusivity necessarily. Like I kind of like from a selfish perspective, I don't like it actually. Like it fragments potential audiences. Like I think it's lame. But also, I mean, dude, like if I can get everything on Xbox on my PC and on PlayStation, your logo doesn't make a damn bit of difference. And I think that's a big conversation that's happening right now. I think it's happening on a lower level, and I think it's happening on an executive level too. And I think they're just like, well, we're not going to do that. Why would we do that? The audience is not going to respond well. And like maybe there'll be like some backlash or whatever, but like the backlash to people not getting PlayStation games on PC is going to be what? The people who weren't showing up to buy them anyway?
Yeah.
I don't know. They probably look at that as like kind of like a win-win in some ways. Like we focus on the people that we care about and focus on the people that actually participate in our ecosystem that give us the most money. Unless they, buy every game and get every trophy and then they get banned, then we don't give a shit about them.
Yeah. We don't care about those guys. We care most about the person who buys one game a year. Arkham wrote in with a Q. Says, good morrow, sacred gentlemen. With PlayStation pulling away from releasing games on PC, do you think that Sony will delist the games they have already released on Steam? Anecdotally, I've heard multiple people online say they left PlayStation this gen because of exclusives going to PC. Sony could pull the games off Steam to send a clear message to everyone going forward that PlayStation is the only place to play these games. If Sony wanted to be really extreme, they could remove the games from people's Steam library and refund them the full amount, but obviously that would be incredibly stupid. Thanks for all the great content. Have a great week. I mean, that would cost them hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't think that they would do that. I am now knowing what their plan is. It's like, I don't know that it actually kind of makes sense to pull them down. In other words, like not like, why keep them there? You shouldn't take them away, and you couldn't take them. Maybe you could. I don't know. Take them away from people that already bought them. But yeah, maybe if this is what you want, then you should just do that. But I don't think they're going to do that, and I don't know. I know that they're not going to like refund everyone for like Concord style. That's not gonna happen.
I could maybe see them. Maybe they do like a Nintendo thing where they're like with like the Mario game that like the All Stars collection that they did. Where it's just like,
temporary.
It's gonna be up for this long. If you want it, go get it because it's done. And that may incentivize like some boost in sales for these things before they go. But I think it's just better to keep them there. I think it's not necessarily a bad thing to have examples of what you do elsewhere, even if you've decided to go, and undo it. I think people will get the message.
Yeah, I think it would be an unforced error to take them off. I think that would reflect very poorly on them, and people would be mad about it, whether they were going to buy them or not. And they'll continue, they're going to continue to make money off those games in perpetuity. Maybe it's not going to be crazy money like when it came out at launch, but I'm sure they don't mind making a little scratch on, like when the new God of War game presumably gets announced in 2 weeks. They're probably going to see a nice uplift in sales on the God of War games on PC. So I understand the message that would send, but they've already made the investment. Those games have already exist. There's no undoing of that.
That's the big thing I was thinking too, is like it is pure profit. It's not a lot of money, but you don't have to spend money on any of this stuff. You've done it. You did it already. Yeah. I don't see them doing that. I think there's a lot of people that wonder what their feeling is on their games being on Helix. I think this is less relevant these days because it will be nothing new. And the multiplayer games will already be there anyway. So the other thing I see and we've talked a little bit about this on the show in the past, is I know people are concerned about this in regards to Nixus, but I just don't think there's anything to be worried about. Maybe I'm totally wrong in this new PlayStation. There seems to be quite a bit to be worried about, but Nixus is still going to be extremely useful for their PC ports that come from the multiplayer space. And they're now co-developing games. They worked deeply on Saros. For anyone that beat the game, you can look at the credits. So, so I think they'll be okay. And it's funny because they were doing a great job. It just wasn't worth it. Again, they didn't want to play the game. They wanted to like be on the field and be like, we're going to play like soccer instead of football. And it's like, well, but we don't play soccer here. And you can't expect people to sit in the stands in great numbers when we play football. A weird kind of analogy, but anyway. All right. This one broke while we were recording.
Yeah.
And we have a perfect person here to talk about it. Destiny 2 is done.
Yeah.
Bungie writes, Destiny 2, every end is a new beginning. And they write in part, quote, for almost 12 years, we have had the joy and honor to explore the Destiny universe with you all. Through all the ups and downs, surprises and triumphs, building Destiny alongside our players has been a monumental privilege. While our love of Destiny 2 has not changed, it has become clear that after the final shape, we have reached the time for our shared worlds in Destiny to live beyond Destiny 2. As our focus turns towards a new beginning for Bungie, we will begin work on incubating our next games. To that end, on June 9th, we will release the final live service content update for Destiny 2 to begin the new journey as a studio. Though active development may be concluding, we will ensure that Destiny 2 remains playable just as the original Destiny is today. Many changes in this final update will aim to ensure that Destiny 2 is a welcoming place for players to return to. We're proud of Destiny 2, the places it took us to, and the legacy it has created. Because of you all, our universe is vast, built on years of shared stories, adventures, and victories. From the Cosmodrome to the Pale Heart to the Lawless Frontier, we have forged lifelong memories and friendships with you all. We are incredibly grateful to everyone who made this journey with us from the deepest part of our hearts. Thank you, and we'll see you in the stars. They talk about the update Monument of Triumph that comes out June 9th. You can get into that a little bit. There's a bunch of details here. We won't dive too deep. I do wonder I'm very curious what you think, Chris. I mean, obviously you're the greatest person we can imagine to talk to about this. Also the confirmation of multiple games.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems so. Man, I think a lot of things about this. First of all, I think Destiny 2 had already ended a while ago. I think most players kind of feel this intrinsically. The final shape was just a great ending. Like it really, it was a better ending than anybody anticipated. It was an ending for a live service narrative, which is typically not something that's seen. Usually those things go on forever. And maybe from a business perspective, it would have been wise to maybe continue leading players on forever for a story that just never ended. But they gave a great ending. And like, I remember when I finished Final Shape, I was like, all right, I feel kind of good. Like I'm kind of satiated with this. Destiny 2 is a great game. for all of its onboarding ills and the fact that like the beginning of it is kind of cut off. I do think, I don't know, man. I do think it would have. Maybe they just don't have it anymore or whatever. But like, I think it would have been a really great thing to do to just, since it's not a prime focus for them anymore, clearly, and they're moving forward, like to not do something in the realm of like a D2 classic or like a D2 beginning chapters kind of thing, to like have the beginning playable in some way. Like I think most players would have rather seen the beginning Red War campaign come back and Forsaken and not necessarily have a Star Wars expansion. You know, like I think that would have been a lot better. But I think it's not really surprising. I think people who are caught off by this, I was always confused by the people latching on to Destiny 2 as if they didn't clearly telegraph to the audience that it was kind of done with the final shape. But yeah, it's bittersweet. It's weird. It'll be playable in perpetuity. I mean, Destiny 1 is still playable, so like I don't really worry about the playability of Destiny 2 from that angle. But it's interesting. I've seen all, like we were getting into the account hack earlier while this broke, so I was like kind of like compiling a bunch of like reactions of what people were saying. I've seen a lot of people suggest that this this means Destiny 3 is happening. It's like, I don't know about that, man. Like it's I don't know if you would be working on Destiny 3 while announcing the ending of Destiny 2 without communicating that and actively telegraphing that like this is not the end or whatever. This seems fairly, I don't want to say concrete that Destiny's over, but like at the very least, like it'll be a while before we see Destiny again. And it seems like they're in the stages of incubating their next games, plural. And so like they're kind of fucking around with things and they're trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. I don't know how long they've been incubating those games. It could be like really, really early. It could be like something that they've been toying around with for a little while.
They say begin work incubating our next games.
Right. So like that implies that they're kind of in the early stages of anything. So I don't know. I'm fascinated by it. It seems like Marathon's going to be a prime focus for them now, though, which is interesting. Selfishly, I'm done with Destiny 2, but like I kind of, dude, I really do love Destiny. It would be great. Like if a Destiny 3 were to somehow exist, I would be stoked about it as like a new ground floor and as like a new kind of like, hey, the previous stuff doesn't matter, like whatever. This is a new jumping in point with like proper next gen stuff and a break from, you have to remember Destiny 2 is a PS4 game at its heart, you know, like, so it would be kind of cool to see that type of game brought forward in some way with like a brand new, maybe like an updated engine, some new capabilities, next gen stuff. But I think it'll be a while before we see that. And I think it's a good thing that it's a while. Like I think you need people to miss it for a little while. So I'm all for them doing other things in the meantime, but I don't know, if I were them, I'd be working on Destiny 3 immediately personally, but
yeah, I'm trying to find their employee count right now because I'm a little surprised. So as far as I can tell, at their highest they were up to like 1,400, which is insane. They're down to probably below 800 now, maybe even something like 700. I was thinking like, how do you not have another game in development already? And then I remembered they did, and that game was spun off into a first party studio. So because at first I was like gasped, I was like, what? Like when I was reading this, when we were taking a break, I'm like, Destiny 2 is over. Marathon is great, but struggling a little bit. I think they're going to stick with it. You don't have another game in development? What the fuck, are you kidding? And then it's like, no, Sony actually took that game. So it is a little bit more reasonable that, that maybe they wouldn't have anything going, but it's kind of a shame in the sense that if they're starting the incubation now, I mean, you're looking at early 2030s, you would assume, for anything past Marathon from them, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah, presumably. I mean, that is, I don't know. Like it's weird. Like the verbiage is very specific. Begin work incubating doesn't imply that they're far along with anything. Like you said, they were, and it was stolen ostensibly. So like, can't necessarily fault them. But I don't know, man. I like Marathon a lot. I think the potential is pretty high, actually. But people want Destiny. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know why you would necessarily bust your balls Maybe they just don't want to do it. Maybe they want to do other things. And like, I get that from a creative perspective. And
yeah,
like,
at this point, if I were Sony, I'd be like, we don't really give a fuck what you want to do. Like, the last thing we're curious about is what you want.
Right. If I were Sony, I would be like, Destiny 3, right? Come on. Like, people want it. Like, like, people need to understand, like, Destiny 2 floundered for a number of reasons. None of those were because people didn't like playing the game. Like, the reason Destiny 2 doesn't have a lot of engagement anymore is because the game's done. And like, there's a lot of other stuff to play. And like, they did their end game. It's like Marvel now. It's just like, oh, Fantastic Four. Do you give a shit? Who gives a shit about the Fantastic Four at all? Like, they already did their end game. And so it's over. But like, it's over for Destiny 2. Doesn't mean they can't like go into the future or maybe the distant past and do something else in that universe. It's a rife universe. It's like, there's a lot to do. And Marathon just kind of cements to me. It's just like, they still know what they're doing gameplay wise. Like, I would love another game from them in that universe. I think it'd be cool. So, and obviously like the business practices of like, you know, the Destiny content vault where they like took content from early on and like shoved it away. I think that stuff needs to be addressed, obviously, if they're ever going to go forward, but there's not no path forward to Destiny. I think the doom and gloom around it is like kind of weird because I feel like it's obvious. I feel like it's the obvious trajectory of a game that ends. It's like, how many people right now concurrently are playing The Last of Us? You know what I mean? It's like, it's over. Like, you played it. It's done. I get it's a multiplayer game, but like, it's a multiplayer narrative game that had an ending that was, by the way, great. So I don't know. I don't know what to do, but like, I would be all in on a D3 personally. But.
Well, my assumption, Chris, is that everything's so intentional. The use of the plural games indicates to me that it's Destiny 3 and something else. So
that is true. Yeah,
I think that, and maybe they'll even incubate both and then see what direction they want to go in a year or something. But I would have a hard time believing that they have much flexibility anymore.
Yeah,
those days are done. Like, those days are long gone for Bungie.
I agree,
and I just can't believe like Sony lost billions of dollars on this. It really is like, there was no reason for them to buy this team. I'm sorry. I know how passionate you are about them. I know we've talked about this a lot, but this made no sense. It
doesn't make sense, especially if they were just going to go undo their live service. You know, like, I always thought the price was obscene. Like, $3.6 billion just doesn't really make any sense.
No, none.
I mean, to be honest, like, most billion-dollar acquisitions for game developers don't make any sense. Like 69 for Activision, like, or what was it, 69 for Activision?
Yeah, so 60, like 68 or 69.
That's fucking insane. I think $7 billion for Bethesda is also insane. Like, I think these are really valuable teams and really valuable studios. And I think Bungie is a really valuable studio, but like $3.6 billion was always crazy to me. I think if they wanted to make a deal on Bungie and they wanted to get Bungie for a reasonable price, like, I think that would have been smart, probably. If they were going to actually do live service stuff, which apparently they just aren't going to do anymore. So like, now it's like, yeah, it's a really stupid idea. Now it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I wonder if you just, I don't know. I don't know like I don't know what their feel is on it. It's like a team you almost feel like you just cut loose. You know, you don't shut them down. Bungie's been cut loose twice already. I think at some point you have to realize it's them. And I wonder if you just do that. It's like, it's enough already. Like, we've lost enough. We're going to get your game anyway. Why do we have to pay for it?
Well,
like, that's like my whole question, right. Is like, we would just get this.
That is true. Yeah.
They would have gotten Marathon. They would have gotten it really was nonsensical. And I agree with you. It is the price that is offensive. Disney basically bought all of Star Wars for the same price. So like, that's insanity. It's completely bonkers price.
Yeah. Like, and that's around, that is a big price, but that actually is around where Star Wars would be.
Yeah, I agree. You know I agree with you. That's the point I'm making. It's like, you would think that, I mean, respectfully, you'd think that this would be a sub $1 billion deal.
Yeah, I could see this. I could see that no more than $1 billion. No more than, and $1 billion
at their height, by the way. Now I think they're deeply wounded and worth nothing.
Like Halo 3 era Bungie, arguably maybe $1 billion. Maybe. Maybe.
Well, because think about it, like you can only put out so many games. Like you have to make that money back. Plus, you're now absorbing the fixed cost of the company. So it's like unthinkable it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it was a lot of, and again, it's not even a matter of like I think they're a fantastic team. I think they do a lot of great work. I think I just think Marathon's great. I think Destiny's great. I don't think it's a level of talent bleed or a level of like what even are you anymore in comparison to like something like BioWare, where like they've had string after string of failure and like, you know, it's Destiny 2 had like 4 fantastic expansions that people really regard highly. And that's a far cry from Mass Effect Andromeda to Anthem to Dragon Age the Veilguard. You know what I mean? And so like it's like I think people who lump Bungie in with those studios, like I don't think they really understand what's really going on. But the price is ridiculous. If you were then just going to cut live service loose anyway, then the impetus behind the purchase for any price doesn't make any sense. And so they're in an awkward position now where they've got a really good team doing really cool stuff, but like it's so fucking expensive. I don't know what you do. I think the move is Destiny 3, personally. I think that game will, like, especially if it's been enough time, dude. Oh my God. I think seeing a proper, like, the amount of time it's going to take to incubate and see Destiny 3 exist is going to be so much time that it would actually be exciting to see Destiny again. And that's kind of actually the most exciting part of it to me. It's just like to know that it would theoretically be so far away, that the technology would meaningfully change, and that like we talk about games going away and how we wish like more games did like the Uncharted thing, where it's just like, all right, it's been a 10-year break. I'm not saying 10 years necessarily, but I mean, Final Shape was what, 2 years ago or something like that. Figure another 4 or 5. I don't know. I think people would be excited to see Destiny 3 again. I do think it would rake in a lot of money, but like we'll see.
Yeah, I think there'd be a lot of nostalgia driving to it. The question is like, would you ever? You're never going to make the investment back. It's the same thing with Activision. Like Microsoft will never make that money back. It's a matter of like what from that product. It's a matter of like what you, I guess, extract from it in the meantime, and what you think is Destiny 3 will cost hundreds of millions of dollars. So you've already paid all this money, and now you're going to sink costs into this other thing. You just got to be careful with it. I wonder what they're going to do. Dustin, let's hear from you on the end of Destiny 2 and anything you'd like to say.
I'm a bit mixed on what I think Bungie should do next, but before I get ahead of myself, I think it's time. And I know there are online MMOs that continue to go on seemingly forever. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, things like that. But I've never felt like Destiny was quite like those games in the first place. With its heavy emphasis on characters and story and cinematic. And again, I guess Final Fantasy 14 does have a lot of that, and people really do deeply care. So maybe it's not a good comparison, but it's clear that like I feel like the vision of Destiny has been fulfilled. And I get there are people that will endlessly play the same game for the rest of their lives. But it's clear from the player numbers, even with the final shape, that it's like people had enough. And so that's kind of partially where I disagree with Chris, is that I wonder if Destiny 3 has too much baggage to be successful, or to be not to be successful. I think it would be successful to be the right next move. I could see a spiritual successor to Destiny, or something that is like, this is our new version of what we created, what we laid the groundwork for with Destiny 1 and 2. But I wonder, I think the hard part for me, and what I assume is the core amount, the majority of Destiny players that fell off at some point, is they see Destiny 3 and they're like, well, I never finished Destiny 2. There is so much shit I'm behind on. Maybe that wouldn't matter to some people. It would matter to me. And maybe I would go back to Destiny 2 and finish all that stuff, which I did most of Destiny 2. I think there's 2. I didn't do Beyond Light, and I didn't do Final Shape. And the stuff after that, no one cares about. Truly, no one cares about. So,
I
think that. Oh, good.
No, because I was thinking like, I get that, but like I think that's why any perceived Destiny 3 would not be like a continuation. It would be like either like however many years in the future, whatever, or however many years even in the past. I think a Destiny 3 as a prequel would be fucking sick, actually. But I get what you're saying. Whereas it's like I didn't even finish Destiny 2. It's like, well, you don't have to. It's not part of it. You know what I mean? It's like a separate thing. Destiny 1 and 2 are actually like far more intertwined, and somehow people were like, yeah, I'll go into Destiny 2. So like, I don't know.
On a personal level, and this is not me thinking from a business sense or like what would work best. I would want to see them make something that's like, we're taking everything we learned from Destiny 1 and 2, all the ways that we fucked up and all the ways we succeeded in those games, and we're doing something new. Because I guess I see Bungie as like a company that is very creative and visionary in its worlds that it creates. And so to see them return to the world that they worked on and put out content for 12 years is boring. That's what, and I get, you can make the argument like, well, they returned to Marathon. It's like, dude, it's, Chris, you've pointed out this. It's like, yes, current Marathon is very, very, very different from that old Marathon, but it is still very true story-wise.
Yes.
But in a new way. They've been able to reinvent Marathon into something new. And who knows, maybe they could do that with Destiny at some point. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I would be disappointed to be like, oh, they've explored that. They have done so many different types of things and gone to so many places in that world and explored so many different stories that I'm like, dude, give me everything you built in terms of an MMO FPS from Destiny and then do it in a new thing. Because I trust Bungie to come up with an idea in a new setting in a new world that will blow my mind. Because I didn't care about Marathon. I never cared about going back to those old games. And now that I'm playing the new Marathon, I'm like, this world's sick. And I want to know about Durandal. And I want to know about these different AIs and what happened on Tal Ceti and stuff like that. They're masters at that. So from a creative standpoint, I'm like, I want something new. I think they should continue to feed those Destiny players that want that experience. Clearly, they've created something incredible with that. I mean, I put hundreds of hours across PlayStation and on my PC into both Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. So I was in it for a long time. So but like I said, that's a personal want that I'm like, these guys are masters at creating worlds. We've done that. Let's give them something new and something the same at the same time.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I'll be watching this with close eyes because these projects will suck up more money than almost anything that Sony probably does in the first party. And so it's certainly worth keeping a close eye on all of that. All right, let's see. Next article, oh boy. Our friends over at Push Square report on a trademark filing for a game called Break-In. BREAK space IN in all capital letters, interestingly. But I don't know if that matters or not. This can only be one thing. I think it's pretty clear what it is only from the name, but Dustin, what else did you look at this? What there's a subtle hint in the filing if you look at it.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I feel like everyone's making the assumption.
Well, yes, but there's something that indicates that that's what it is other than the name. It's the filing language. It says filing language, English.
Oh.
Second language, French. And there's only one French-speaking first-party studio under PlayStation's umbrella, and that is Haven in Quebec. And thus, I think all these clues fairly, because Break-In by itself, I think fairly obvious, but that does it to me. And so I'm like, this is Fairgames. And at least they're wise enough to rebrand it. I don't know. And that's too bad because I've said from the very beginning, I think Fairgames is a dope name. It's too bad that it's wrapped up in this. I gotta say, I also think Break-In's kind of a cool name, and I'm surprised that it's not taken. But I wonder if they'll do like Break-In with some weird fucking
oh my god,
dollar. I don't know what they're gonna do, but this is what it is. And so they also report that Gamatsu, they relay reporting from Gamatsu, I should say, over at Push Square, that there are also play Break-In accounts on Instagram, Reddit, TikTok, X, and YouTube. So this is just like what happened with Hunter's Gathering, where it's play Horizon HG on all of their stuff. So this is, Dustin, almost certainly Fairgames. What do you think?
Yeah. And because they have these accounts ready to go, we were talking about the state of play earlier. I feel like it's time.
Man, I hope they don't do it at this one. They're going to, though. You're probably right. It's so interesting because what I understand is that it's not very good, but we'll see. I mean, that's one man's opinion of someone saying that they played it extensively or whatever. So maybe other people liked it. I don't know.
Yeah. We'll have to see when we finally see what it is for real. But it certainly was an essential move to rebrand the game at this point. It's been so long. It already has a stink to it because of all the various things between Jade Raymond leaving and Sony's live service kerfuffles over the years. And so the rebrand, I think, is the right move, but will it be enough? It won't, particularly if the game is not showing very impressive. And it's a little bit of a smoke and mirrors. It's like, well, it doesn't matter really what it's called. Is it going to be interesting? Is it going to, as we said about Concord, being good is not enough, or even acceptable is not good enough. There's a huge uphill battle with with Break-In or whatever. Break-In as a name, though, I agree with you, Colin. It's not bad.
No, I think both names are fine, if not really good. Fairgames is tainted. It does seem like they're going to stick with it. Chris, what do you think?
That's the most surprising part of this to me, is that I think we kind of assumed, maybe not that it was so certain, but like it was on the table that they would just write this down, based on some of the stuff that we had been hearing, based on the director leaving and all that kind of thing, and just based on like Sony's general feeling towards live service now, which is a lot different than when this game was originally incubating and when they were originally more committed to it. There was a reality that was not too far-fetched that this game would just not exist going forward. Like, why? Although you could argue that having announced it publicly already, canceling it is arguably an equivalent black eye to just releasing it and having it not do well. It's not like they were incubating this and they were working on this in complete secrecy and then they get canceled. Like there's millions of games like that, like where it's, they were working on it, never announced it, got canceled, and no one's and people are none the wiser. And then it's like it's not really a problem for anybody. But yeah, I mean, it's wise to rebrand it. Break-In, I guess, is fine. Fairgames is a little bit more distinct, to be honest, but like Break-In, I guess, is removed from the stink of that name. I don't know. I mean, if they have those accounts ready, then we probably will see it at the State of Play. Which is crazy. You have to. So here's the thing, right? You have to imagine that this is so weird. So if it's going to be at the State of Play, all these accounts are ready. They've got to know that people are going to be immediately negative about it. And so I feel like the only way to get ahead of that, if you're going to show the game at the State of Play, is it's playable now. Like just like get it, like make it so like people don't even have time.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Because I think there's non-zero chance that like if this game comes out, if this game like is shown or whatever, and then it's like release date in 4 months, it's just like it's over. Like, I don't think people are going to be that impressed by it. If they see it and then their curiosity is piqued, even if it doesn't look very good, but like they are allowed to like sink into it immediately and like figure it out, that could help a lot. I feel like like when Oblivion Remake or Oblivion Remastered did that shadow drop. I mean, that was anticipated in some way, shape, or form anyway. But like when they shadow dropped it, everybody loved it. And it was kind of unanimous, even though that game has some really major problems. Not even stemming from the original game, but like stemming from like how poorly it runs, how poorly optimized it is. Like the story of that game has changed very, very drastically over the year or so that it's been out. From this kind of like big darling love letter of a game to something that's just like completely poorly optimized and kind of like not a great way to play that game for most people on most hardware. So I think it's probably wise for them to just, if they're going to show it at the State of Play, there's got to be like a public beta or something that they shadow drop as well, right? I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't show it if people couldn't immediately play it.
Yeah.
In this environment, like, I don't know. You look at High Guard, where like I almost wonder what the reception of that game would have been if people didn't have time to ruminate on how weird it looked or how unfun it was. Not that it would have survived necessarily, but I do wonder like what that would have been if people could just jump in immediately without having any preconceived notions, without consuming any like clickbait hate media, you know? I don't know. I think that kind of thing matters now in ways that it didn't used to.
Yeah, I agree with you actually, and I do wonder what the situation is with it. Like Horizon Hunter's Gathering is in its second closed beta right now. I think it begins this weekend. I wonder if they're going to skip all that, or if that's what they're leaning into next when the game goes. Yeah, I don't know where they are. I don't know that changing the name is going to be sufficient. Paper clit slitter, which is just awful.
Oh Jesus!
Because like what paper cut clit slitter is actually the name. It's like, well, what do you
don't like it?
Don't open your mail with your vagina.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's not what it's for. Greetings, CDC. Sounds like Sony has trademarked break-in ahead of the State of Play, and the general consensus is that this is a rebrand of Fairgames. Simple question: will it be enough? Is there anything they could reasonably do to change the perception of the game that doesn't exist yet, but everyone's mind is already made up on? Or is the internet hate mob too strong for a course correction? My bet would be that it's not going to be sufficient. Changing your name is not really... So I like the name. I like both names. I've said that a million times already. I almost feel like changing the name is an admission of failure. Like, just lean into it. It is what it is, dude. It literally is what it is. It's nothing you can do about it. And we'll see what happens. If it's a $40 game, it's dead. If it's a free-to-play game, which I know that Sony didn't want to do originally, but maybe they're going to do it with this game. I don't have no reporting on that. I just, it's just a feeling I might have. Maybe it has a chance.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, the game lost its director, it lost its producer, the studio founder's gone. New name, obviously way later than they wanted it to be. And they also have Horizon going, both Horizon games, because they have the Horizon MMO as well. They have 4Loop going. They have the Team LFG game going, Gummy Bears. There does come a point, it's the Square Enix problem of like you're actually competing with yourself at some point. You should have these games incubating. You should separate them by like 6 months each. And just see, you got to be more deliberate. So we'll see what happens.
I actually wonder about like maybe. Do you think it's too early for that Gummy Bears game to show up at the State of Players? Maybe.
I don't know. You would assume that it's further apart. That's a good question, Chris, because you would assume this goes back to the Bungie thing. If you assume that they really have nothing else going in those two games that they're incubating, then yeah, it might have been taken from them when it was quite far. And if they were able to take the team, like the literal team that's making it, it indicates that a team had coalesced around the project. They're not being stretched from one game to the next. So maybe. I'm worried about that game too.
Yeah, we'll see. It didn't look appealing to me personally, but I think, yeah, dude, I don't know if this game is not playable the day of the State of Play. I don't know, man. I think it's kind of dead personally. I think you got to get people in and have people form their opinions before the internet does. I also feel like it's a terrible timing for that because I mean June 2nd. Let's presume that it's playable that day, right? And it goes for like I don't know, like a week. It's a playable beta, or maybe it even comes out. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. Marathon Season 2 starts in like 2 days. So like you're kind of cannibalizing yourself in a way where you kind of need a lot of eyes on that.
Yeah.
If you're going, I don't know, man. I'm seeing like, it just feels like bad. I'm getting bad vibes, dude.
This is a Square Enix conundrum. It really is, actually. It's kind of an interesting way of looking at it. Like, you're actually maybe making too much on top of one another. Yeah. So we'll see. Because 4 Loop seems like it's going to be. I'm a little surprised how hard people are being on 4 Loop, but I think it has a much better chance than Break-In does. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Also from Push Square. Well, this was announced by Sony, but the Push Square has a nice little chart. So PlayStation announces starting May 20th. So this was yesterday for when we're recording. It's too late for you. PlayStation Plus prices for new customers will increase in select regions due to ongoing market conditions, which are unknown because it's a digital service. Prices will start at $10.99 USD for a month and $27.99 for a 3-month subscription. The annual subscription, unless you are in certain countries like Turkey and India, will not rise. So if you buy your PlayStation Plus subscription all at once, it will not matter for you. But if you buy a 1 or 3-month subscription, the prices are going from, for 1 month, PS Plus Essential $9.99 to $10.99, PS Plus Extra $14.99 to $16.99, and PS Plus Premium $17.99 to $19.99. 3 months will be $24.99 to $27.99 for Essential, $39.99 to $43.99 for PS Plus Extra, and $49.99 to $54.99 for the highest tier, which is what I already forgot, Premium. Chris Kendricks wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, I recently read Push Square's coverage of Sony increasing the price of shorter-term PS Plus subscriptions and the follow-up article showing only a small percentage of readers still view PS Plus Essential as a good value. With Sony seemingly steering people towards annual subscriptions and a larger ecosystem commitment, do you think PlayStation is slowly conditioning players into treating PS Plus as a utility bill rather than a gaming subscription? At what point does the value proposition start working against player goodwill?" I do think the annual, leaving at least for now, the annual pricing alone is smart because that's where you want people to be. It's more expensive and actually makes them more money if you buy things on a month or a 3-month basis, but you really shouldn't be treating PS Plus like that, in my opinion. The way I look at it, and this is just me, especially with Extra, so the middle tier, the game catalog tier, is like, I think you got to choose what you're going to do. Like, I think you got to kind of choose your space. Now, it's more a la carte and multifaceted in PlayStation than it is in the Xbox space. Like, I think it's weird to be on Xbox and have Game Pass and then have this conundrum of like, oh, this game's on in Game Pass. Do I spend money on it? And it's like, well, yeah, but then am I getting value out of Game Pass? And like, I would be so caught up in that cycle. I really feel like choosing your path is right. And so if you are committed to the game catalog, for instance, which a lot of people are, especially for legacy games, they don't even care about new games. They just want to play legacy games. Just get a month's or just get a year subscription. I know it's a larger investment, but it's just straight up cheaper even before the price increase. And since the yearly prices aren't yet affected, and you won't be affected by the new pricing unless you cancel your subscription or it lapses. So make sure on PlayStation Plus or on PSN that you have selected that you want to continue your PlayStation Plus subscription when it expires, so you don't get hit with these new prices. But the pricing's kind of getting out of control, I think. PSN was free in the PS3 era and it was free on Vita. I think everyone knows that, but like, we started paying for it. I think it's fairly reasonable to pay for it. It's funny that we're paying more money for this thing that they can't even protect. Maybe they'll use that to move the call centers to the United States. Although I highly doubt it. I just feel like I'm paying like $80 a year for cloud saves at this point, or whatever it is. And I'm like, God, I feel like you should just give me cloud saving, first of all. And second, but even if I have to pay for it, it seems exorbitant. PS Plus has gone up substantially. And I do think that there's a lot of good perks in terms of the games you get and whatever. And I think we play a lot of games, so the games are not often for us. But if you're kind of a regular person, it's not quite a lot of content for you. So I don't want to diminish its value. I don't think it's much like what happened to Game Pass, where it's not like a no-brainer. It's certainly like not a no-brainer for a normal person to spend $20 or $30 a month on this thing. So we'll see what happens. You guys are both at Extra, right?
No, I'm at Essential right now. You bumped down?
Okay.
Every once in a while, like, they'll give you the option to pay for the rest of your year in Premium. So I've done that towards the end of my subscription just to see what's on there, the classic stuff like that. So I'm just on Essential right now, and I'm just on the 12 months. So this technically does not affect me. But I do agree that the pricing is getting very annoying. And I think in general, the PS Plus free games have been they've felt a little more lackluster to me personally, but it's as you were saying, Colin, like we're in the core group that if there is a game that is desirable, I'm probably have already bought it. And I would assume that's also the case of Push Square readers as well, that they would find it less valuable. So, yeah, it's annoying that everything keeps going up. And I guess I'm thankful that they didn't increase the 12-month, but nothing is sacred. So it'll probably come at some point.
What does Darth Vader say to Lando?
Pray that I do not alter.
What
is he?
Yeah, pray do I not alter it further. Chris, where are you on PS Plus right now? Are you on Essential?
I don't even know. I think I bumped up to Premium for a month, but I can't remember if I really don't know. I bounce back and forth, but then sometimes I'll just like do like an annual Premium. You know what I mean? Just like
What I wonder with them is like they're talking about market conditions. I'm like, I don't think that's really sufficient. Market conditions for what? For your subscription service? Like, I don't understand. Now, I know that costs are going up across the board. Obviously, there's massive server farms involved in all this. I get that, but I don't really like that explanation.
Yeah, it feels fake. Even if
it seems designed to get people to just sign up for yearly subscriptions, which again, I think you should just do. Just choose your lane.
Yeah.
Whatever that lane might be. That's my advice. I think we have to, I don't want to say we have to grin and bear it. I just think that if you are intentional about your decision making with Game Pass or with PlayStation Plus Extra or whatever you use, I think you can, even with these price increases, you can get massive value out of them. So and I think this is obviously a high gross thing for Sony. You really can't interact with PlayStation in a modern way without PS Plus. It's not really possible. So something to consider. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. The next piece of news I wanted to get into is just that Jordan Midler, a friend of mine over at Video Games Chronicle, had discussed, I guess on a podcast, that as he understands, Infamous is going to be returning in some way. I think he was actually on the Kinda Funny Gamecast, or at least he was on VGC's podcast first, and then he went to Kinda Funny, I think, to elaborate on it. So he says, I think on his own podcast, quote, he's under the impression that there isn't an Infamous thing happening somewhere in PlayStation at the minute, end quote. And he goes on and talks about how it's probably, I think on the Kinda Funny Gamescast then, about how it's probably related to the older games, presumably Infamous 1 and 2 from 2009 and 2011, both excellent Sucker Punch games. Probably my favorite Sucker Punch games, I would say. And actually, a friend of the show, Radic, was tweeting out some videos from Infamous, and I'm like, God, this game was good, dude. Like videos of like the dropping, like the electric drop or whatever, and all the rest. I'm like, this game was fun. There are a couple things I want to add to this. Not that I have reporting, but just that, like, I said I know Jordan. I trust Jordan. I've talked to him extensively about many things behind the scenes over the years, and he knows what he's talking about. So it's someone that you can trust, in my opinion. I think he would know. So I wanted to throw that out there. The second thing is that I discovered a little something. No one really picked up the reporting, and it's not maybe that interesting, but you'll remember that in 2022, we discussed how Sucker Punch posted a news article on their website about how there were no Infamous or Sly Cooper games in development, and basically implying that like there aren't going to be because we're not going to make it. And this was at the time that we were talking about how these studios of some repute have control more than others. I was like, they said that, right? I went and looked it up. It's deleted. She gone. I went on the Wayback Machine to make sure, and it's there on the Wayback Machine. Says what it says, and all the rest. So I think there's something here. Dustin, Infamous 1 and 2?
Yeah, a little remaster collection.
5? I mean, would you even just do a PS4 version of it? But maybe you just do a PS5. Yeah, like some sort of collection. Plus Festival of Blood as well, the Infamous 2 expansion. Sounds pretty tantalizing to me.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. I think I played a little bit of Infamous 1. This was so long ago.
You never played Infamous?
I played Infamous, the PS4.
Oh, Second Son. The Really, dude? Those are great games, man. Like I'm surprised by that. I'm actually surprised by that.
I'm trying to remember why I fell off of it. I mean, this was so long ago.
It's probably because Prototype took your attention, right?
Yeah, you're right. It was Prototype that got me. But yeah, so I love the idea of these games coming back and being modernized to some degree. I'm curious if with that level of control that you were mentioning, Colin, like, is this something that Sucker Punch is like, okay, well, we're done with Yote. Maybe while we are really getting the next main project going, do we have a team clean these up? And it's a much quicker, like, in-betweener type project.
Right, because people had noted Nate Fox, who's the longtime creative director of Sucker Punch, both of Infamous and of Ghost, he had said that they would be amenable to returning to to doing that. I don't know if you remember that during the Ghost of Yote like media tour.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it was an implication of what they were going to do. At the same time, and I wonder what you think of this, Chris, I don't really want Sucker Punch itself to be doing it. It feels like a waste of time. And I will say this as well. I definitely don't want a new Infamous game. I am absolutely. I don't know. I'm staunch about that. I don't know what people don't understand about. You already have your superhero games. You've chosen your lane. And by the way, Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 and Miles Morales and and what we're going to see with Wolverine and all this, they're all selling substantially more. Like in 2 months, Spider-Man probably sold as many copies as every Infamous game combined. So it's not a why, and I know they're different studios, but you have your superhero game. So I guess what I'm saying is, I wonder if you agree with me. This is a good idea. Have an external team do it. You move on, and I don't want you to do another Ghost game either. And I definitely don't want you to do Sly Cooper. Make something new.
Yeah, I think. Well, I get it. Man, I'm torn because I don't think it's the best use of their resources, but I think a new Infamous game would slap. But like I do think you're right, where it's like they have chosen a lane with their superhero with this type of game, and it would be a little awkward to do, and arguably it would be better for them to just move on to something new from the ground up that isn't Ghost or Infamous. Give them the chance to flex their muscles a little bit and do something completely different. I don't know. I like Infamous, actually. I really like Second Son.
I like Second Son as well. I think the first one, I think it's a beautiful game and it runs great. I think the first two are better though, in my opinion.
I don't have as much experience with the first two, to be fair. Like I played Infamous 1 and 2 on a borrowed PlayStation in like 2012, maybe 11. And I liked what I played, but it wasn't my console, so it was just kind of like I would just dick around in it, and I would just kind of move on to my 360 where like I owned my stuff. But Second Son, I thought was like just that the video, like the type of powers that you use. And I just remember being like, this is so creative and interesting, and it's way more interesting than just like lightning to me.
Yeah, I agree.
And from that angle, I just like I'm into this, whatever this is. But I do think it's kind of done. I think the biggest thing is just like getting those games playable again would be more than sufficient for me. You know, moving those forward, getting them off the PS3. I don't know if I need a new Infamous game.
Yeah, the powers that be have a decision to make here, I think, and they've already probably made their decision. And some people would disagree and say like, well, Infamous and Spider-Man and the Marvel stuff don't occupy the same territory. But I'm like, no, I think they do. And in fact, I think like Infamous could kind of look silly next to what you're trying to do with the stuff. So embrace. We don't have good PS3 access. Infamous 1 and 2 are beloved cult games from the PS3, which a lot of people didn't have. They have no good way of playing them. Second Son, you're right, is a great game with great powers. Like, yeah, concrete, neon. Like, it was cool. It was a cool and neat approach to things. But yeah, I don't want more Infamous. I mean, would I be disappointed if Sucker Punch made a new Infamous game? Not necessarily. I would just be surprised. It's like, that's what you want to do? You have to be so choosy these days. You only have so many projects in your career and so much time. You want to make another Infamous? To me, that just, I don't mean to diminish it. It's just like, it's why I'm so indignant about like going back to Sly Cooper. It's like, you want to make a Sly Cooper? Come on, man. Like, go spend 4 years and make something new. I will reiterate this. Sony has been very good about knowing when to move on. And sometimes we feel like they move on too soon. And it doesn't mean that things can't stay alive forever so that you get them later. Like, I think we're going to get more Uncharted, but it's been dormant for 10 years. Doesn't really feel like it's too soon. Feels like it's appropriate. Now it would be a similar timing, actually even more so with Infamous, because Infamous came out early 2014 on PS4. So there's been an exorbitant amount of time, but I think the situation has changed. We don't have another Uncharted game, if that makes sense. We don't have an action adventure, globe-trotting indie series. So, and I mean indie, I-N-D-Y. All right. So we'll be monitoring that as well. Warhorse Studios on their social media page, Warhorse, of course, being the studio behind the Kingdom Come Deliverance games. They announced interesting stuff here. They have there is no article or anything. They just say it on their Twitter account here. I'm looking at it. They're making 2 games. Of course, earlier this year, Kingdom Come. What was it? No, it was last year. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out, right? And then it was earlier this year that the first one came to PS5. That's what it was. And the original one, of course, came to PS4 in 2018. Beloved, Michael loves them. Beloved, very accurate, historical, plotting, deliberate role-playing games that Locke's a big fan too. So they're making 2 games, they say. The first is not so surprising, a new Kingdom Come adventure. I think that makes some sense. Mm-hmm. But they're also making an open world Middle-earth RPG. Dustin, what do you think of that?
I think this sounds awesome. Sounds like the team to do it. I'm trying to remember because who was it that had like the Lord of the Rings license? Was it Embracer?
Which we're going to talk about shortly. Yeah, they own Fellowship Entertainment or whatever. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is a license, presumably.
Yeah. So I am very interested in this. I wonder what they're going to do, like what time frame of the Lord of the Rings world they'll do this. I think it would be really cool to do something totally separate from the core Lord of the Rings, Frodo adventure of the ring. That world is so rich in terms of the history of before and during the main events that we know from the 3 Lord of the Rings books. Of course, there's like Silmarillion and all the different stuff that Tolkien did. So there's a lot of different ways they could go with it. So I'm very intrigued because Lord of the Rings has kind of been out of the spotlight in terms of video games we'll say out of the spotlight for any good games for quite a while.
Yeah.
So I think it's awesome.
Chris, are you interested in a Kingdom Come style Lord of the Ring game? I guess some more grounded. I don't know what they're going to do, but something presumably more grounded.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea. I think it's interesting. I think that is the team to do it. I think, yeah, Lord of the Rings is weird because I feel like there's been so many. Return of the King, I remember on the original Xbox playing the shit out of it, and I remember thinking that it was actually really good. I haven't played it in forever. So maybe it hasn't aged super well, but I remember loving that game when I was a kid and thinking it was way better than it had any right to be. Lord of the Rings Conquest, I was also like a big fan of. That was the Pandemic built kind of Battlefront Lord of the Rings game. It was that also was just way better than it had any right to be. And so like I think Lord of the Rings is a really flexible IP. There's a lot you could do in video games that just hasn't really been done. They've chosen instead to build, I don't know, fucking Gollum. And that's it.
Lord of Ring.
But Shadow of War though was great, and so like they've dabbled, but things could be better. And I think that's a great studio and a great idea. Have at it.
Pedro Alves gets a little bit into the potential of Lord of the Rings and all of this. He says, "Hey CCD, with the announcement that Warhorse is working on an open Middle-earth RPG." Are we finally getting a good Lord of the Rings game? YouTuber I Finished a Video Game once did a 5-hour retrospective covering all the games based on Tolkien's books. There were a few games here and there, but overall the list was bleak. Since he made that video, we've gotten the likes of Lord of Ring Gollum and Tales of the Shire, a cozy life sim. How come such a ubiquitous work with a unanimously loved trilogy of movies could perform so poorly in the gaming sphere? It's my favorite work of fiction, and yes, I'm a big nerd who has been playing the WoW clone MMO based on the Lord of the Rings since 2007. It's still going. What are your expectations for this game? Is Warhorse the right studio to bring some needed quality to this franchise? Could Lord of the Rings work in first-person perspective? I think there's multiple things. I consider myself a fan of the Lord of the Rings. I often say my dad is a mega fan of Lord of the Rings and was since the books came out, long before I was born. And all the spin, all the like little spin-offs and the Silmarillion and all whatever it's called, Silmarillion, I think it's called, and all the like. There's like so much. There's so much more than I even knew. Plus the stuff Timmy Tolkien did when he died, and all the rest. We haven't talked about Timmy Tolkien in a while.
Timmy Tolkien.
Timmy Tolkien.
So I think one of the things that Lord of the Rings is so iconic and so complete that it's hard to wedge your way in. On the other hand, the world is so alive and vibrant and full of story that it is hard to believe that you can't figure it out. And certain studios have figured it out. We've noted, and I think says the EA games back in the day were pretty well respected on PS2. And of course, the Shadow of Mordor games are, people love those games and have like longed for those games to come back. So people have gotten it right in the past, but I just wonder, like, they're caught in between two things where you got to find the right story and the right angle. It's very similar to why it seems like that Amazon show just kind of failed. It doesn't, I mean, it's still on and I guess people like, but no one seems to like it. Where it's like, it's not right. It's not right. And you got to get it right. Now, I'm not going to be the one that really speaks on that. Micah would probably be much better than that for me, but it is. So on one hand, it is a little surprising. On the other hand, it's like, yeah, it's not that surprising. You're in Tolkien's world, dude. Who do you think you are? Like you really have to think about it in that lens sometimes. It's like you don't have the vision. His son didn't have the vision. He had the vision. He's long gone. So of course everything's going to be kind of different. Then you think about things like the Peter Jackson movies that are perfect. And so I don't know.
Well, they're adding to those now too. The Hunt for Gollum.
What is that?
That's a new Lord of the Rings movie that's coming out. Is it being directed by Andy Serkis? I don't know. I'm trying to remember, but they're doing new Lord of the Rings movie. And there's the Stephen Colbert Lord of the Rings movie that's in production.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh my God, that's so annoying. That to be fair, he is apparently like a huge nerd with that shit. So maybe he's the right guy.
I remember seeing that and like rolling my eyes at it, and then apparently like he's actually like I understand why they would pick somebody like that. It's like
I just find him. Like I find him supremely unlikable. So, but that's a me.
Yeah,
problem.
I mean, I don't like him either, really.
Yeah, that's a me problem. He's going off the air, by the way. I think that the day after, like, he's done on CBS.
Did you see him and Letterman throwing the furniture off the building?
Yeah, that's an old throwback to Letterman show. I used to love that shit. Did you guys ever watch Letterman when you were younger?
Very minimally.
I loved Letterman when I was younger. And I liked Leno as well. But yeah, they would do a thing where they would go onto the roof of the CBS building and just throw shit off of it. So like, yeah. And I remember, I think they did one with bouncy balls, but they did one with like thousands of bottles and I think they did one with like pinball machines and weird shit. And so I thought that was I used to think Letterman was like the funniest, man. I mean, yeah. Colbert is a fucking shadow of a shadow of a shadow of a shadow of Letterman and Leno, not even fucking fit to be in that seat. So that's another thing.
Yeah. I mean, all of them compared to Conan, I think are pretty weak.
Yeah. Conan
except for Letterman.
Yeah. Letterman. I liked Leno when I was, actually when I was younger, I liked Leno a lot. And then I went to Letterman when, my teen years, like in high school and college and stayed there. But I realized what I liked about Leno. It's just very approachable. It's very friendly. It's silly. I dug that. And of course, Carson is the greatest, but I was 10 when Carson went away. I don't remember that very well. I watched so many, and Chris and I think have reflected on this. I've watched so many of his clips though, over the years, and how much of a master he is at the art of staying out of people's way or feeding them. Like when he has Rodney Dangerfield on and Rodney be like, "Oh, I'll tell you, Johnny, my wife." And he's like, "Well, what's going on with your wife, Rodney?" That kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, it's just so good. He just knows. He was great.
Yeah. But he is like, Colbert is like weirdly like, he's like, he has like the Silmarillion like in his head somehow. Like, I don't know how it's fun. So it makes sense to me on some level.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, do what you got to do. He'll have plenty of time.
Yeah.
All right. We can go through this one quickly. This is a pretty big story, but I don't know that we have much to say about it. Embracer Group, and I promised we would bring this up earlier, is separating themselves into two publicly listed companies. And this is planned for calendar year 2027. So they're working on this right now. We don't have to get into all the business realities. In fact, Lars Wingsford, who you guys might remember was the longtime CEO and shepherd of Embracer Group, who's now the chairman of the board. He was kind of the one that was overseeing the company when it was mega expansion heavy and then started to kind of fall apart. So they say the strategic rationale, quote, increase management focus to capture the full potential of the valuable or strategic assets and IPs within the group, enable fellowship entertainment, which we brought up earlier, to accelerate the formation of a group of world-class studios with leading publishing and licensing capabilities, and allow Embracer more flexibility to pursue a creative but opportunistic bolt-on M&A. Oh, God, you guys are so stupid. Especially to strengthen its already successful and sizable niches in, for example, mobile distribution, retro films, remakes, and remasters. I can't believe they're even using that term after what they did. But here's what the structure of the two companies will be. Fellowship Entertainment, quote, aims to become an IP-led entertainment company built for growth and enduring momentum, with some of the world's most beloved franchises at the center as its stewards of the Lord of the Rings and Tomb Raider intellectual properties. As a standalone company, Fellowship Entertainment will have a better structure to maximize the potential of its highly strategic franchises. Fellowship Entertainment will be the home of critically acclaimed studios and companies. 4A Games, so that's the Metro series guys. Crystal Dynamics, of course, the Tomb Raider studio. Dambuster, those are the guys that do Dead Island 2. Dark Horse, of course, the longtime comic company. Eidos Montreal, that's like the Deus Ex studio. Fish Labs is a like a production studio, internal production studio. Flying Wild Hog, we know all about them. They last did Evil West. Gunfire Games is the studio that did why can't I think of it? Chorus, I want to say. And they do a bigger game, Remnant. That's their big game. And then Middle Earth Enterprises, we know. Red Octane is used to be a music studio, but they do other stuff now. And Warhorse is one of those studios. So actually, that's an interesting point. It's not really a license. Warhorse is owned. I forgot about that. Embracer bought Warhorse. So that's not even a license, which is great for them because they don't have to split the money. And so those are the studios. And the IP that they'll be overseeing include Darksiders. That's the other one. Gunfire did Darksiders 2 and 3. Darksiders, Dead Island, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Metro, Remnant, The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings, Tomb Raider, and many more. Fellowship Entertainment will report through two business areas, development and publishing, and licensing. Licensing will focus on dedicated IP management, aiming to transform franchise ownership into recurring revenue streams across game, film, consumer products, and additional areas. I mean, that sounds good to me. This is where I think it's becoming a Ubisoft-like thing. I remember when Ubisoft split into 5 houses, I was saying they're basically trying to isolate the things that are valuable from the things that aren't. And they can easily sink the group that isn't maybe necessarily as valuable to save the rest of the company. I don't know that that's necessarily what's happening here. And I don't think that's what their intention is right away, but I think it gives, in other words, it segments them from their risk and hope, and they can pursue two different courses, but one of them is clearly the better course. It says, quote, Embracer will be a natural home for proven entrepreneurs and creative talents, supported by a more efficient structure with enhanced governance, tighter cost control, and disciplined capital allocation. This will be combined with optionality from structural initiatives, including a continued focus on profitability and M&A to drive shareholder value. I just can't. What is wrong with these guys? Like, what do they not understand about what happened to them? Anyway, the studio will include the following, or the company will include the following teams: Aspire, Beamdog, Crazy Labs, Deca, Demiurge, DPI, Limited Run, Milestone, PlayOn, THQ Nordic, which is all their studios and subsidiaries. There are 35 of them. Tripwire, and Vertigo Games. Intellectual properties include owned IP such as Arizona Sunshine, Biomutant, Destroy All Humans, Desperados, Gothic, Killing Floor, Kingdoms of Amalur, MX vs. ATV, Reanimal, Ride, Screamer, Titan Quest, Wreckfest, and many more IP, as well as licenses such as Hot Wheels Unleashed and SpongeBob SquarePants. Embracer operations will report through 4 business areas: PC and console, mobile, entertainment and services, and other. So, I mean, that's not a bad group of studios nor IP, but it's clear which one is the important one and which one isn't. Dustin, you have anything you want to add?
I don't think so. I'm mostly interested in them and the Lord of the Rings stuff that was connected earlier, but
well, right. And what's interesting about wasn't it? They acquired the Lord of the Rings license at some point where Was it Nacon? No, it was someone else published the shot. Well, no, they published Shire. The Gollum game, I think, was outside of Embracer, right? That was Datalic.
Right.
So I think, so now it's kind of like you got to give them a chance, I think, to see what they can do because they haven't really done it yet.
Yeah.
And to Embracer's credit, they have released really good games. Like not all of them, but they've released some great games. No doubt. Dead Island 2 was awesome. You know?
Yeah.
I just don't understand this obsession with M&A. Have you seen interest rates? Dude, I saw mortgage rates are like at 6.5%. Like now is not the time, Lars. Chris, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Not really. I mean, I'm looking at the business stuff like this is always like, all right, we'll see how this shakes up. You know, like I don't really know what to make of any of this. It like you said, it is clear like which one is the prime focus and which one is kind of like the B team, so to speak. But I don't know, man. Like it's selfishly, like personally, I'm kind of more interested in the weird B stuff than I am in like, I mean, Tomb Raider I like, and you know, Lord of the Rings obviously cool. Metro obviously, but I don't know, man. I like me some Destroy All Humans.
Yeah. They use the terminology to that point, Chris, and this will please you. They use the term with what will become the new Embracer is A/AA. So they're not even trying to make AAA games, which I think is good. I think it's like being at a table in Vegas though, and you'll just spin out if you don't make big bets. You can't really sit there forever and play $100 hands. At some point, you got to play $1,000 hand. Not that I would do any of that kind of stuff. I'm just saying, like, you want to win big, you got to bet big. If you want to release a $20 million AA game, then understand you'll make $40 million, and that's cool. But so, and there are other IPs. So if you guys, I put another link in there. We won't really get into it, but Lars Wingford released a letter to an open letter to the board or from the board. It's really interesting because he goes into a lot of shit that they don't get into in the announcement, but he goes into it. They own so much shit, dude. Saints Row, Legacy of Kain, Deus Ex, Red Faction, Thief, Time Splitters. You know, like more than they even own The Mask, which is kind of weird.
That's very odd.
They've gone and bought, like, obviously they got Tomb Raider from Square, and they a lot of other things from other people, and obviously their absorption of Deep Silver gave them access to like Homefront, Dead Island, which they've already exploited. There's just a lot of promise here. I just think that they're too big. It's what we identified when weren't there like 130 teams at one point. And it's like the reality is that like you really can't operate like this. Not only is it's an interesting idea, but you're just going to compete with each other. You're going to be releasing games like every other week. You know, like you can't do that. I mean, realistically, 35 teams taking 5 years each. No, not even that. 35 teams taking 3 years each. You have a game like every 3.5 weeks or something. I don't know how that works for you. Again, this is a Square Enix problem. So good. It's good that they're talking about M&A. They've learned their lesson, it seems. Finally, Circana data for sales, obviously from Matt Piscatello over on Blue Sky, who is an analyst at Circana. Now, before we get into the numbers, there is an important point here because the numbers are fundamentally different now. Phil wrote in about this and said, "Hey, Colin and crew, what are your thoughts on Circana changing their publicly available monthly sales charts to a projected top 10 list? It is somewhat timely considering your hilarious discourse with One Smash JT a few months back regarding games that are missing from the charts. I'm of two minds about it. I think overall I preferred having a list using real hard data with the understanding that some publishers and self-published devs do not share. That said, as the world of publishing and self-publishing blurs and true indie games are selling millions of copies, I can understand why they would have wanted to adopt their formula." So it is true. If you look now, it says includes digital sales projections. This is the first time, as I understand, that Circana, or NPD, as it used to be called back in the day, has ever had projections. At the very least, you would have incomplete data incomplete data, let's say, that didn't give you the full picture, but didn't obscure what was true, right? So a Nintendo product, for instance, it would say very clearly, doesn't include digital copies. And you would understand that there's no way, for instance, that Pokemon could have been the second or third best-selling game. It must have been the first, but they just can't say that. On the other hand, the projections could be valuable in that what is their methodology? Right? That's kind of the big thing. They know the numbers. Maybe they have an insane level of methodology that is pretty accurate, but I'm not crazy about it, to be honest. With that said, here are the sales numbers for the month. April 2026. The period, by the way, of reporting is April 5th to May 2nd. This is important because we kept saying that Saros would only be counted for 1 day, but it was actually counted for 3. On that chart, Saros was the 9th best-selling game of the month in the United States, which is not great, but not bad. Number 1 was Tamagotchi Life, Living the Dream, with projections. And Mike is obsessed with that game, so that's not a huge surprise. Pragmata, number 2. We know that game's already sold a few million copies. Crimson Desert is number 3, falling from number 1. MLB The Show 26 is number 4. Windrose, which would have otherwise not been shared with its sales data because Kraken doesn't share its data with Circana necessarily. That's number 5. Pocopia is 6. Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 is 7. Starfield, based on its release on PS5, is 8. Up from 218th the month before. Saros at number 9, and then Mario Kart World at 10. I think what we're going to learn based on these projections is that Nintendo is going to be much more present now because they were kind of unfairly treated. And I don't know why they want to do that to themselves. It's especially weird because they are the most transparent with their numbers. That was the thing that always confused me. Anyone who's ever read their financials knows they talk about their numbers constantly. And you can go to their website right now and they are like, you can go in and see like, how much did a fucking Balloon Fight sell? It's just weird. Like, it's weird that they're like, yeah, but we're not going to say. It's like, you look like a dominant company when you do shit like this. So that's the way it looks. Year to date, Requiem is the best-selling game of the year in the United States, followed by Crimson Desert with MLB The Show from San Diego Studio at number 3. Arc Raiders, by the way, is number 8 on that list, which is especially interesting because it is based, again, on revenue. And that is a $40 game. Let's see. PlayStation 5 hardware spending is down year over year, 30%. Not a huge surprise there. And PlayStation 5 came in second. It was bumped out of the first spot in both revenue and units sold. The revenue number is less interesting because the PS5 is so much more expensive than the Switch 2 at this point. PlayStation 5's lifetime installed base is tracking 2% ahead of PlayStation 4 in the United States. So that's pretty interesting. And that is not adjusted for money. That is install base. And I think there might be some other interesting stuff here. Let me see. I guess that's basically it. I don't think he usually shares. Yeah, he didn't do it this month. He usually shares platform by platform numbers, but he didn't do that this month. Anything here stick out to you?
The thing that sticks out to me, which is not PlayStation related, is just how dominant Tomodachi Life Living the Dream is. I knew this game was very big. I'm starting to realize it's very, very big.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because it's kind of a game that would be a mark for me, but I played some of the 3DS version and I didn't love it. I played some of the demo and I was like, maybe, but clearly it's a bit of a phenomenon for the Switch and Switch 2 audience. It's only a Switch 1 game, which is what's interesting. So people are playing it Switch 1 game on their Switch 2. So I want to check it out at some point, but I'm not sure if I'll like it.
All right. That's it for the news. We can get into what we're playing now. Do you guys want to take another break or you want to just roll?
I'm good to roll.
All right, cool. Let's get into what we're playing. I don't have too much to say. I platinumed Mouse PI. That's my 209th platinum. That would have almost been my last one. So that I got that out of the way. That was a little frustrating because the trophies were broken for a while, but it was a pleasure to go back into the game and play through a lot of it again. It's so good. I highly recommend it. $30 is a fucking steal for that game, and it's just so beautiful. And then I started Pragmata, as we know, on the stream, ironically getting hacked during it. I'm not very far in it. It says I'm 25% through the game on PSN. That seems incredible since I've played it for like 2 hours. It's like, how short is this game? I just don't know if that's actually accurate. But I really like it. I'm like really impressed by it. It's really good. It's so novel and fresh. And I think it's beautiful. It's fun to play. The environments are interesting. The characters are interesting. The characterization, incredibly Japanese. You know what I really love is the start screen of them like sitting together.
It is a good screen.
Yeah, it's like I'm really quite enamored with it. So that's what I'm playing. Chris, it says here you're playing Saros. Anything you'd like to say about it?
I'm at like the very end. I'm pretty sure I'm at like the last boss, hitting a bit of a wall because I'm very stubborn in the weapons that I use. I know that there are probably damage, like weapons that do more damage or whatever. But like the game's like, I don't know. The game's kind of easy in a lot of ways. So like I'm trying to give myself, I want to beat it with specific weapons just to make it a little bit harder. So like, I mean, not much to say. I'm still kind of hammering away at that last boss. I like it still. I don't know what's going on, but like I like it. I think I get what's going on.
Yeah, it is a little bit. I want to sit. That's why we're not going to record this week. We were going to record tomorrow, actually. I lost like 2.5 days this week, so I'm just like totally behind on everything. But I need to sit with, it's like what we did with Control. I need to sit and really read the in-game shit and like really understand it, because that's not what I'm really playing for. And I think that's part of what Saros makes Saros suffer for me, is like the story and the ambience are cool, but it's really about the gameplay, and it's too much, in my opinion. You know, it's a lot.
Yeah. But I mean, I like it still. I like the boss. I like the boss encounters a lot. I think they're really fun. I think they're really beautiful. I think there's like a big spectacle aspect to them that's like really, really enthralling to take part in. But not much else to say. I should be done with it within the next like 2 or 3 days, I would imagine.
Dustin, marathon.
Yes.
Big news.
Chris and I early on said that we wouldn't talk about our marathon playing unless there were major updates. And while there hasn't been a major update to the game, there's been a major update to my progress in that on Saturday, I completed the compiler, the final boss of Marathon. And it was really hard. It was so fucking hard to do this. It is one of the hardest things I have ever done.
Interesting.
And I'm not even necessarily saying the boss itself, which once you know what you're doing, like once we got it down, the fight that we did, it wasn't that bad. It's actually pretty trivial. Now, the 3 fights before that, while we were figuring it out, he totally creamed us multiple times. Like it was bad. So the take that I wanted to put out there about Marathon, so I've played it a little bit since then, a few hours, but my Steam player time is 212 hours. And my take is, the compiler fight is too hard. It takes too much investment.
To get to it, you're saying?
To get to it.
Right.
The process.
I would agree.
And here's why I say that. I have no problem with there being endgame content that is very, very hard and hard to achieve. But as I'm looking at Marathon on my Steam account, or if you bring it up on PlayStation, the image I see is literally the compiler. It is the aspirational content is to go and fight this guy. And it's also, I mean, I'm not a super big lore head necessarily, but in talking to Pork Poncho, it's like, it's a key part of the seasonal story is beating the compiler. And I just think that while I want crazy hard aspirational content, I think that specific fight should be easier to do. And they are changing some things. And by I say easier, I don't want people to immediately zone out, but like you have to do all 6 vaults. In order to do those vaults, you need to find keys. The Vault 6 key in particular, I have seen in my 200 hours, I have picked up 1 of them. Pork somehow managed to get 2 of them, and we stole 1 from a team. But that's how fucking rare these keys are. And at least 1 person on your team has need to have done all 6. And maybe that makes it a little easier, but it's like, I'm not doing it that way.
Right.
I want to have done all 6 vaults, which I did.
Yeah.
But then like the compiler fight itself, you need to have this thing called a DNA access card. And if you've done all 6 vaults, you've probably gathered up some of them to do that, which we did. If some people saw our stream, I think Poncho had like 8 of them. We burned through all 8 on that stream. So in order to get more of them, go back to running vaults to get more of those DNA access cards. And there's no guarantee that you'll get one in some of the earlier, easier vaults. And the harder vaults, maybe you'll get one. But again, you're in the cryo archive, which is infamously known as the lose everything factory. So, yeah, as someone who has done it, I think it requires too much investment, and it's probably, I mean, that's been the ongoing conversation about marathon is like, is it too hardcore? And they've already announced like some of the season 2 stuff, like a PvE mode is coming, and we've talked a little bit about that, and that's all exciting. But with all that said, I loved it. I loved every second of it. I'm glad. Well, I shouldn't say I loved every second of it. That's not true. I didn't love every second of it, but I'm glad I did it. It felt like a huge accomplishment, and marathon is so exciting from seeing what they're going to do with it going forward. Because I think, I don't want to say a major pivot is happening, but certainly it's going places they did not expect because of how people have received it. So
yeah,
that's the marathon update. I can take it easy on the game for a couple weeks. I'll still be playing here and there, but it was very important for me to finish that before season 2 began.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and do it. Like I have 300 hours in this game technically between my time in the alphas, playtests, and PlayStation and PC. It's just like I still have not even come close. I don't even think I've done the 6th vault either. So like there's no reason why I shouldn't have seen this by now. Like it's kind of crazy, and I do think that's insane. Like they could tune that a little bit more, so it's like it should be a hard fight and it should be hard to do, but it shouldn't be like, brother, I got 250 plus hours into this, and I'm not even close.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those things. I think that I feel confident. Well, I don't want to say I feel confident I could do it again. They've already changed things. Like I think DNA access cards can now appear on like Outpost, so that's helpful.
Okay.
But it's like part of our problem when we streamed on Fridays. We were playing at 1 p.m. on a Friday, and it was with the absolute sweatiest players I have ever played with, ever. So we only had success when we did it on a Saturday night where the player pool was much larger. So that's also, I mean, probably a problem they did not expect, or we're not hoping to have.
Yeah.
Or hoping to avoid.
Yeah. They did update it. There's a lot of new stuff in the game now that is actually really cool, but the big thing is going to be June 5th. So I'll save anything that I have to say about Marathon until then. But I'm still playing way more than I should.
All right, that's what we're playing. Let's get into some 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience. Some of these comments we've already heard from you a bunch throughout the show, but we'll read 6 more of these. Of course, you can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia to get your inquiries onto the show. You submit them via the post on the newsfeed each week. For this show and all the other shows, our threads go live on Wednesdays and are deleted on Thursdays, so you have about 24 hours. Turd Ferguson wrote in and said, hey, CDC. So Shuhei Yoshida posted a photo of himself at PlayStation Japan HQ this week. What could this mean? With the Sony Japan brass back in charge of SIE, could a Shuhei return be possible? This could be the video game version of Michael Jordan returning to the NBA after a 2-year stint playing baseball. This would easily become the most popular decision PlayStation has made in the past 10 years if they brought Shuhei back. Jaffe and I talked about this, like, that would be an awesome move. I really just don't think he's interested. Now, I would love to be wrong. I just think he's older. He's made an enormous amount of money, and it's a lot. You know, then again, his kids are older. Dude, I think that would be so sick. I just don't think that that's really going to happen. It probably didn't mean anything at all. And I'm sure he knows a lot of people there, and he can probably go visit whenever he wants, but I don't think he's coming back anytime soon or ever.
Yeah.
Do you think otherwise, Dustin?
You said exactly what I was thinking, and that I don't think it's worth overanalyzing the photo there.
Yeah.
But it's a nice stream.
It would be. I don't usually like dreamy sort of things like that where it's like, do this crazy thing, but I'm like, actually, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
but I don't think so. I don't think so. Especially because, like, why would he go back to help? In some way, it's like, you threw me out. So
yeah, maybe they went in and they cloned his brain into an AI and they'll just use that.
We're going to have Mark Cerny coming out in a Shuhei skin suit.
Right. We've built this realistic Shuhei Yoshida.
Squint Eastwood wrote in and said, howdy, fellas. Sorry for the long write-in, but hoped you might find it thought-provoking. In a previous episode, you discussed the PSN digital game settlement largely through the lens of consumer choice, but I think there's another angle that may be more important: vendor choice. Currently, Sony prohibits publishers and developers from selling PS5 digital games through third-party retailers using game keys. That means developers and publishers are effectively forced to sell digital copies exclusively through the PSN rather than choosing alternative marketplaces. It's like if Sony operated a physical store but also prohibited publishers from selling physical game copies of their games through places like GameStop or Walmart. It's less a consumer choice issue and more Sony restricting where vendors are allowed to sell their products. Sony would still receive its standard platform royalty either way, so preventing other digital storefronts or key resellers doesn't seem necessary to preserve their revenue share. It feels more like control over the marketplace itself. By allowing publishers and developers to sell digital copies through other retailers, those sales could happen at wholesale prices, creating actual retail competition between storefronts. That can naturally lead to better pricing and promotions for consumers without cutting Sony out of its platform fee. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on whether framing the issue around vendor restrictions changes the conversation. I don't know if you guys agree, but I don't quite follow the argument in that there has to be in this particular situation, you would have to have a cache, and I mean CACHE, of games that you would buy from Sony and then sell however you wanted. If that's if what you're saying is Sony wouldn't suffer under that situation, and it's like, yes, they would, because now whether or not you give a shit about that is another example, but it's like, well, the game at $70, they get 30% of it. Now, if what you're saying is like, could the company buy 10,000 digital copies with alphanumeric codes to retrieve them, paying Sony their 30% on the $70 and then selling them for whatever they want? Because that's different. And I could give a shit less about that. But that isn't the way it works. The codes manufactured, first of all, are always free, or they're put on placards, whatever that would go inside a physical edition of a game. You know, obviously when you're buying cards and stuff, that's different. And when you were able to buy a la carte digital copies of the games, but I'm not sure I really understand your argument, because the marketplace isn't disallowing anyone from selling their games elsewhere, and that's not what Sony's doing. You can sell your game however you want on any other platform. I just sold a game on every platform available. So does this track for you, Dustin? I don't really quite understand the argument, but I know you're more in the space, and I wonder if maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
I wish I knew more about how this works. Specifically, when I think about a site like Steam, where it's like you really have three options to buy a game on Steam, in that you can buy it directly from them. You can buy it through a third-party site. Something like Green Man Gaming sells Steam keys, and these are totally legit, normal Steam keys. And then there's kind of more of a gray market, something like G2A or CD keys or something, where oftentimes those codes are cheaper through, to my understanding, like regional pricing variations. So it's like on one of those sites, you'd buy like a worldwide key that is a lower price because it's not intended for the US market or something. And that's a bit of a gray area. So, but focusing in on a site like Green Man Gaming, I don't know how their business model works or how they buy games from Steam. What's the Steam cut on those? I am really not sure. So in terms of what Squint here is proposing, I don't know. I do think that in terms of like selling the digital games on cards in stores, I mean, we already discussed that. Then I'm like, yeah, I think that was an important marketplace for them to be a part of. But Sony wants to be the only place that you go to buy digital games. They want to have that level of control, as pointed out. So that's why they did it.
But doesn't it make sense that they do? I mean, from more than a capitalistic point of view, like they lose all of the control at that point, don't they? Because if you're, what you're saying, like what I think what he's saying, and I think what you're saying is like these third parties can sell the game at any price, and Sony would be forced into 30% of the price chosen outside of their walls. And that to me doesn't wash. Like that doesn't actually make sense. That's why I was saying, like with the Steam codes, for instance, that are on that Green Man Gaming or whatever, I wonder what those are. You know what I mean? Like, are they purchased wholesale? at a discount, and then Steam still gets the cut of the original price? Because otherwise, why would they allow that? It doesn't really make any sense. He uses this as an analogy of it's kind of funny because he's using the analogy of like, it would be like them not allowing GameStop or Walmart to sell games. And I'm like, no, it's not. It would be like going into GameStop and trying to buy it through PlayStation Network. It's like, these are two different places, you know? And so I wonder if it is, in other words, Dustin, say the game's $50, right? So 30% of 50 is 15, right? So the cut of your game would be $15 gross for Sony. Would Sony sell all of the codes? Sell you $10, say like, I want to buy 10,000 codes. We'll pay you $15 for each of them. Then like whatever happens, you're unaffected. You made your money. Then we sell them for whatever we want and we cut into our own margin. That to me is different. But I don't know exactly how that works. And I've always kind of been confused about that because it's like compelling them to take whatever price you want. But I'm like, that's not what Walmart does. You know what I mean? It's more complicated than this, I think. What do you think, Chris?
I'm kind of in the same boat as you guys, where it's just like, this has always been an avenue of game purchasing that I've never really interacted with because it just seemed so slapdash and like kind of like I just didn't really understand it. Why would I get a digital key from anywhere but the place that I'm shopping? Like, why?
Yeah, exactly.
I just never. It just seemed like an extra step to me, which like for me, my value is what I value is the convenience. You know, like if I can avoid another click through or another sign in to a separate thing, I'll do it. So like to me, it's just like it never really made sense to go to those other. But even though it's like, oh, it's $5 off. It's just like, that's okay. This is my $5 I'm spending in time and convenience by like not having to deal with any of that. Right. So like it's just truthfully for me, it's just never been a facet. So like Green Man Gaming, all these other places, like I have literally zero experience. I think I might have gotten a game key code on Amazon a long ass time ago, and I don't even remember why I did it. I think I was just like curious about it. And it worked, but I just remember being like, "Oh, this really is just kind of an extra step." I just never did it again. I can't even remember what I bought. I wonder if I could probably find it in my history, but it's just never been a thing for me. So like, I don't even know the intricacies of like what he's talking about necessarily. I've just got no insight at all into that space.
I have some more info about the Steam keys that is quite surprising to me. And actually the person that would know is Ben about this stuff. I'm reading from a Steam community post, but I'm verifying the information through actual like Steamworks documentation, and I believe that it is true. It says Valve simply does not take any cut from keys that are sold outside of Steam. Sites like Green Man Gaming buys directly from publishers, generating keys through their Steamworks developer interface, which subsequently allows lowering the prices.
That doesn't make any
sense. Publishers make a better margin. And I looked, okay, this is from the Steamworks documentation. Steam keys are single-use, unique alphanumeric codes that customers can activate on Steam to add a product license to their account. Steam keys are a free service we provide to developers as a convenient tool to help you sell your game on other stores and at retail, or provide for free beta testers or press/influencers.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand what they get out of that. A lot of goodwill.
Certainly.
But I don't blame companies from not wanting to do that. That's nonsense. Yeah. So to follow Squint's like example, it's like, no, it would be like going into Walmart, getting something and not paying Walmart. It's like, what? Right. Like you came into our store, you bought it from our shelves, it exists in our ecosystem, and then you just bought it from someone else. That's insane. I'm sorry, I don't blame Sony for that. Like, I don't really blame them even for taking, it's what Chris was saying. It's like, you know, when you go into Target and you see all the Switch games or the Xbox games and they're like with the you know, on the shelf in the cards or whatever. And it's like, well, why would Sony want to do that? It's what Chris said. It's like, just go buy the game on PSN. You don't need a code.
Yeah. So
It doesn't even make any sense.
So out of curiosity, I went back and I looked at it. I found it on October of 2019. I bought a PS4 digital code for Destiny 2 Shadowkeep.
Interesting.
Don't know. It's my only game purchase on Amazon.
That was the year that they stopped doing it, I think. Right? Although you probably did that for PC. Oh no, you would have played that on console, right?
Yeah, it was PS4.
Maybe you had a gift card?
Maybe.
Or something?
Maybe I bought it for you know what? Maybe I bought it for a friend of mine. I could have seen back in those days. I was just trying to get everybody in. But I don't remember the context of it. But it's forever ago. But it's funny.
It's interesting.
But that's Amazon, you know, like I've never done like the key sites.
It's incredibly cool and pro-consumer that they do that. I just think that that's kind of suicidal. Like
well, clearly it hasn't been for Steam.
But they don't have the fixed costs that everyone else does either. To be fair, they're choosing to get into hardware, but they don't have to. There's 300 people or something that work there. That's the size of one of Sony's teams. You know, so I just think they can play a different game. It doesn't really matter. They are working the capitalist system to the nth degree, which is great. They make enormous amounts of money. Their headcount is really low. Their fixed costs are low, and they can just do whatever they want. Yeah. And they do. And everyone else has to kind of deal with it, but that's the nature. It reminds me of the race to the bottom that Apple employed with mobile game pricing. It's like, yeah, unfortunately, this is the kind of what has to happen. Like this is a member of the market, and it's the same thing. So I think it's cool. It's certainly undeniably pro-consumer and incredibly friendly, but I don't blame the companies for saying we don't really want to do that. We can't, or we literally can't afford to do that. Because imagine this, Dustin, like they don't take a cut of it. Say I did that for Saint Slayer. And I'm like, buy Saint Slayer for $10 on Steam or buy it from us for $5 and go play it on Steam. Now we all make less money doing that, but they make nothing. And I don't know what, it's unfathomable to me. I don't get that.
Yeah. Well, there is documentation in here, like Steam keys should not be given away for free if you aren't also offering the same deal. It's okay to run a discount for Steam keys on different stores at different times, as long as you plan to give a comparable offer to Steam customers within a reasonable amount of time. So there are rules. There are strings attached to these in order to protect themselves from like us selling Saint Slayer codes for Steam for $5 instead of 10 or something in perpetuity.
Levi Bordet wrote in. It said, greetings from a dejected Sabres fan. A few years ago, I'm sorry for your loss, by the way, we were rooting for you. A few years ago, it seemed the industry couldn't go more than a month without some sort of studio acquisition or consolidation. Recently, however, it seems like the acquisitions have almost entirely stopped or become less high profile. What do you think is the cause of this? It's funny because we brought this up during the Embracer thing and I didn't even think of this question, but there's multiple reasons for it. Money is not cheap anymore. If you're leveraging in some way with borrowed money, it's kind of nice and even free and even discounted to do it with borrowed money if rates are really low, because inflation could even erode away that interest rate and you will get a better price long term on an item that you think could last. You know, a studio, for instance, that you'd want to buy. Money is no longer cheap. So that, and it hasn't been for a while. So that's one major part of it. The second major part of that is COVID's long done. And we were reflected on this many times in the past, but like the amount of buy-in around the industry on how this burgeoning of game interest was going to be permanent was so miscalculating and just off base. And I think a lot of purchases and a lot of consolidation happened on the back of that too. That's the kind of stuff that also drove up costs. That's why Bungie cost so much. Because a lot of people were interested. The rumor was that Microsoft was interested. So there's that as well. And then I think the third reason why M&A has stopped is because I think people realize that games take so long now to make that it's probably safer to be in a licensed second party agreement as a publisher with a developer than have to buy the cow and then incur the cost of the cow. And this is what I keep saying. As games take longer and longer to make, I said this actually in the Alyssa Mercante interview, reiterating my stance that games should be made more like movies in the AAA space. it's like, it's kind of unrealistic to expect these people to pay. Like, yeah, we have to pay our writers, even though there's really nothing for them to, like, I guess they can kind of dawdle around, or we have animators on staff that we need to do this and that. Like, there are high costs involved in buying these whole teams that are soup to nuts operations. In other words, you don't need to go outside necessarily to get help. They do everything. It's expensive. You don't want to buy that. I've been saying this over and over again. You make deliberate organic acquisitions and that's it. And I would also make the argument, as I've been making in the last few weeks, that you can even make an argument that Sony's first party might be too big at this point because they can't manage all of them effectively. And you really want to invest in expensive AAA games. So maybe you want one from, maybe you have 8 studios or 10 studios that release a game every 4 or 5 years with a cadence of 1 per 2 quarters. So I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if you have anything you want to say, but that's where I feel like that's what I think has slowed things down materially. And it's almost in that order, I think, too. The cheapness of the money, the necessity of consolidation based on trends, and then the idea of having to pay for all of it. I would imagine Sony is majorly spooked about M&A. I don't think they've acquired their last team by any stretch of the imagination. I am very curious when they will do it again. Remember, there were years in between the closures after Vita until they bought teams again because they got scared when they had to close Evolution and Zipper and Liverpool and so on and so forth. So I don't think they've purchased their last team, but I wonder where their heads are at. And by the way, Sony's shut down other things too. What was that thing they had? It was like an animation thing that they shut down recently too. That was like a huge deal, apparently, that they had acquired.
Oh.
Mondo something or Picto something. I don't know what the fuck it's called.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, Billy, but not so talented, wrote in and said, "Sup, fellas. It seems like PlayStation will soon start showing player analytics for specific games, just like Steam does. I see a lot of people talking about the loser grifters who will use it for hate, but I think more data is always good. Fuck the haters, they'll hate regardless. Do you think PlayStation will take more features from Steam? I'd like to see both a discovery feature for game curation and the ability to ignore games to make searching for new stuff easier. It is my hope that like PS6 is going to be a highly consolidated, we used that word before, but like a very consolidated offering wherein you don't really have to leave it. And that is what Steam is. I said that when we really became engaged with Steam, with Saint Slayer in particular, that I was even more surprised by the robustness of the tool set. Your forums, your game help, the ability to just communicate directly, reviewing, everything is on there. Media in terms of screenshots and videos, people being able to share things. There needs to be a cogent object like that around every game on PSN. And maybe PS6 will have that. I don't know. I'd also like to see them wholesale steal from Steam as well. Chris, what do you think about this? Did you see that they're starting to play around with the player numbers on PSN, specifically for the top 10 games? And it's based not on concurrence, but on on weekly players. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about it. I think it could be interesting. It really is unfortunate that so much of it's unfortunate that so many cool tools are viewed through the lens of how they might be abused. I get why, but I don't know. I think more transparency is cool. I think more transparency is good and interesting for the people who are good faith enough to really care about it. And so, like, I don't know if people are weird about it online. I mean, that is how it is, I guess. I do think they might be opening themselves up to shit that they really don't need to, but I also think that's cool. Like, it's cool that they would. So I don't really mind it.
What do you think, Dustin?
I have no idea why they would do this, because as Chris was saying, like, when it's like, oh, Horizon Hunters Gathering isn't, look at how the player numbers dropped off from last week to this week. It's like, why you're opening yourself up to that. But I think it's neat to see the info. So I don't really have much to say that Chris didn't say. It was surprising to see that from my perspective. I'm really curious what the thought process is, and like, oh, this information will benefit us in one way or another. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think less is more from Sony's perspective in this regard, and I wonder, it is part of a beta, so I wonder if they'll actually remove it. It's not, they're not doing what Steam does. Well, first of all, there's important things. Steam's not doing shit. People are scraping Steam's API, and Steam is allowing it. I mean, that's the thing that it's the same thing with PlayStation. Like I say, like every once in a while, I don't think it really happens anymore, but like things would break where like you can no longer scrape trophies and then people would figure out how to do it again. So like you could get the PSN profiles and everything working. These companies kind of choose to let people in. And what I think Valve has done is actually kind of clever, wherein they've let people access this really bespoke data, but take no credit for it. So like, it's not their problem. And I wonder if major companies have kind of tried to press them to be like, you could just close this. It would be really simple for you to not allow this information to be accessed. More data is good, but I think people don't understand all the time. What I was saying about Saint Slayer when someone was making fun of us for having like 50 concurrents on Steam, and I'm like, dude, that's like huge for us. I don't think you don't know what you're looking at or what you're talking about. You know, for our standards, that's wonderful success comparable to our previous games. So I think people look at these numbers and have these kind of universal expectations for things that don't really make any sense. You can use that as an argument of like, well, that's not anyone's problem but those people and those who listen to them, I guess. But I do think, I would say that almost undeniably in a way, that the exposure of Steam numbers have been a net negative for everything. Because I think it even scares people away from trying shit. I think it scares people away from giving things a chance. I think it scares people away from, like, or don't. It's self-reinforcing. Game is big, I'll play. Game isn't big, I won't play. But if you didn't know, what would you have played? Right? Like, that's kind of an interesting thing. And so I don't really, I'm a data guy. I love the data. I think it's great. But I do understand the destructive nature of it as well. And I think the evidence of that is everywhere. So, but then again, maybe people would argue, it's like, well, why wouldn't we want to know that? And then I'm like, okay, fair enough. Then why doesn't Steam itself tell you? Because they know that it's not necessarily good to do so, in my opinion. Okay. John Tom Black wrote in, said, if PS6 is close to PS5 and bomb, it's bill of material, I've learned over the last year. Or somehow even cheaper for Sony to manufacture. Does it make any sense for Sony to keep selling PS5 once PS6 launches? Normally, the previous generation sticks around for a few years as the cheaper option, but that only makes sense if the old console is actually cheaper. And if the new console has an obvious reason to exist. I'm not sure either will be true this time, especially for casuals. PS6 may end up being a more economical box for Sony, while also feeling like the most incremental console upgrade we've ever seen. To a casual consumer, there may not be a big you need to upgrade feature. Could or should Sony do something unprecedented and intentionally wind down PS5 stock before PS6 launches? Making PS6 a full market replacement right away. Not here is the more expensive next-gen new box and next to the cheaper old one, but more like this is the next PlayStation now. With generations mattering less, games spanning hardware longer, and libraries carrying forward, maybe keeping PS5 around would only make the transition messier. If PS6 plays the same ecosystem of games better, costs Sony roughly the same to make or less to make, and can sit at a similar price point, then ending PS5's hardware might not really be much of a loss. My van full of nuns loves the show. It's not a bad point. I don't know. Now, I think the problem, is the ability to manufacture sufficient machines. So I don't think you could turn it off before, like right before, and I don't think you could turn it off at the launch, but I think you could turn it off once you're confident you can make the new machine sufficiently. Because the last thing you would want, for instance, is to say, like, we're going to stop making this thing, and then the BOM becomes too expensive for this new machine. You're like, oh, we got to kind of go back to the old machine. Dustin, have you considered this?
Yeah. What's going to be really interesting about this next generation is that will it be like this one, or which was very unique in that the previous generation stuck around for, it's still around. It's not until this year we're finally getting a Call of Duty game that's not coming out on the previous generation, is how long PS4 has been hanging around. A lot of that was, though, due to the situations in which this generation launched with the PS5 and the availability of it. And it wasn't necessarily that COVID kept the PS4 around, but it certainly got the ball rolling where it's like, okay, well, they're not available. And now you've kind of fed the PS4 audience, and now they're kind of just staying there. It's like it started the PS4 sticking around had like momentum to it because of the launch of the PS5. So now if the bill of materials is somehow cheaper and for what Tom speculates, maybe the PlayStation 6 is a cheaper box in general, then certainly it would make sense to really try to push people over to the new device. Because I think ideally that's what Sony would have wanted to happen with PlayStation 5. They didn't necessarily want people sticking around with their super old hardware for most of the next generation. They wanted people to move over, but the situations around the console didn't make that financial sense for them to do that. So I wonder if we'll be going back to the traditional playbook, we'll say, for PlayStation 6, and that it will be tried to be moved on to not immediately, but in a much quicker pace.
What do you think, Chris?
I don't know, man. I think the lack of availability on PS5 as a core of PS5 as a core reason why so many people stuck around with the PS4, I think is like largely overstated. I mean, there's still a bunch of people on PS3. The reality is things got so expensive that ignoring that massive audience was no longer viable or reasonable to do. And that's not getting better. that's like, if anything, we're getting further and further away from the next console being the thing that you have to get. I think what's more important to Sony is that you're in their ecosystem at all. And I think that's kind of like the new, like the daily active users, like that's what matters. And so I think it almost makes a little bit more sense to just be like, hey, listen, there really kind of isn't that big of a reason to get involved with our next machine. So let's just make it a stupid premium box and just keep the PS5 at like a lower price point or like discount it, whatever. Because the important thing is that you just get the enthusiasts, the day one people, they're always going to bite. They're always going to be like, what's the shiny new tech? What's available? How cool is it? How shiny is it? What's the unboxing experience like? There's always going to be those people. Those people keep everything afloat, really. So they're not going to not do it. But I just, the idea of just like, oh, let's force everybody to buy the new machine. I guarantee you people just won't. Like if they don't want it, they don't want it. It kind of is. Dude, the fact that people are still on PS4 is kind of wild. And I don't think, and the PS5 is an even better machine. So I actually think it's going to be harder for people to get people off of PS5 and onto PS6 than it was to get people off of PS4 onto PS5. I just think economic realities tie into that. I think the diminishing returns of new machines and the technology that we can visibly see as an obvious improvement tie into that. I think the fact that these older machines are now actively interacting with the online space in a way that they didn't necessarily interact previously. It was easy to move on to PS2 because you weren't selling games digitally on PS2. And even that lasted a while,
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think this idea that everything's going to go back to normal, I think it's just going to keep going in this direction. I think there's even a case to be made that there really won't be any PS6 exclusives. I think there will just be games that are on PS6 that are clearly better on PS6 than they are on PS5, or just that offer like, hey, here's like, 124K, or something like that. Even that's kind of like maybe a little too ambitious, but like an uncompromised version of a PlayStation, as opposed to, you could stay on PS5 and you can continue to play your Fortnite and continue to play your, Windrose or, whatever. Just keep buying expansions, keep spending money in the store on PS Plus and elsewhere. But I see a reality almost where the next machine is simply an enthusiast machine, not to the same degree that the next Xbox will be, because that'll be like way more optional. But I see a future where like the next PlayStation is just crazy expensive, and the hook will be that handheld kind of synergy that they're going to plan with that, with whatever that module is, or whatever that SKU is, and that'll be the big deciding factor. But like, I don't know, man. Even that kind of implies something, doesn't it? Like the fact that like they're planning a portable kind of thing to go along with it, or at least tied to it in some way, kind of implies that they're not necessarily like that game's going to have to run on a portable machine. Like, I don't know, like everything about like the rumors going on with the next generation like seems to imply to me that like that we're not going back to the way things were. And it's just going to get more and more like this.
Liam Neild has the final inquiry for us. It says, greetings, sacred gents. My question revolves around the fine-tuning of difficulty in video games and what degree of challenge we seek from our favorite pastime. For example, I felt like Housemarque didn't know how to best balance Saros and left too much choice to the player. If I started at a newly unlocked biome, I got destroyed in 2 hits, and if I did a complete run through previously unlocked levels, I comically melted most bosses in an instance with my trusty crossbow. Let's not even mention the modifiers. Am I meant to use them? Colin, you might have greater... That was a big question for me too. It's like, I don't know what they're thinking with the modifiers. It feels like you are meant to use them. Colin, you might have a greater insight with your work with Lilymo. How do devs find the right difficulty balance that gives the player a level of satisfaction that doesn't trivialize proceedings, but also avoids controllers being lodged into the nearest wall? Thanks for everything that you do. All the best to Dustin and Holly, and keep on popping those platinum trophies. The reality is that I think most companies, most studios focus on this quite a bit and often get it wrong. And I think one of the big things about dynamic, you just hotfixing a game, nonetheless patching it, is like you can kind of fix these things on the fly based on feedback that you would have otherwise in previous generations before, let's say PS3, you would have never otherwise been able to get. And I know that for our games, we let people play them. And I've said before that I think we've skewed towards making our games too hard based on the expectations of the audience, but games become so much easier when you play them that you lose sight of them. That's why you have to let people play your game. And it's why major AAA studios that take many years to make their games let roving groups of heavily NDA'd focus testers play their shit. Because they have, at that point, they have lost complete sight of the game. You can't play it properly. You're not going to play it the right way. You know how to play it. And it's what I realized. I think I played Saint Slayer more than any of our games in pre-release, maybe combined. And I became really good at it. And you can't kind of shut that off. And you watch people play it, normal people, and you're like, yeah, I don't even have that grounding anymore. I'm so far beyond, the fundamental in the door gameplay experience that I simply must let other people play it. And then even then you kind of get it wrong. So a lot of it, I think, in the modernity is about like listening to people. And we've definitely nerfed things in our games in the past and made things easier over time. I don't know that we've ever made anything harder. So it goes to show me that we have we do the best we can, but we've also missed in our own way. Saros, I think the greatest mystery of the Saros is what you're supposed to do, I think, with the modifiers. They're front and center. There are trophies around using them extensively. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do with these. And it does seem like kind of a cop-out. I agree. Because that unlocks like pretty deep in the game, comparable to everything else in the game. And I was surprised when that popped up. I was like, what is this? Like, you could just make the game way easier or way harder. It's cool, but you're putting it front and center. It's like, it's literally, I think, in the HUD front, or the UI front and center when you go to a menu. It's like the middle choice, I think, too.
Yeah.
So it's like, I think it's trying to tell you that this is them saying like, yeah, use it.
It's literally central to the experience.
Right, exactly. That's why I get a little annoyed when people are like, you're not supposed to use it or it's cheating. I'm like, I don't think you're interpreting their intentions right. You can, of course, use it however you want, but I don't think the intention was to bury it. I think the intention was to make it as prominent as possible. I don't know if that was them kind of like, I would even wonder where that even came in. Like, you can imagine the Carcosan modifiers coming in really late. And it might be an answer to like the game is being focus tested and it's too sporadic about how people find it. So we need to have something that like we can't inherently balance it. Maybe a cop out. That's just me putting words into people's mouths, so I don't really know.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything else you want to say about this, or should we get out of here?
I think I'm good.
I think just the thing I'll say real quick is that I imagine that difficulty tuning is probably one of the most difficult parts of making a game, because it's like you want to continue to challenge the player and have them have that sense of progress. And I mean, certainly we've all played games where it's like, oh, there's a huge difficulty spike here. And I wonder if there's times where developers are like, we know, but it's like, how do you, the problems, if you solve a difficulty spike in one spot, then it's like, how does it affect all other parts of the game if you're more powerful at that point, or this is easy or whatever. So, yeah, I can't imagine it's easy to figure out. And yeah, like you said, Colin, a lot of playtesting.
Yeah, playtesting is key. We've learned that over time, and just letting more and more people play. People break the shit out of the game too. I mean, that's what's so funny is they don't even mean to break it. Like I was breaking Saint Slayer deep into development, not intentionally. And so you just discover those things by playing it over and over again. But it is a tough nut to crack. And I am more forgiving than most over that, I think, because I know that it's difficult. And you can also ameliorate the problem by just having difficulty settings. But I don't think all games need that either. And even within difficulty settings, I find there to be imbalances.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, all right, let's get the hell out of here. It's a long episode, important episode. We're going to get it up right away for you. I'm always getting it up. Chris, good to see you. Let's say goodbye to you. Be well. Any plans for the rest of the day?
Well, I mean, I think I might jump on to D2. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I wonder if the numbers will, I
sentimental.
should look at SteamDB and see if people are like congregating.
Yeah. I don't know. It's now that I know that there's nothing serious coming down the pipeline that I'm at risk of falling behind on. It's actually a little bit more tantalizing to me. It's just like, oh, okay. So it's kind of like there's like a complete Destiny 2 now that I can kind of go and deal with at my leisure. And that's actually a little bit enticing. I love Destiny 2. I really do. So maybe I'll spend some time in there tonight. Polish off some trophies. Maybe, because I think I'm actually kind of, let me see, because I know I've synced them with Steam, so I can check my Steam. But like, I think I've gotten, what's my achievements looking like? 19 out of 23. So like, I'm pretty close. Maybe I'll dedicate some time this week to polishing these off. But yeah, I think that's really it. I've got some cleaning to do. I got to go grocery shopping too. I'm running low. I'm at that point where I've got like all the seasonings and no meat, and all like the like I have the trappings of I have sides galore, but no like central. I was like I gotta go get meat. I gotta go get real shit. But normal day outside of that.
Cool, man. Enjoy. Dustin, goodbye to you. Any plans?
Goodbye. No plans. I'll be working for you. Getting this episode out. So I'll probably take a short break, probably eat dinner, but be working on getting this episode out.
Yeah, let's get it up ASAP for the audience, and we'll get it free for everyone immediately too. Tomorrow. Yeah,
for tomorrow, and then no plans this weekend right now. Last weekend was like super busy doing a bunch of stuff, so keep it low key.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'm gonna go walk the dogs, and I'm behind on emails and haven't really been playing too much. It's kind of took the joy out of it for me this week, to be honest. But I'm trying to get through Pragmata, which I'm really enjoying, and we'll see what happens this weekend. It's supposed to be rainy as well, so that'll be nice because it's so fucking hot here. All right, guys, appreciate you. Thank you so much for listening, enjoying our show, supporting us on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia, and merch over at laststandmedia.store. Couldn't do it without you guys. We'll see you next time. Thank you again for all your kindness, for the most part, about what happened to me as well. Scary shit. Talk to you next time. Goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.